right?
Find planes that crash in the ocean. They're never to be found, bro.
Well, that was weird. That Malaysian flight.
They don't find any
was,
planes that
yeah.
crash in the ocean, bro. They're gone for good.
You're telling me if the plane crashes in the ocean, they never find it?
I've never heard of them finding it. You? I don't want to say for sure, but
I
I've
mean,
never heard of it.
I don't know. I mean, I've heard they lost a plane in the ocean, but I mean, I don't know about all planes that crash in the ocean. I'm just saying, bro. I heard that they said that they don't fly over the Himalayan mountains because if you crash, there's no way to get you. Which is reasonable. Like, there's no way to get you. I mean, maybe they could send a chopper in, and somebody will pop out and be like, "Get to the chopper." Other than that, though, I don't know. Yeah, it's actually hard to believe that they couldn't rescue anyone anywhere on Earth. Actually, now that I think about it, you just send a couple of choppers in and start picking people up. I don't know, Brian. I don't know.
I'd say this, man. If you crash on land and you survive the crash, you got at least a chance of living. If you crash in the ocean and survive the crash, I don't see where you have any chance at all of surviving, unless it's like somewhere close where if you get lucky, it's like right by a couple hundred miles within the coast. And
well, the thing
maybe,
under your
I don't
seat
know.
is a flotation.
Maybe we need to look into this, man.
The thing under your seat is a flotation device, and I think they got little life rafts that pop out and inflate and shit.
Look at the crab fishermen. They got the rafts and they even got the heat, the suits and shit. And when them boats go down, they're tracked and everything. But when them boats go down, they're all gone. People don't survive that, and they're tracked. There's multiple boats out there. They got the heat suits. They got the fucking the beacons, and yeah, they fucking rest in peace. But bitches stink. I guess if you're in the you got just a little bit of a chance. If you're out in the tropical region, but normally you're gonna freeze. The water's even like 70 degrees. Might take a little longer, but go freeze your ass. 60 degrees, fucking cold shit. Guess maybe around the tropics you have a chance if you can. If you got, I don't know. I've never heard of anybody getting rescued from a plane out crashing in the middle of the ocean. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm going to look it up. Worth looking into. Huh?
I mean, they rescued him, Lifetime movie and shit on him. They started. What were they? Were they eating people? I forget.
You're talking about? Oh yeah, Alive. That was the soccer team from South America. But that was the what mountains was that? Yeah, they survived in the fucking mountains.
That was the Andes.
Yeah.
The Andes Mountains, right?
Yeah, they fucking all survived. I mean, well, not all of them, but a lot of them survived. I mean, so say they can't fly over the mountains because of worrying about people dying. There's your evidence.
Yeah, I don't know.
We don't see no movies of a plane crashing out in the middle of the ocean and fucking living. I'm just, we need to look into that, man. That'd be interesting to hear about.
I just know that their story is they don't fly. There's no way to rescue if a plane crashes, there's no way to rescue them, which is obviously bullshit because we got helicopter. I mean, I don't know what the closest helicopters and shit are. I don't know. Those people in that Alive movie, though, they were there for fucking weeks, right? Kosho, what's the thing called with the rating and how far a plane can fly if one engine goes out? I'm on the edge of my seat over here now. I didn't give a fuck about it 20 minutes ago. Brian, how many Brenda clips you find of her talking about the swirling ether?
Oh man, like I said, I found a couple relating, but until he puts up 365, I'm not. I ain't wasting more time doing that. It's pointless if I
He'll
can't
put
find
it
the
up.
if I can't find the baseline of the video. You
Yeah,
know,
no, he'll put it up. Gio's got you.
I told him I'd do it. All he's got to do is cut the very, very end. You know, last couple minutes. I don't know how
Yeah.
hard that would be, but I think them streams are pretty long, so it might be a pain in the ass. But he said he'd do it twice. But I'm just waiting on him to do it, and I'll follow through. But yeah, I've already found a couple. So, and I ain't even got to the nitty gritty yet, to be honest.
Dude, wish they saved everything over in gems, bro. Oh my god, there's gold happening in that server all the time. Me and Chemo went back to back so much you were just killing him for months at one point. You don't save him though. 24 hours and it's gone. I used to fuck with him all the time. So I'm like, the reason why you don't save these streams is because we can't go back and fucking hear all the bullshit you guys say.
That's exactly right, because he has to do work. I mean, he has to literally go out of his way to delete them. Once they're up, leave them up, dude. You're going to go out of your way just to delete them? That's exactly why. Because he don't want to be accountable for all the bullshit he says.
There's some kind of weird reason for it.
I post videos all the time, bro, and once it's posted, you have to go back in. You have to do stuff to delete it once they're posted.
Yeah, his shit's like automatic though. It doesn't save. It's just a running stream. I don't know. He's got some kind of weird setup. Branch did it or something. I don't know. Fucking Branch being here trolling us hardcore. I swear to God, he does some goofy ass shit, man. With the thing with the hand out the window. One night he was in 24/7, seeing how many times you can make QE say banana. Like he just be trolling us on some crazy weird shit, bro. It's funny, but like if you're trying to have a real conversation, like it's not that funny anymore.
What are we listening to, dude? Jeremy going to the bathroom or something?
I'm straightening desks out. I'm still fucking working. Got to straighten all the desks and all the classrooms. School's almost over.
Yeah. How many boogers do you touch each time you do that?
Oh, I got rubber gloves on. I don't touch nothing. Fuck that.
So everyone's just kind of meditating or something, huh?
Bro, they got a big problem with these galaxies, dude. Nate said they're getting fucking bigger as they're getting away. I thought they were just staying the same size.
Are we still on Doppler shit?
Well, no, I'm just talking about the angular size of the galaxies that we see. Apparently, they're getting bigger, according to Nate, as the farther away they get. He said they get smaller and bigger as they're moving away. Weird. I'd love to know what kind of fucking perspective that is, where as shit gets bigger as it gets farther away in angular size.
Yeah,
It's
it
a big
seems a little
fucking problem for these
counterintuitive.
guys. Yeah, no, that's a big fucking problem because they've been telling us for years why is the sun not getting smaller in angular size if it's getting farther away? Well, here you go, right back at you. This is a big fucking problem for these guys. I don't think heads even realize how serious this is. This fucks their whole model up. It's fucked off of this.
Say it again.
They got okay. Something's weird's happening with the angular size of the galaxy. They're either not getting bigger as they get farther away from us over decades, or they're getting bigger as they're getting farther away, as one of the Glovers claims. I don't know if that's even true. I mean, that's what one of the Glovers is saying. So, but even if they're getting bigger or not getting smaller, either way, that's a huge fucking problem. Further away from you, they reduce in angular size. That's how it works. They've been asking us that about the sun for years now. If the sun's getting farther away, why is it getting smaller in angular size? Now here we are. We got galaxies moving farther away. Guess what? They're not getting smaller in angular size. Uh-oh.
Jeremy, although all they have to say is that as the galaxies are traveling, they're also they're getting bigger, because individually all of the planets and stars that make up the galaxy are expanding because they're moving, and expanding as
That
they're.
was a good try. That's a good try, Fuzzy.
Well, that's
Is that what have you heard that from one of them?
no, but they could just say that.
Yeah, but that doesn't really. That ain't gonna work. The galaxies are expanding, and so they're getting bigger.
Yeah, because they're spinning so fast that they're expanding, but they're also being held together by gravity. So it's it's just science. Okay, stop denying.
It's like a yo-yo effect, right?
Yeah, there's no way they could talk their way out of this. I
Walking
don't
the
see any
doggy,
kind
right?
of excuse.
Little fucking yo-yo trick.
Dude, they'll just call it like dark angularity or something. You know what I mean?
It's dark angular perspective.
Dark
I don't know. You guys are
refraction.
reaching. This is a
Dark.
reach.
It's dark perspective, Jeremy. Stop denying
Yeah.
dark perspective. Okay?
Come
It's
to the
science.
dark side, Jeremy. Yeah, bro. Everything you guys don't understand is just always dark, man.
Yeah. That dark angular resolution will get you every time.
Dark science matters, right?
Are you a dark science denier? Don't deny dark science.
Dark science matters.
Dark science is real, whether you believe it or not.
It just is.
All right.
It sounds like a Harry Potter class. Right after Defense Against the Dark Arts, you take dark science. Right after Dark Potions.
Hey, I took those classes.
You took a dark science class?
Oh yeah.
Or Defense Against the Dark Arts?
No. I took a science class. I had a black teacher, and it was dark science.
Yeah, I knew someone was going to take it there. Thank you for taking it there, Kosher.
I don't know what are you guys talking about. I had a phone call. My bad.
We're talking about how your
Talking
models
about dark
fuck. We're talking about how your models
dark science.
fuck. Yeah, we're talking about how your models fuck because you got galaxies getting farther away and they're either getting bigger or not changing angular size. Like you're all fucked up out there.
Okay. So I thought Extremisys yesterday gave you a pretty good explanation on why that wouldn't even be expected.
That was good at the time, but then Grim came in. We mulled it over, and come to find out, if you have a galaxy, it's moving at near the speed of light, and it's a couple hundred light years away. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, it just moved a third of the distance away from you. That would definitely be a detectable angular size difference.
Okay. You guys did some pretty good math then, huh? That sounds incredible. It sounds like you guys really thought about that.
Well, I didn't pull out a calculator or anything.
Yeah. Not even any rough numbers. Because I think if you did
gave
rough
you the rough
numbers, if you
I
did
just
rough,
gave you the rough numbers.
didn't? I'll give you rough numbers, dude. Okay, just like I did yesterday. Hubble, if he had observed a galaxy 80 years ago, and let's for shits and giggles say that when he saw it, which this would not even be possible, but say if he saw it, it was going twice the speed of light 80 years ago. Okay, and let's say that it was 160 light years, 160 million light years away, 160 million light years away, and that was 80 years ago. And somebody looked at it again today and wanted to see if the angular size changed.
There's nothing 160 million light years away, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is a bit crazy. But yeah, let's say somebody wanted to observe it today and see if it angular size changed.
Just use Polaris. Use 300 light years away. Use Polaris.
We're talking about galaxies, bro.
Yeah,
We're
Polaris isn't moving away from us. Anyways, yeah. So if you were looking at that fucking star, that galaxy, and it was 160 light years away, and it was 80 years ago, it was moving twice the speed of light, you would only expect it to change in angular size by 1 in 1 millionth. So it would be 1 in 1 millionth times smaller than it was 80 years ago, right? So that's not really something that you would expect to really discern very well. That, and also,
how far?
Yeah.
How far away is Polaris? 300 light years?
Let's say 300 to 400. Yeah.
In our galaxy.
Say what?
Right. In our galaxy.
Broke up a little bit.
See, 300 light years away. That's in our galaxy, right? I said 300 light years away. That's in our galaxy, right? And how far is Andromeda?
About a million. What is it? 5? Is it? No, not 5. Not 5 million. No. I'm sorry. How far is it? I think it's about. I can't. Hold on. It's good. We're gonna crash into it.
Closest galaxy to us.
Yeah. Hold on.
Bro, what's the closest galaxy to us?
Andromeda. It's 2.5 million light years.
It's Andromeda. It's supposed to be.
Oh,
It's supposed to be on a course to collide with us. But
Yeah, it is.
how's it going to collide with us if it's moving away from us?
It's not. It's not moving away from us. You're right. Yeah. So it's 2.5 million light years away. So
oh, all right. I thought it was closer than that.
no, that would have been wrong. Yeah. So that's why I said 160 million, because 160 million light years is it's fairly close actually. As far as galaxies go. Anyway, and also you would not see it moving twice the speed of light. So, I gave you a lot of I gave you as much space as I can give you. That 80 years, that's about the longest time frame that it would have that's about the longest time frame that you'd have in between observations at this point. And twice the speed of light, that's faster than possibly you could observe. And even at these, all these givens, it still would not be more than 1 million times smaller. So,
All right, I'm going to run this by Grim, and we're going to get some solid numbers for you here.
just gave you solid numbers, man, but okay.
No, fuck your numbers. They're fuzzy. We're going to get some real numbers.
Okay, man.
Joshua, you said space. Only space outside of galaxies is expanding. Is that what you said?
No. So we're in a group of galaxies, like the local group, I think is what it's called, and it's us, Andromeda, and a few other kind of smaller galaxies, and everything within that range is gravitating. Gravity is strong enough within that range to outdo what the expansion is doing, and so we're not going to expand away from each other at this rate. But everything outside of that range is expanding away from each other.
So everything's expanding, but we got this gravity going on.
Yep. Well, those two things are happening simultaneously. So the universe is expanding and gravity is bringing things together. And at certain ranges, this is like magnetism. Magnetism and gravity are happening at the same time. And, things that are like your body, for example, is close enough together to where, wait, never mind, that's not analogous at all.
It's very tough.
Scratch what I just said. But yeah, about the space-time, about the expansion and about gravity. Yeah, those two things are happening at the same time. So at smaller ranges, gravity is strong enough to keep those things together.
What's up?
So the bending and warping of space time due to uneven distribution of mass.
Yeah, I'm good on that feature.
Is making shit is fighting against expansion. What's causing the expansion? Because the space to expand or whatever it's doing.
Nobody knows, dude. It's a mystery at this point. But
What's causing space to bend?
Well, mass exists. I think that's both the questions you just asked. I got really high one time, dude. I might smoke weed. I might smoke some weed tonight, but I got really high one time, and I was watching this science video, and I just had this hunch that that space time, dark energy, the thing that's expanding space, and gravity. The reason why they can't get gravity to work with quantum mechanics in that model is because I think that model, those forces, are completely different than what gravity is, and I think gravity and dark energy. I think gravity and dark energy are possibly complementary to each other. Like space expanded at the beginning of the universe, supposedly, and things started moving apart from each other because of that. And I think gravity is sort of like a response to that expansion. But
hey, when you say gravity, the rest of the conversation,
Brian, space expanding is a nice way to put it. Realistically, there's space being created out of nowhere. And now there's a conundrum here because either that's empty space and we can point to that space and be like, there's nothing there, just empty space came from nowhere. Or it's space with stuff in it, and then you got something coming from nothing, which both of those things are problems with their paradigm.
Hey,
Yeah.
how long does it take to bend when it comes out? When it's
It's
fucking
not bending,
breathing?
it's coming from nowhere. They
Yeah,
they
he's talking about gravity.
They
Well, I was gonna
misguide
ask
you
you.
when they say space is expanding or bending or whatever. That's like a kind of a trickery way to put it. It's really coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, but instead of saying gravity, he needs to say fucking space bending. And when he says dark
where
energy,
the
he
fuck
needs to say substitute dark energy from we have no
Yeah, no,
idea.
it's a good idea.
Hey, Brian, are you up on that point that Whitson was bringing up about how they can't call gravity a real force, even if they want to refer to it as one, because
Yeah, they
it would
can't.
have to follow the actual laws of forces with equal and opposite reaction, and it would actually straighten out space-time rather than
Right,
bend
and
it.
they
So
can't
how
have
is
it
this gravity
instantaneous.
force?
They found a
force
way
that's
to
not
have
a
it instantaneous, bro.
Dude,
And
first of
we know
all,
gravity's
gravity has equal and opposite
strong enough at
reactions.
these
Okay.
points.
They
How could it be
saved.
stronger or if it's just a pseudo force? Where does it get its force from?
They literally
So-
saved their model by making it not a force. So don't let them use it as a force.
So gravity has an equal and opposite reaction. So for like
Really?
the third law states, for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. Well,
Really?
whenever mass, like whenever I'm attracting some mass, that same attraction
Don't say mass.
is
Don't
happening
say
in the
mass.
other
That's a
direction.
fucking scalar.
Don't
Mass is a
attract
scalar.
either.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Say matter. Don't say mass unless you could define it, because you're
Well,
just
no,
using matter.
it's dependent on the mass. So
And don't say attract. Say pushing from behind, but seeming to be like attracting.
well, no, well, see, whenever mass warps space time. So what was his name? John Wheeler said it like this. He said, "Mass grips space-time, tells it how to curve, and curved space-time grips mass and tells it how to move." So that would be an
That's
equal and
such
opposite. That would be an equal and opposite reaction.
Bro, that's like me saying feet bends or height bends fucking. Let's see. What else could it? Height bends fucking inches. I mean, you're using fucking concepts that aren't real, bro. What is space time? What is bent? Okay, I'm not gonna be a dick. What's bent space time? What the fuck is space time? And what is bent space time, bro? You're just talking crazy.
Well, time. You know what time is? You're experiencing it right now.
It's wizardry,
And
dude.
space.
Yeah, it's a concept.
Jeremy,
Yeah, I understand the concept of time.
Jeremy just explained how dark energy is literally creating space. So if space isn't a real thing, it's only a concept, then Jeremy's problem is solved. It's not even a real thing. However,
Dark
if it is a real
energy
thing, it's being created.
Dark energy means you have no idea. So don't say dark energy. Say we have no idea. It's causing whatever it could be to bend. I mean,
No, but that's what dark energy is. Dark energy is the expansion of space, the accelerated expansion of space. So.
But we let y'all reify these words like mass. Like you're saying mass like it's a thing. It's a fucking measurement.
It's
And
a-
that was some nice wizardry saying that Jeremy just explained how it's done when he was actually bringing up a very good point that nothing can't exist. And
That's
you
not what he
can't
said.
get something
You
from
either
nothing.
have nothing. Hold on a second. You either got the space being created, either has nothing in it. Okay.
Which can't exist because nothing's
So
not a thing.
there's one problem. And if there's space being created that already has something in it, now you have another problem with something coming from nothing. So no matter what happens here,
It's missing space being fucking created from missing energy.
No, yeah. So space is being created. That's true, and there is no new energy other than that effect in that reaction. And so
Yeah,
it's
you
not a
can't
problem.
detect it. So you call it dark. So it's missing energy. It's
It's not
missing
that
space.
it's not that we can't
It's
detect
being
it.
Dark
created.
energy.
The measurement is the fact that we detect it. So we're detecting it. The problem is we don't
That's
know
a good
why it's
point. No,
happening.
you're not. No, you're not. You're calculating it, and your numbers are wrong. So why would you say you're detecting it, bro?
That's
when
what
fucking every
it
top-notch
is.
fucking
That's
astrophysicist
what dark
has
energy
said that
is.
the numbers are fucking off. So there's got to be something there, and that's them even being a little bit sly. But ain't that a good cliche? The missing space is being created by the missing energy.
That's what dark energy
Brian,
is the
Brian,
measurement.
we may not be able to prove that what he's saying is bullshit, but we can detect it.
No, dude. For the last time, the name dark energy, and for dark matter for that reason, which is more robust. But dark energy is literally the name for that measurement. The fact that it's been measured, that's what dark energy is. The question is, what is causing
If
that?
it's accurate,
You're
it
full of
wouldn't
shit,
be
dude.
fucking classified as dark.
Yeah, you're full of shit right now, Coach.
That's
The
not, dude,
reason it's
that's
called
exactly what it
dark,
is. Okay, well, what is dark energy then?
Dark energy, dark matter, quantum foam. These are
it's
all
a fucking,
No,
euphemisms.
not what are some other things called dark? What is dark energy then?
It's
it's
a
an error bar.
euphemism.
It's an error.
It's a
It
euphemism for
fixes
the
your fucking
ether, man.
model. It's what should be there by y'all's calculations.
All right, so none of
So
those are answers.
instead of fixing the model, you just fucking invented some bullshit that should have been there, but was undetectable. So if you can't detect it, you didn't measure it, bro. If you can't detect something, you can't
Oh my
measure it.
God. None of those are answers. What the actual answer is, there was a measurement that has been made, and the measurement is that the space is expanding and that expansion is accelerating. So that measurement was observed, and since that measurement was observed, they don't know why it's happening. They don't know what's causing that to happen. But
How do you know?
that acceleration. Hold on.
No, I got
That
you. I know. Well, but
acceleration.
you said
Hold
space
on,
is
dude. Hold on, dude.
expanding.
Hold on. Yeah, I know. I said a lot of words, dude. And when my words are done, then it'll be time to speak, probably, right? But fuck, where was I? Yeah, because the space is expanding, that expansion is accelerating. Acceleration implies a force or a energy.
Let him finish. Let him
Every time I
finish.
bring up
Let him.
respect for
No,
Coach, he
let
knocks
him
down the
finish.
wall, dude.
Were you done, Kosho? Because
No, I wasn't actually. But thank you for asking.
I'm just really racking my brain as to who observed space expanding.
Well, Hubble did a long time ago, but it's not the expanding that makes for a energy. It's the accelerated expansion. The fact that the expansion is
What
accelerating.
is space? How do you know that space was getting bigger? Space is invisible, as far as I'm concerned. I was aware.
It's a great question.
How does something invisible? How do you observe that expanding into something and also invisible? You can see the known edge of the universe. The fuck
No,
are
what
you
you can do
talking
is
about?
you can see things that are not meant to be moving away from you, but they are moving away from you. And the further out you look, you get binoculars and you see things further away from you. They're moving even faster away from you. And you look even further, and then other things beyond that are moving even faster away from you. More than that.
How do you know? How do you know they're moving away from you?
Because the redshift.
Yeah. How do you know they're moving away from you?
The redshift. The
We
redshifting.
already cleared up redshift earlier today, Coach.
How do you know they're moving away from you?
Because you observe the redshift.
Yeah. Okay. Observe. How do you know for sure? How do you tangibly measure or demonstrate that movement or distance?
Well, the redshift tells you they're moving away from you. The standard candles can give you.
They're moving away. That's like we observed, right?
I'm not sure what you were saying. I was still talking when you started
Well,
saying that.
yeah, but I mean, is it these same observations of observing space expanding into something invisible also? How do you observe an invisible thing expanding into something invisible? And I didn't know that you could see the edge of the known universe expanding into something.
Yeah,
Just
nobody
because
really
something's
made
moving.
that claim that you just
Well,
made.
you just said space is expanding.
Yeah, I said that part. The other part, nobody mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, space is invisible. How do you see something invisible expanding into something that's also invisible?
Yeah, as I told you just a second ago, you probably couldn't hear me because I think Brian has spoken up. But the objects that you're seeing in the distance seem to be getting faster and faster as you look further and further. So unless unless everything just coincidentally is moving away from you faster and faster, it seems to be that things are moving away from us and space is expanding.
Right. Based on your assumption. Sorry, you were breaking up for me. And I thought you were done. Based on your assumption of redshift and distance.
Assumption of redshift.
Yeah. Well,
No, there's redshift. Redshift is an observed fact. It's not an assumption.
No, you know what he means. The assumption of expansion instead of fucking actual moving away from us and we're in the middle.
Sure. I mean that could be the case. It could be that everything just is, they don't like our galaxy, so they want to move away from us. That could be the case.
You just agreed that it's just an assumption?
No, I'm agreeing that the silly thing that was just suggested is very silly. I just did it in a sarcastic way.
Well, if it was a Big Bang, ain't it
It's a
fucking
dark
likely that
assumption.
fucking there's a spot where it started, like here?
No, actually, that expansion, no matter what galaxy you're in, it's going to appear the same, that everything's expanding away from them. That same observation will be made.
I mean, redshift. Where is any kind of validity, or how would I verify that someone who claims redshift is a thing is actually correct? How would we verify or test that claim?
Sure. You could study the very bare minimum of spectroscopy and the spectral lines of the most common elements, for instance, and you could see that they are consistent and they are very unique, exact identities. So you see these lines that are very specific to that material. And then you can see that when you observe things like the sun, you see those same lines because those things also exist in the sun. And so those spectral lines are going to come at you no matter where they're coming from. They're going to make that same pattern. And then you're going to look at things much further away and you're going to see that those same lines show up, but they're shifted on the chart. So that exact same pattern is there, but it's shifted over. And you can make some sort of wrong assumption about what's happening, but the obvious assumption would be that that's that same material, but it's being red shifted or blue shifted.
Bro, when you go up there, they're not even there, bro. When you get up there, they're not even there. The astronauts who said they went up there in your model said that they're not there. You can't see stars. So fucking dude, I mean, the chance for the Earth to even be a globe is fucking in my mind is small. It's a small chance, but okay, I'll give it a chance. But then the chance for fucking stars to be seen up past a certain height after the fucking people who've been up there said they're not. So y'all, I mean, dude, every time you build up respect for me, dude, after weeks and weeks, I hear this stupid fuck shit, dude, and it just knocks it back down. Like, bro, you fucking in la la land. It's crazy, man.
That's what pushed me to the flat Earth side, dude. All the inconsistencies and contradictions and hypocrisies and just abstract concepts in lieu of explanation. I mean, you start diving deep enough, dude, and you start seeing all the fucking holes, man. And it's like, it's a decrepit pile of shit, dude, at this point.
Well, yeah, if you dive deep into anything, it's going to be holes and piles of shit down there. But you come back out and there's fresh air and there's even stars you can see in space.
Is it empty? Is the space being created?
Foundation is built on sand.
Is the space being created? Is it empty space or is it space with stuff in it?
It's empty space.
So it's nothing. So we could point to a spot and be like, yo, there's nothing right there. Nothing.
I'm not sure what you're asking with that last question, but yeah. So the space is expanding is evident by the objects moving away from each other, and it's not evidence that something is being created.
I'm asking about the space that's being created.
Of a thing.
Yeah, I'm asking about the space.
He keeps reifying space to have like these physical properties to it. Like it's cute.
Yeah, space
I'm asking about the space that's.
Go ahead, brother.
I'm asking about the space that's being created. You're saying there's nothing in it, so there's a spot we can point to and be like, "Ooh, that's new space." There's nothing there. It's totally void of everything.
That's right,
dude. That fits your paradigm, you think?
Yep.
Nothingness.
Yep, that's right.
How do you sleep at night?
Wait, hold on. Hold on, Coach O, really quick.
Mom makes me some milk and then I drink it.
Observably, how can you tell the difference between nothingness and space?
Yeah. Well, that's a good question. It's the third or fourth time you've asked me, so this will be probably the third or fourth time I'm going to answer
Fuzzy, you're robot.
What they observe is things are moving away from each other. So what they conclude from that fact that things are moving away from each other, the further they look, is that the space itself is expanding. And so if there's X space in between us and something else, and it's expanding at, X rate, then 2 times X, meaning 2 times as far away, 2 times as much space would have been created. And this is what they're observing. This is what the observations tell them. And the observations that they've been making since Hubble made those observations only confirm his original conclusion. So
Right. So
it's not even like
how is a conclusion different than an assumption?
you're gonna have to figure that out yourself. I can't help you there.
No, you said conclude. You said that they concluded, which I could also say they assumed, and I'd be
Yeah.
correct in saying that, right? The
No.
same verbiage would be
Those
fair
words
to
are
use.
very different, but I can't help you with that, man. Hold on.
Well, how are they different? How can you help me with that? You apparently know the difference. How can you not help me?
I think he said he'll be right back.
It sure is convenient.
He's gotta go ask his mom real quick.
Yeah, he's got to ask his handler what to say.
I just didn't think they could have nothing in their paradigm.
Man, I can't blame Kosho. If he's got to defend this shit all day, I'll probably drink a fucking bottle of whiskey too.
Bullshit. I just gave him credit. I thought he had his own ideas and shit for what's out there, dude. I never heard this stupid fuck shit, dude.
It's dark, stupid fuck shit.
Nothingness is a concept.
That's where you get to go thinking, dude. If that's the only place you get to go thinking of what could be going on. Instead, he still sticks with a fucking garbage narrative. Like, you got freedom to fucking come up with your own ideas because they have no clue, and he's just trying to reify fucking shit that's not real. And fucking dark energy saying they measured something that they can't detect. It's called dark because it's undetectable. You don't measure shit you can't detect. You got to be able to detect it. You don't got to be able to see it. You don't got to be able to see it or fucking, but you got to be able to fucking detect it one way or another. And
They're
they just
getting the
reify it
redshift,
into
and
fucking existence.
they're getting the redshift. They're seeing the galaxies moving farther away, faster and faster. They're saying, well, shit, it can't be moving faster than the speed of light. They got other distances and shit. They're like, it can't be moving faster than the speed of light because that would go against Einstein. So what do they got to do? They got to come up with something to keep Einstein and still have this shit expanding at faster than double the speed of light. There in comes dark energy.
And ether's already debunked fucking dark energy as being a euphemism for the ether, and redshift's been explained with the magnetic field.
Yeah, how can they have something expanding that doesn't exist to begin with? If there's nothing there, then they're saying nothing is expanding. They've got to. It's got to be a medium. So it's got to be ether or whatever you want to call it. It's got to be a medium to expand. It's got to be something to expand, even if it's fucking empty space or whatever. It's got to expand. It's got to be fucking a medium. Period.
I don't know if you have space. If you have space coming out of nowhere, and then you have the magnetic field or all these fields start filling it, or is it just empty space? This is very confusing. Like, I want to know what's going on with the space that's being created out of nowhere.
Nothingness is just a concept, and space is literally just the void between masses that's been reified by atomists to be something it's not. But in all reality, it's just the attribute of a divergent centrifugal magnetic toroidal field. It's kind of like a shadow or a privation, while having the attribute itself of privation or its quality thereof. Space isn't anything rather than the absence of a thing, and that thing being the ether. So space exists, but ultimately has no essence or properties, just as atoms are 99.9% empty. So space is just the measured volume between masses and magnitudes, and then it gets into time. But time is just the measure of magnitudes, and ultimately doesn't exist at all. However, conventionally,
You don't
it
think
does.
space exists?
No, I said space does exist, but it's conventional reification by empirical beings who exist is measured by mass and magnitude. So space exists in that sense, but ultimately space has no essence or properties. So it's just the measured volume.
There could be stuff inside space.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, there's no such thing
literally
as
like
empty space.
they conflated space as volume. Like they can't differentiate the two. You see what I'm saying? Like volume is literally what we have. And but
All you got to
they've
say is
given these physical properties to space, and that's how they get their
Yeah, they've reified
fourth
volume.
dimension.
They've reified density. They reified volume. They've reified fucking time. They've reified
Yep.
energy. They've reified dark
Yep.
matter, dark energy. They fucking reify everything. It's a slow process to get something to be real, but you see them chipping away at dark energy now. That's the next thing they're going to reify into being something. It's fucking ridiculous. We let them do it, but we're not letting them do it. But but science has let them do it, and they've took over with their garbage bullshit.
Pretty much. This is what we're left with.
If it wasn't for us, bro, if it wasn't for us, they would have already reified dark energy. It'd be a thing, a fucking undetectable fucking error in math, a fucking basically a solution to their problem.
It's how they get around
They
from mentioning the
reify it and
ether.
make it into something like it's an actual something.
It already.
You're roboting, man. It's just a way to get around from mentioning the ether,
Already
dude. Is
is
literally
a
what it.
thing. It's already a thing that
Fuzzy, you're
physicists
robot,
and
man.
astrophysicists.
Oh, you actually cleared up at the end. What were you saying?
They'll be trying to act like Michikaku wasn't talking when he said that when he was describing dark energy, and he described it as a solution to their math, and he fucking that video is so important because we need to keep mentioning that. They say that their model's off by 10 to the 120th because fucking, and so their dark energy is a solution to their problem that's fucking bigger than any problem ever in physics, and they're trying to fix it with dark energy. That's a solution to their problem. It's nothing more, nothing less. It's just a fuck up fixer. They're gonna try and reify it and make it something real. It's a joke. If they can be off by fucking 10 to the 120th, a number no person could ever count to, no bloodline from beginning to end could ever count to, counting by a million at a time, could never even count to. It's not a fucking real number. 10 to the 120th is not a real number in reality. And fucking their model's off by that much, and they still keep the model and just fucking come up with dark energy, bro. That's fucking, yeah, dark energy. That's what it is. Keep the model. Like the bigger you look, their model fucking crumbles. The smaller you look, their model crumbles. And they have no demonstrations for any of their fuck shit. They've made space into space time. They can't say space is bending because what the fuck is there to bend? But space time bending? That's even worse. That's a slap in the face to fucking working man, normal people. Just say, hey, this is out there. Space time's bending. The fuck is space? How do you bend empty space? How do you bend time? It's a joke, dude.
Yep, I agree 100%, man. And this is why Tesla used to foam at the mouth, dude, talking about Einstein being a fucking fuzzy-haired crackpot with his bullshit.
Some of my coworkers didn't know what a Tesla coil was earlier, so I showed them the Tesla coil playing the Super Mario Brothers song. You guys ever see that one? Pretty neat.
Space-time bending is just another, that's where their math went wrong. They come up with just a formula. Let's bend something that doesn't exist. You know what? That's what I'm going to do for my model. I'm just going to invent some fucking bullshit and fucking to fix the math that don't work. Just fucking reify something into existence, call it real, and say it's got to be because look, it works.
Yeah, look at you got exactly. We got math. The formula says so.
I mean,
You just have to use some.
if Mick Toon won't let you use a globe projection, just fucking change the distances, dude. They can't prove distances.
You're clipping Jeremy.
You broke up. You broke up. But anything he says, I can't use any map, bro. He's gonna say every one of them's based on a globe. In other words, he's got a challenge and come solve it, but don't use a map. That's basically what he's saying in short term.
Hey, you know how they always say just use some duct tape to fix it? Well, we just need some dark tape. Some dark tape.
It just baffles me, dude. They talk about dark matter, dark energy. Like Travis comes up with a word, ether band, for and he describes it, he defines it, and he shows it. He shows, the band. He calls it the band. We all know what the fuck he's talking about. Globers and flat earthers alike. Anybody who's seen it, and you can see it, and he mentions it, and they just that's fucking nothing, They believe in this dark energy, space, time, all this bullshit, but something you can show them and just put a name to it, they will have nothing to do with fucking reality. Because no, that's not a model. You can't have a model. We already got a model. You don't get to have a model.
Yeah, it's amazing, man. Like I show him these different things with the Pharaoh cell that Ken Wheeler does, and it's just like Kosho's always got some fucking bullshit excuse with the Pharaoh surfactant fluid being, doing something magical. It's like, nah, bro, you can go do this shit yourself, dude. Won't cost you too much money at all. Just go do it yourself and test it out. But nope, I'll just stick with bending space-time.
Wait a minute. What does that mean for my degree? My third year at Princeton astrophysics, man. What's going to happen with my degree now?
I was talking about though, man. They take the brightest minds, not all the brightest minds, but like some of the brightest minds and the mathematicians and shit. They're not really good for fucking building shit but they're good for fucking for modeling and computer shit and math and fucking and helping people build shit, and making shit more efficient and all that. But they got all their fucking got them out looking into La La Land. Some of the brightest, but lots of them too. Got them looking out in La La Land, fucking trying to find a wobble so they could claim that they found a new planet. Like they ain't even discovered planets. Like you find a star that's twinkling a certain way, dude, and you fucking name it a planet. It's unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. They got people's minds trapped in La La Land, in Narnia. Judging by the top right twinkle, and there's got to be a fucking gas giant. There's got to be a clump of gas, within a light year, fucking light year, within a fucking light year of that right bias twinkle. We're thinking it could even be fucking Earth-like.
Yeah, even when I wasn't in this kind of like debate forum, flat Earth stuff, it's like, who gives a fuck? Like, who cares what's going on out like so far away? If it is so far, like, who cares?
I was into it, man. I was fucking knee deep in that shit, dude. I thought I had a solution for time travel. Fucking shit, dude. I was knee deep. That was my mind was fucking all in it, dude. My mind was trapped right along with theirs.
Look, talk shit now, but your kids and your kids' kids are going to save the human race by flying over there to that Goldilocks planet once the asteroid hits. So get ready.
Right?
Yeah.
It happened to dinosaurs. It can happen again. Don't bullshit.
Yeah, they're already fucking working on fucking a wormhole. It's I heard it's 9 miles deep. There's wormholes. Just can't quite get there.
You can see that dazzling star. That means there's a Goldilocks planet right there. Spectroscopy, all that shit is true, bro. Specular highlights, redshift background. It's all science, man.
Yep. It's all proven with intense observations. Just intense observation.
Do people devote their lives to this stuff, man? Why would they lie?
Keep us in our fucking space. Keep us in our place, man. That's pretty obvious to me. They can if I can fool you, I can rule you. Period. If I can fool you, I can rule you. Because men like to explore. I mean, whoever come up with this shit's really genius, dude. If you think about it, because men are explorers by nature. Okay, that's the unknown is that's where our minds flock to, man. The unknown and learning. That's the nature of man. And if it was anything other than a ball, we'd be exploring. We'd be going out of our cage, out of our fucking place. And maybe we weren't meant to fucking, maybe there's a reason they're doing it, but it's a genius idea to get our explorative minds that they can't suppress into a place that doesn't exist and we could never go to or never prove wrong. And so we don't have to worry about exploring. And it's got to where they had to push for the moon. They had to do something to make space real. They did the fake moon landing shit, and then it's satisfied most people or a lot of people until now. Even all these years, no other country's been, never. It's like they ain't been back. They even admitting. It's like they tried to admit that the moon landing was fake and Nixon was full of shit. They tried to fucking admit it by coming out with the Orion saying, we have to achieve these before we send people through this dangerous region of space. And then they come back with fucking saying that, well, it's new circuit boards and shit. The new technology has got to be able to survive it or the people ain't safe. Okay, well that really explains all your probes with circuit boards and transistors, okay, and all so they make it through, but just mancraft's dangerous. No, they're saying that fucking people can't go through this fucking zone because it's not safe. And Buzz Aldrin even, that was his admission, man. He said, cause we didn't go. That's my question. And if in the future, if we don't do something, he said, that's not a 10-year-old question. That's my question. Because we didn't go. He flat out told us, and the NASA told us, all the astronauts said we can't leave low Earth orbit. They tried everything to fucking letting it out, that fucking, just drop the old moon landing bullshit. Look, we fucking ain't go. And here's where we're at now. We're in low Earth orbit, so we're really up there. But fucking, try to pass that on us, whether it's true or not. But that's what they're saying. The president, all the astronauts, we're trying to work on shit to leave low Earth orbit. We can't leave low Earth orbit because we can't get past this dangerous zone. So in other words, nobody's ever been past that dangerous zone. They're trying to tell us, but the anti-flat earthers won't have it. They stick up for the shit. Even with fucking NASA, the actual astronauts trying to admit it, Neil Armstrong saying, that there's answers to be had, there's amazing things to be discovered. If you could see past truth's protective layers, they've all fucking encrypted. They've all did what they could to admit it. The anti-flat earthers, they won't have it. No. We can't be honest. We can't fucking, they're scared of what? I really don't know. I ain't figured that out yet, but they're scared of fucking upgrading, of change. They can't have it. They can't handle it. Their mind won't even let them consider anything we say as being real. It's like, you heard of auto hoaxing? Well, they're a version of that. They think everything we say is auto bullshit. No matter how good of a point we have, no matter what we show them about reality, nothing we say can be real. Like Brenda, like anything we say, nope, no way, nope. Like no matter what the fuck we prove, no matter what we show them, even the shit that doesn't have to do with flat Earth, it's nothing we say could be real because it's all been figured out. They're scared of something, man. They're terrified deep down, man. It's some kind of insecurity, but I can't figure it out, man. But I do know that they tried to come out and admit that this is as far as we can go, and everybody, like I said, the astronauts, even the president, the old astronauts, fucking Buzz Aldrin included, the NASA, the new technology, the Orion, fucking, they all tried to come out and tell us, but the anti-flat earthers, they're making all the excuses in the world for them. This ain't even NASA making excuses. This is anti-flat earthers making excuses for them. They're the ones keeping the bullshit going. They're the ones keeping us from getting any kind of disclosure on what the fuck's really going on. I'm sure they got some badass shit up there, whether it's in whatever kind of orbit. Who knows, man? There's some shit up there.
Father, do you accept the premise of the noble lie, the lie that saves us from ourselves, so it's okay?
Not the motherfuckers lying to us. If Buzz Aldrin's willing to admit it, then fucking who gives a fuck what Kosho says? So no, I don't think Kosho's lying, giving us a noble lie. Buzz Aldrin might have been at a certain point in time, or thought he was anyway. I'm not mad at them. I'm not mad at Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. They got put in a position, man. They did what they could to fucking tell us the truth, and they lived their life, man. And like he said when he thought he was off camera, don't talk to us. Go talk to. We were just guys going along for a ride. We were passengers going on a ride. Go talk to the administrators of NASA. They're the ones you need to be talking to. They've done everything they can to tell us the truth, and the anti-flat earthers won't have it. We're not even fighting against NASA. We're fighting against these fucking chicken shits who are scared of fucking truth, and the truth is out there. And they never tell us everything. I understand there is some national security and all that, but we get to find out a lot more than we know now. We probably get to see some cool shit, and they quit having to hide shit. They're having to hide every fucking thing. As long as until the people accept that the moon landing was a lie, we're never going to move on, dude. Anybody who doesn't believe in gravity and knows it's fucking some form of electromagnetism knows that there's fucking anti-gravity shit. They just invented a gravity so they could have that technology and nobody else can. They've got that shit. They've got some badass technology until we fucking grow up and fucking, start calling them out on shit as a whole, not as a portion of people, as a whole people. We ain't got to make threats or fucking do violence or nothing, man. Just fucking, we want some disclosure, and then we could start working on the new technologies. We could start helping them with their shit, try and make the world a better place. mean, you literally got the president of the United States coming doing a speech addressing the world. You know, we can't leave low Earth orbit. You know, we're working on it, and there's some things we've got to. You know, there's some new technologies and some new stuff that we need to test, and until then, you know, we can't. You know, low Earth orbit as high as we can go, and that wasn't a one-off. All the astronauts, not all of them, just about. You know, is that just me, or is that them trying to let some truth out? You know.
I definitely think they think it's a noble lie. And the fact that we don't know why they're lying exactly, except for the obvious stuff. You know? And you said it,
Yeah.
right? That they men want to explore. So if there's a treaty with the outer ponders and we can only go so far, then the best thing to do is make people think there is nowhere to go, because otherwise they're going to want to go. I'm not justifying what they've done, but I'm saying that it seems like they think that's the reason and it's justified.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, man, ever since relativity, science stopped. No new inventions, man. Nothing, you know, nothing to speak of, man. Science slammed on brakes, man, with relativity. In my opinion, we're still,
Yeah,
you
because
know,
it
we
answers
can't break the speed record from the 1960s, dude. Is the Blackbird, the SR-71, still got the fucking speed record for non-rocket fucking engines, dude. We can't even break records from the 1960s. In fact, with the Concorde, you know, flew fucking like Mach 2 or whatever, Mach 1.9. I don't know. It's fast, and you can't have that no more. Like, dude,
well,
fucking
I think they
all the
probably just
progression
put
they
a cap
stole. They
on what
stole.
they let people know. I think they're probably still advanced. They just don't let us know about the advancements.
Why did they do that? Stop flying the Concorde, that is.
Because you can't fuck with flight times if you got a spacecraft moving an airplane going 1,500 miles per hour. For one thing, it's at 50,000 feet, so you're gonna see balloons and shit up there. For one thing,
So it flew for 20 or 25 years. Well, maybe not 15 years, 20 years. But why did they quit flying?
Yeah, right when satellites start getting numerous, you know.
No, it quit flying in like what, 1995? No, maybe before that, 80 something. But there was lots of satellites before that.
Right before Star Wars, I don't know.
It stopped flying in 2003.
The Concorde.
So, yes. Concorde.
When did they stop selling?
Last flight, November 26, 2003.
When's the last time that passengers flew on it?
I don't know. Let's see here. They were retired. Commercial service stopped. Well, it started again. It's suspended at one point, started again in 2001, and then stopped in 2003. So there was a crash involving a Concorde, which in 2000, so they stopped flying for a year and a half. They resumed flying in 2001 and then quit flying in 2003 after 27 years.
Ain't it amazing though how we've downgraded on shit? Like they retired the Blackbird too. That's our 71. They retired it. Like, dude,
why did they retire?
They could have used it. They even said they could have used that bitch for reconnaissance over Iran and Iraq or whatever. But they had already retired it, man. It's like fucking. Why would they do that shit, dude? Why are they moving backwards?
That's a good question.
That's what I'm asking.
Why don't they do it anymore?
Yeah, that's my question. I got the same question.
I'll tell you the answer to everything. Money. It's not financially viable. It's not the returns aren't worth the investment. In the case of the SR-71, for the most part, you can use satellites to basically do the same thing. The one disadvantage of satellites, though, is you can't really, there's a timing issue. Planes, you can just go whenever you want. But for the most part, you can get the same results with satellites. So if you've already got satellites, why do you need planes? For the Concorde,
I don't believe that, man. I don't believe that because all the balloons up there. Let's just say they are on balloons. Bear with me for a second. And then they're probably they got to be up just past the weather, or right at the top of it, where they can dip down and get in it if they need to move. But look, so let's say they're about 90,000 feet or so, or let's just call it 20 miles. Fuck it, 105,000 or something. And Google said they got multiple stations putting out a dozen of these things a day, and they're staying up for 3 to 6 months a pop. Why can't we see them from the ground? They're only fucking 20 miles up. So if we can't see them and they're fucking everywhere up there, whether they're satellites or not, just them big giant fucking balloons themselves, we can't see them once they get to about 10, 11 miles. They're out of fucking zoom range. And if we can't see them, how the fuck can they see anything down here if we can't see them? They've got to look through the same atmosphere.
So back to let me finish my other statement on the Concorde. It wasn't financially viable. There wasn't enough people that paid that much money for you're not that much slower on the regular flights, maybe an hour, I don't know, 2 hours transatlantic difference. And it wasn't worth the difference in the cost of the plane tickets. So they just weren't generating enough money. Now, okay, back to this subject. As far as the satellites, first of all, you're talking about different kinds of satellites. I mean, there's weather satellites, there's, quote, spy satellites. But the thing is, those are mostly pretty small. I mean, when you say they're launching a whole bunch of them, are you talking about the Starlink satellites?
Project Loon. It'd be hard to find now, but I've included it in videos, before they scrubbed the information. But no, it was the history of the Project Loon. And in 2012, by 2012, they were saying that they got to where they're putting out, dozens with S on it a day of these balloons that stay up for 3 to 6 months at a time. And by now we've got these, multiple facilities doing this, dozens with S on it.
I don't know what you mean by balloons.
So if you got dozens of facilities, let's say 3 dozen, since they put an S on the end, that's 36 place putting out dozens. We'll say 2 dozen for the amount they're putting out. So a very conservative estimate just for Google's balloons is what's 36 times 24 a day. A day. I mean, you're talking just for 1 year, they'd be littered up there. This was information that was hard to find. I had to really dig deep to find it, and I think they've scrubbed it. But I've salvaged some of it in my videos, my earlier videos.
Okay, so I found what you're talking about.
Fuck, our first satellite, or the big one, I forgot what the name of it was, but it was a balloon, big ass fucking balloon. They said it inflated like 3,000 miles up and from a rocket. They said it inflated in space. Whether that's true or not, who knows? But it itself was a big giant balloon that they bounced signals off of. They said big fucking Mylar fucking round balloon, looked like a planet or something. Like a little mini planet, maybe a star if the light hit it right. I don't know. I don't know what it would look like. I don't doubt you'd even see it at 100 miles or 20 miles. I don't know. I know we've captured a couple of them, occasionally off doing moon transit. You know, you can tell it's a balloon because it's a little round balloon looking thing with something hanging from it. You know, you can see it looks like a shadow on the moon, but it's mainly, I guess, I don't think it's actually a shadow on the moon. I think it's just a transit. You know, it just looks dark because of the transit. But that's the only time you see them. Daytime, no chance seeing them. Nighttime, just a little tiny dot, man. But some of the best telescopes, like some of the better telescopes, like Crow, has he captured a couple of them things. Some of the channels, some of the amateur astronomy channels have showed them as unidentified. I think they call out when they recognize it's balloons. I think, but you could tell. Some of them maybe you can't, but a couple of them, hard to argue. Plus, we see them launch from the ground. Plus they've crashed. And the one that crashed, here's the irony, is the one that crashed was a space selfie. It is a space selfie from Sanyo, not Sanyo, but Samsung. Is a Samsung satellite. It says on there, space selfie satellite. And it came on the lights. The lights were still on. It landed on a lady's farm. And it's a big ass balloon,
I looked up this project you were talking about, Google Loon.
They canceled that.
Yes. And they launched 35 balloons over the course of 5 years.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I think they canceled that.
They did. It said they did.
I used to get mad when I hear shit like this, dude. I don't even. I can't even get mad no more, bro. I can't even get mad, dude. It's like fucking. I should have fucking. I should have saved this information better. I think I've got something against that, but if I don't, it's my own fault, dude. I should have saved this information while it was out there. They showed the airplanes and how they hooked them. They had guys telling stories about that was a full-time job. They had multiple pilots driving multiple planes, hooking balloons that after their 3 months or for any other reason, they'd catch them. And they told stories where they'd miss them. It was a full-time job, dude.
My friend worked
they'd had
for that
some
project.
guys on standby. They'd have some guys on standby to go catch rogue balloons that came down before scheduling and shit, and in different places.
This specifically said it was mostly in Africa, specifically Kenya.
Yeah, South America too. They got LTE, their whole satellite, LTE, their whole fucking system, their cell phones is based on I think it's like a dozen balloons over the whole, not the whole continent, because down south I don't think they had it, but the majority of the continent, man, fucking ran off of fucking of balloons and shit. And I don't think you could find that anymore. You might be able to find it, but it was they say they were about, I think, 85,000 feet up, and they covered ranges. I know I got that in one of my videos. I have to go look. But they're literally scrubbing this information, dude. Like, why the fuck are they scrubbing this shit? I swear to God, I'm not making all this up. I swear to God on my life, dude.
Because it's the information.
Whether it's exact,
information is power. Information is power. Controlling information is their objective. Obviously, that's what it's all about. I mean, why wouldn't they? Right? Why wouldn't they lie?
And if they stop putting them up, then fucking then who put up Samsung's fucking space selfie satellite balloon?
Samsung?
Yeah, then they send up the space selfie.
Yeah, the one that crashed in the ladies, the couple's yard. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Why would they report on that, right?
I mean, was it like for a cell phone? Was it like a cell phone thing?
That's the cell phone. That's the satellites that we get that route that fucking relay service.
The Samsung thing that was a balloon. I thought.
Why would you spend billions of dollars when you could spend fucking 100,000 and put up a few fucking balloons and get better coverage that fucking ain't having to go up the ionosphere and shit.
Well, you don't get better coverage from a balloon. What are you talking about?
I'm saying, does it make more sense? Okay, if you don't know nothing at all, because we really don't know exactly what's going on. But if you're just if me and you had fucking a couple $1 million and we wanted to send up some relays, some transmitters or whatever, some whatever, man.
What
I mean,
purpose? What purpose? Depends. Right?
for signals.
Signals for what? Like to talk to each other?
Signals. What do satellites do?
Well, they
There's
do all
multiple
sorts of shit. Depends, like
Weather,
yeah, exactly. Then all sorts
sky.
of shit. That's your answer, bro. All
yeah, but
sorts of shit.
sometimes they don't need to go that high, and sometimes they do. So that's why it depends. If you
I'm
don't
saying
need to
this,
go that high and you can accomplish it, then they don't go that high. But some things, it's
me and you could spend a couple million and fucking and cover and get service for fucking for South America for a few $1,000,000 or whatever, and plus a few million in running expenses every fucking biannually or something. Why would we spend billions of fucking dollars on some shit? I mean, dude, think about it, man. Money. Whoever said earlier, they said money's the reason, you know. Well, that's your answer right there. Fucking money, dude. It's practical, bro, to send shit up above planes, above the weather, and fucking with satellites, solar powered, you know.
I don't understand.
Stationary orbit. What do you call it? Or geostationary fucking orbit, where it's just right above you. Just call it a fucking orbit, even though it's not moving. It's fixed.
That's what
And
the
charge
TV,
billions of dollars.
that's what they do with the TV satellite and the satellite radio. So what's the problem?
I'm just asking, who would spend billions of dollars when you could do something better and way cheaper? And
Why do you say it's better?
So
dude,
specifically, how about satellite radio?
You need way less power to send signals from like 15 miles, if it's 85,000 feet, whatever, 15 or 20 miles, than you would from fucking, if you're moving these crazy speeds, or to be in a, how do you got to be in a stationary orbit? Like 22,000 feet minimum.
30,000
I mean,
miles.
22,000
22,000 miles.
Yeah, 22,000 miles, bro. What good is something 22,000 miles away that couldn't be better at 15 miles?
Well,
Disagree, like, yeah, maybe it would make more sense, you know, but fuck, dude, they've already got this shit. I don't believe it, you know. At least be real and say, you know, it would be cheaper. I don't know. You know?
Here's a question for you, right? These satellites send signals from 22,000 miles away, okay? But if the Earth was flat, right, and we know Mount Everest is the highest point on Earth, why wouldn't we just put one of these devices on top of Everest and then it would cover the whole fucking planet?
Dude, how would it do that? How would it cover the whole planet?
Well,
you can't even.
I mean,
you know what visibility is?
Everest isn't nearly high enough.
This conversation's just getting stupider and stupider. On a good day, we can see what.
That seems like a decent question to me.
On a good day, how far can you see Everest? On a good day, how far can you even see Everest through the fucking?
It's got nothing to, hold on. It's got nothing to do with seeing, right?
Do you
it's
think,
about sending a signal,
Everest disappears out of sight because it's fucking too low? Because of Earth curve, or
right? Okay, so signals can only travel as far as we can see. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying there's turbulence. It's turbidity, bro. You're not going to make it through the thick of the atmosphere, but so far, man, you're going to need more and more power.
With light, yes.
Yeah, but the atmosphere up at the top of Everest is a hell of a lot thinner than it is down here. So why wouldn't the signal reach everywhere?
What satellite on top of Everest going to do anybody 100 miles away from Everest?
Well, if the Earth was flat, it would do a lot of good.
Well, what would you use it for, though? Even if the Earth was flat, what good would a satellite? Let's just say we had an actual satellite sitting on top of Everest, one of your kind of satellites. If the Earth was flat, what good would it do for anything 100 miles away?
Hold on. If the Earth was flat, everywhere on Earth should have line of sight, not necessarily visible sight, but at least some sort of line of sight with radio, infrared, whatever kind of radar to the top of Mount Everest. If the Earth is flat, it's the highest point on Earth. Everywhere should be able to see it, not necessarily with visible light, but with some sort of beam.
Have you ever seen the gap and like say altitude balloons that are about 100,000 miles up when they reach the black, where there's no more atmosphere left and it's black and there's no stars and shit like that? When you look off in the distance, you see a gap where basically the clouds touch the black, and that gap, just at 100,000 feet, you're only talking probably maybe, I don't know, 800 miles away, maybe. That gap is fucking minute. You can't make out a horizon. You can't make out nothing on the ground. It's just a foggy fucking mess. It narrows down into nothing. So whether it be globe or flat, that distance, there's nothing big enough to even see. Not even the fucking 20-mile gap
So
from the
difference?
ground.
What's the difference when you have a giant balloon at 100,000 feet and a giant balloon at the top of Mount Everest, 30,000 feet?
Well, I'd say this. I'd say them balloons they're no good for anything outside of fucking probably, I don't know, 1,000 miles, 700 miles, 5 if you're practicing.
The
being
balloon?
conservative.
Balloon's
I'd say
not-
you'd need a balloon fucking, I'd say the balloons would probably have about a 500-mile radius.
Or 400.
That would be my guess. That's just a guess.
It's 400, yeah. So it's 400. It's 400-mile radius, and let's say that you wanted to replace GPS and just do it with balloons. And these are rough numbers, but you would need 24 for the GPS. You would need 10,000 balloons. And granted, those balloons need to be moving at speeds that were predicted and known.
Well, why would they need to be moving at all?
Otherwise, they wouldn't work the same way that GPS works.
What good is a moving satellite? And anyway, y'all act like GPS is moving and shit, and that comes with so much baggage. Just that, because man, I mean, it comes with so much crap, dude. The fucking orbiting fucking satellites, where they got to claim that there's anomalies in the fucking South Pacific, the South Atlantic, every coastline in fucking southern fucking continents, there's problems, dude. I found out that there's anomalies South Africa, dude. We were talking to that dude a couple months ago. That one-on-one conversation I had, I forgot his name. He's but it's like, dude, and they're saying that the southern hemisphere is bigger than the fucking than the northern hemisphere. Like, they're having to admit this shit. And
Who says
so
that?
I dug it all up, put it on one video.
Do you have an
It
article
ain't just
or
Neil
citation?
deGrasse Tyson saying that. It's the military, the Defense Department. Every fucking signal is routed through the Defense Department. It goes through a building. So all the information you get for GPS is fucking routed through a fucking central program. And even if they hand you controls of one of these fuckers, even if you buy controls of a satellite, it's linked to a main computer. They say in case one of them messes up, then they have one that's likely to not mess up due to the anomalies. And if all this yes, it is, dude. What are you talking about? It ain't true.
There's a station, but there's not a there's like a base station, but it's not. You don't. When you get a signal, you're gonna get it from the satellite.
Each satellite's going to be told where it's at. Each fucking receiver, I mean, each transmitter, every GPS satellite has got to be told where it is at from this place.
Yeah, and then whenever you get the information, it comes from the satellite.
But Brian,
I'm gonna post a video of the guy talking about satellites. It's a real video, but it sounds fake. Like, it sounds like he's making a bunch of excuses. I just posted it because it's like, wow. I mean, if you're looking at it from my point of view, these sound like just a whole video of 3-4 minutes of excuses. It's laughable. I'm gonna post a video for you.
Brian, I would like. Go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to change my question to him about Everest, right? Because we know, right? I know, especially living in the north of Scotland, right? Because we get some terrible weather and we get lots of fog and everything else, right? I still receive my TV signal fine. Perfectly fine, all the time. Yeah,
guess what?
Very rare. Right? Hold on. It's very rare that I don't get a TV signal. Right. So why don't they put a TV transmitter on the top of Everest? Because then everybody in the world would get the same signal.
Everybody in the world. Hold on. A tree that's 20 miles away will block Everest if Everest was only about 1,000 miles away. I haven't even left the continent, bro. And a wave, a fucking 1 foot wave. If you're out there in the water and a 1 foot wave comes, bro. Or how about this? How about a penny? A penny could block fucking Mount Everest if you just hold it out at arm's reach.
What are you
a
talking
penny
about?
could block Mount Everest if you're fucking like 500 miles away, bro. He's
I'm
acting
not
like, dude,
talking
I'm not
about.
gonna stoop down to answering 2012 questions, bro. If
I
you
know,
think
but
that
dude,
Mount Everest
dude,
is the
you're
whole world,
comparing.
then you don't understand the flat
You're
Earth
talking about the
concept.
angular size of Mount Everest from whatever
Yeah,
distance compared
yeah,
to
I'm not
actually the
talking
line
about
of sight.
looking at it.
Kosho, answer that, please, while I look up this shit.
Oh no, dude, the penny's not gonna. A
Just
penny
give him
is
our
not.
answer, bro.
A penny blocking it doesn't make a difference. If you're able to if there's nothing obstructing your distance or between you and Mount Everest, then you should be able to receive a signal.
What angle does diffraction start happening? We know the angle. I just want to see if you'll say it.
We're
What
not
angle
talking about
is the
physically
limit?
seeing Everest. We're not talking
Right, I
about
know. There's a limit,
physically
though. There's an angle.
seeing.
Listen. There's an angle where we physically signals break up, and it's called the diffraction limit. There's an actual angle where you can't get signals from. I wonder if one of the Globers is kind enough to back me up on this, and let's progress the argument. This is old dumb shit, dude.
So how do people in the north of Scotland who live in little valleys, yeah, get TV signal when they're surrounded by hills on all sides? How do they get TV signal?
The diffraction limit is based on the optics, so
So slight segue here because he said something I really want to know how he got it. I want to know where he got the information from that somebody says the southern hemisphere is bigger than the northern hemisphere.
Right.
I'm gonna post not just one person saying it. Your government, your astrophysicist. I got a handful of people saying it. Okay? They all say it. Listen, hold on. But let me answer this other dude. How do we send a fucking radio signal across the fucking Atlantic Ocean over 2,000 miles back in the late 1800s? You're asking how we get a signal fucking in the hills? How do we send a signal across the fucking Atlantic Ocean, bro, on a globe?
Didn't they use a skywave? Skywave propagation.
But this is what I'm talking about. If we can send it that far, then surely one transmitter on top of Everest would be able to send the signal to everybody in the world without the need of multiple transmitters.
We already do, bro. We do. Like I said, I'll go get these videos if y'all take over this stupid fuck argument. But look, we fucking send signals across the Atlantic Ocean, bro. Okay? There's no Earth curve getting in the way. Okay? Been doing it since the fucking early 1900s. Sending radio signals, and then signals, talking to each other, fucking across the fucking ocean, bro. Okay? There's your answer.
Those are the long radio waves. Like if it was line of sight, then it wouldn't matter what the wavelength was.
Yeah, but he's asking how he gets a signal in hilly regions, bro. It's just, I'm just saying, dude. It's stupid. He thinks on a flat Earth that a signal should be able to broadcast across the whole world. There's multiple reasons. It's just as dumb. I mean, let me go find these videos, man. If I can hear dumb questions, I can't help but fucking stop and come back and fucking answer them. I got to asking drunken fucking retarded questions.
I did Tony, by the way, Tony disappeared that night. Nobody's heard of him since, man. I hope he's all right. But Tony asked us one time. I thought it was a good question, man. He doesn't ask very many good questions. That's not true. But anyways, Tony asked one time. He said, there should be places in the world where when the sun's setting on the horizon, Mount Everest should be able to silhouette that sunset. And he's right. I did the math. Mount Everest should be seen by like 15,000 miles away, due to the angular size. And even if you can't see it because it's like, I don't know, this thing's blocking it or whatever. If you see the horizon and it's flat because you're on the beach or something, Mount Everest, the angular size, is not small enough to be, for it to be outside of your angular resolution. So it should certainly be silhouetted by the sun if the sun's
Bro, it gets foggy and shit.
Oh my
Foggy
God!
out of the atmosphere.
Is that the only relevant factor, Kosho?
Say what?
Is that the only factor that's relevant? Is angular size?
If the sun is silhouetted on the horizon and the horizon is completely flat, then yes.
Oh, what about
Real quick, I posted that video, dude. With the
I see it.
Sorry, what's it?
Well, no, it's just stupid. I'm hearing so many stupid arguments. Well, first of all, we send radio waves 10,000 miles. So not 2,000, try 10,000 miles. Why can't we see Mount Everest across the Earth or from 15,000 miles away? It's not just angular size, it's atmospheric conditions. So both of the questions are stupid.
Yeah, if you can see the horizon and it's completely flat and crisp, that means that the horizon is not going to mess with you. That means that the angular size is still large enough for you to see it and not too small to be dissolved into the horizon.
What about atmospheric conditions, though?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it's crisp and fine and you can see perfectly flat, then that object that's there, whether it's a mountain or a building or anything, that's going to be large enough for it to not have dissolved into the horizon.
Oh, so your claim is we should be able to see through 15,000 miles of atmosphere if the Earth is flat.
No, what I'm saying to you is that the object that's there is big enough to be able to be seen through the atmosphere.
Doesn't matter. No, we can't see it through the atmosphere. How big it is in angular size is irrelevant to the obstruction of density of the medium. Yeah.
So on clear days, you can't see things anymore.
On clear days is when we see the sun dissipate into nothing. On crystal clear days is when we see the sun dissolve into a speck.
There's no such thing as a clear day where you can see through 15,000 miles of atmosphere. This is ridiculous argument. This is dumb.
Yeah, I agree. It's dumb. They're devolving the debate, man. But David Weiss on crystal clear days watched the sun just vanish. You know?
Yeah, it just don't even it's just so stupid. But here's what question I have for you guys. I want to see if there's anybody that can answer honestly. Don't you guys think it was kind of irresponsible for NASA to send people to outer space, throw them out in a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum in a spacesuit that they never tested astronaut inside of the spacesuit in a vacuum on the Earth? Wouldn't that be incredibly irresponsible where everyone could just die?
Yeah, it'd be dumb. It'd be dumb to even assume that they didn't test it.
But there is no actual
people tell you that there's videos of them doing that.
There's not videos. So the guy posted a video. The guy posted a video of them testing 90,000 feet in an environment that's similar to 90,000 feet pressure, and there were two people inside the room with them with gas masks on, as if somehow that's equivalent to 10 to the negative 17 torr. Now we can actually replicate a 10 to the negative 6 torr vacuum on the Earth. So why would we not immediately throw a vacuum or throw an astronaut in their spacesuit in the 10 to the negative 6 torr just to see if we can at least survive that before we throw them out in 10 to the negative 17 torr? Can you enlighten me?
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that it's incredibly dumb to get your facts and information about something not happening based on you asking one guy if he can send you a video of it?
My old roommate, the older guy, tested the suits back when he was younger, and they never did any testing in the vacuum.
No, yeah,
I'll post you videos of 2 Apollo missions when they literally were testing them not only in a vacuum chamber, but in a vacuum chamber in a spacecraft. Okay?
Oh, in a spacecraft. Hey, can you send me them testing the spacesuits on the Earth, please, and at least a 10 to the negative?
This is on the Earth, dude. This is in NASA's the big vacuum chamber.
Yeah, send me the video.
No, they never did it at Sandusky.
No, it doesn't exist. I know for a fact it doesn't exist. And actually, if you look it up right now in 2022, and when you say NASA testing the spacesuits in a vacuum environment, they just talk about the temperature and they show them in water. So send the video of them going to 10 to the negative 7.6 or negative 6 torr, please. Because that would automatically be the first thing you would do before you send people out in 10 to the negative 17 torr. So.
Do you know why they test the suits in water?
Do you know why you're changing the subject we're talking about?
Do you know why they test the suits in water?
Yeah, to try to prevent astronauts from drowning, because that's what's happening to them. They keep drowning up there, right?
Weightlessness, that's irrelevant. We're talking about the vacuum.
We're talking about weightlessness. Yeah, it means if they test the suits in water and there's any damage to it, they can see where the water's coming in. Yeah,
is that
relevant? Like getting a puncture on your tire. Yeah,
is that relevant? That relevant?
Why would you send someone into a vacuum to test a spacesuit if there's something wrong with the spacesuit? The guy's not going to be able to fucking breathe. Yeah, the air's going to rush out of his fucking spacesuit. Yeah, so why would you put? Hold on. Why would you put that person's life in danger when you can put them in a pool, and if there's something wrong with the suit, the water will start leaking in, and you can pull him out of the pool quickly?
Thanks for making my point. Why would you put someone's... Thanks for making my point. Why would you put someone's life at risk by putting someone out in the vacuum if you didn't know it worked? And you're saying, why would you do that when you can do it in a pool? Then we'll just throw them out in a vacuum way stronger than what we can create on the earth. What a great argument.
Yeah. Also, let me make a point. Why don't we send fucking why don't we send scuba fucking suits up in the fucking in the free fall plane in the vomit comet? Why don't we send
That's a good
fucking
point, man. In the meantime, there's a couple of videos there which it wasn't that hard to pull up.
Yeah, sure. So what's the vacuum?
Try harder next time.
Oh, this is where they're in spacecraft.
Here, what's it? Let me ask you this: do you think?
No, I don't want to talk to you. Kosho, is this in a spacecraft?
One of those, they're in a spacecraft in spacesuits in a vacuum, and one of those is in a spacesuit. Let me just ask you one question.
I just want to ask a question if you admit that what you just said was ridiculous about the pool. If you can, then we're going to move on.
Do you think that they only test the suits once and have one test?
No one said anything about that. That's the second diversion attempt. That's why you're being ignored. Hey, Kosho, so this isn't a spacecraft. What'd you say the other one was in?
One is in a spacecraft in a vacuum chamber while they're in their spacesuits. One of them is in a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber. And I think the third one is possibly similar to the first one. Might be the same event. But so the first two, one is spacecraft in a vacuum, and one's in a spacesuit in a vacuum.
So what's the pressure system? What exactly is the pressure?
I'm not sure. You might have to do a little bit of research. I did enough research for you tonight.
I've already researched it. I know for a fact they don't get anywhere close to 10 to the negative 17 torr or even 10 to the negative 6 torr, which is what we can replicate on the Earth. I know that for a fact. And when you look it up now in 2022, they immediately start talking about the temperature conditions and show you tests and pulls. So the fact you want to bring up the Apollo missions, which everyone with a brain cell that works knows were clearly faked. The point is very simple. They can't show you a video of someone in a spacesuit in a 10 to the negative 76 torr vacuum. You know why? Because all their body fluids would begin to boil and they would die. So we're supposed to believe that they didn't test it on the Earth, but then they throw them out in space into the negative 17 torr and roll the dice and hope it works.
They're trying to say they tested the capsule with the astronauts in their suits, and the capsules they even said were fucking. They could punch their fucking thumb through them, and it's just stupid, man. It's fucking.
And let me ask somebody.
And don't show us some fucking. Show us something that looks suspicious to you. If it looks a little bit suspicious to you, bro, then it's gonna look absurd to us. So find something that is reasonably sound logically for you. And
you're a smart guy, Brian. You're a smart guy. So just a smart person only. Only smart people can answer this question. So please do your best. The spacesuits on the inside, I think they're about 4 psi. And so, what's the difference between 4 psi, or let's say 4 psi, which is probably like, well, I don't know, like fucking, I don't know, 200 torr. 200 torr. Let's call it 200 torr. What's the difference between 200 torr? Hold on, Brian. What's the difference between 200 torr and 10 to the negative 6 torr, right? And how does that compare to 200 torr and the difference between that and 10 to the negative 17 torr? Right? What's the difference between these values?
Pressure is relative, bro. I know the answer you're looking for.
Yeah, but actually, Brian, the answer is about 200 torr.
Pressure is relative, bro. If I put 5 psi in a container and put it in a vacuum, as the vacuum gets stronger, the psi in that fucking can or whatever it's in is going to go up. Pressure is relative, bro. So you can't say the suit was 4 or 5 psi because the more of a vacuum that's pulled, the more differential, the more pressure is going to go up.
Brian, that's why the question was asked, Brian. But it doesn't seem like you have the correct answer here. So I'm just going to go ahead and tell you the difference between 200 and 10 to the negative 6.
We know it's a little bit
less than 200, and the difference between 200 and 10 to the negative 17 is a little bit less than 200. Both the numbers are
so there'd be no difference.
Just a little bit less than 200. Doing one or the other is not going to make a difference between what's going to be in space, because the difference between that number and 200 is about 200.
Can you show me the one where they make it to negative 76 torr, please?
He doesn't have to do that one. He just has to do the other one.
You
You know
can't
what I
do
mean?
either one.
You know what horsepower it takes to fucking get a vacuum like that? It takes 2-foot steel, concrete reinforced fucking 2-foot thick aluminum shells surrounded by steel reinforced concrete. It takes fucking 4 fucking 200 horsepower fucking dude. The power it takes, bro, to fucking create a vacuum like that. And like I said,
remind me, what
pressure
does PSI stand for?
pounds per square inch, dude. It's
Pounds
not.
per
I'm
square
not
inch.
talking
So
about pounds.
Brian, does it not tell you that the bigger the vacuum chamber, the more pounds per square inch they're going to be acting outside that chamber? That's why the walls are so thick, not because of the strength of the vacuum, but because of the size of the vacuum chamber.
Bullshit, dude. If something is
Wow.
They don't understand this.
PSI, it's a 1 foot
Guy
cube.
that can't answer straightforward question wants to ad hom people now. What a great point. So Kosho, here's the point. Can you show me where they do it at 10 to the negative 6 torr? Can you even show me that? Because anyone that's being honest would know that if you were going to send astronauts into space, which, by the way, in case you guys don't know your religion, NASA claims they're constantly updating the spacesuits. In fact, the reason they just pushed the moon mission back.
You say anyway, what's it? Because you're just a liar.
Interrupting me. It's okay. I forgive you, though.
That's because you're a liar.
I forgive you, though. So NASA just said the reason they pushed the moon mission back again for like the 12th time in a row was because they had to get more budget, a bigger budget, to update the spacesuits, and the spacesuits weren't ready. So they're constantly making changes to them, which means they'd constantly need to test them. Not this stupid little propaganda film from the 60s, Kosho. So what you would do if you were actually doing this, you would immediately go test the suits in the strongest vacuum you can replicate on the Earth, so that you can make sure that the suits are actually efficient. So can you show me any of these new tests, please, being tested in a 10 to the negative 7.6 or negative 7.6 torr, negative 6 torr? Jeez Louise.
Yeah, so this one for this chicks in the vacuum chamber is not from the 60s. It looks pretty recent. And I'm not sure. I thought you were aware of this, but the difference between pressures, like the pressure difference, is the subtraction problem. And when you subtract a number that's almost 0 from 200, it doesn't matter if it's 10 to the negative 6 or 10 to the negative 17. That difference is going to be the same.
That's wrong. That's magnitudes different when it comes to relative pressure. Try again.
Really, is it? It's not magnitude difference. It wouldn't matter if it was magnitude difference. Difference is difference. Difference is a subtraction problem.
It's exponential difference. It's It's magnitude difference. It's magnitude.
Differences aren't exponential problems.
It's not exponential, it's magnitude difference. It's about the differential of the pressure, isn't it, Kosho? So whenever you use your semantical argument, this is kind of like quite the tight shirt talking about thinking that they get flat earthers when they say questions like, is 10 to the negative 17 a negative number? No, that's irrelevant. When you talk about 10 to the negative 6 and 10 to the negative 17, but they're both basically nothing. So the difference between that and 200 is still right around 200. That's a stupid semantical diversion. We're talking about the relative pressure difference. There's a drastic difference, magnitude difference, in 10 to the negative 7.6 torr and 10 to the negative 17 torr. So can you please show me where they even did the 10 to the negative 6 torr test, please?
Yeah, so what is that difference then? Because it's still a subtraction problem. It doesn't matter how many other words you add in there. The only thing that changes is the strength there is the size. Hold on.
You hear me?
Yeah,
every time you add a decimal,
yeah.
One at a time.
See, this is wild. People like QE using the words exponential, and none of them have a clue what exponential actually means.
It means fucking exponents, bro. It means every time you add a decimal place, you're fucking doubling the shit.
That's actually not what it means. But regardless, it's not even exponential. It's a difference.
My point exactly.
It's not doubling.
Coach, are you going to let this guy pretend he's smart right now? This guy keeps just jumping in like he's smarter than everyone here, but he literally just trying to divert away. Kosho, can you answer my question? Can you test a spacesuit in a 10 to the negative 6 torr vacuum? Can you show me where they did that?
Okay, can you tell me what the...
Being a liar like you,
Go ahead, my man.
I'm not. What am I lying about?
Huh? You lied about me the last time we spoke. Do you remember that, Witsit?
What did I lie
Go sleep it off. Go sleep it off, bro. Go sleep it tomorrow. Go sleep it off, bub.
Yeah, drink a bottle of water and stop trying to make it so personal. The point is really simple, Kosho. So instead of asking me questions, can you answer my question I've asked 5 times? Can you show me where they tested the spacesuit? Can you show me
Yes,
where
I'm
they
trying to
tested
answer your
the
question.
spacesuit on a 10 to the negative 6
Yes,
torr
I'm trying
vacuum,
to answer your
please?
question. So I'm going to say something to you, and then I'm going to answer that at the end of what I'm about to say to you, because I'm not sure I get to say it, but I'm reading here: differential pressure gauges measure the difference between 2 pressures. Okay, just so you know that. So difference, by the way, in mathematics is a subtraction problem. Just so you know that. The other thing is because you said it's from the 60s, but it's actually not. It's from Russia, very recent. Are you aware of the strength of the vacuum chamber that woman was in? Because if you're not,
No.
then I'm going to go ahead and tell you. Then how do you know it's not 10 to the negative 17? How do you know
Well,
it's not
what
10
is
to
it
the
then?
negative
What is
6?
it then? It's your claim. What is it?
I mean, I don't know what it is. I don't live in
Oh, okay. So these videos are clearly very
chamber, and
old.
I know that it's suitable to test the spacesuit, and I know that if it was 10 to the negative 6 or 10 to the negative 17, it wouldn't give you much different information.
So can you tell me what it actually is?
It's 10 to the negative 6.
So it's 10 to the negative 6. You're positive they tested it 10 to the negative 6 in a capsule.
Yeah, for 7 hours straight.
In a capsule.
In a no, not in the capsule, in the spacesuit.
Okay, there's like 7 different things here, or like 5 different things here. So which one exactly are you talking about? Because they're all in capsules.
No, the one that says Dead Man 2121. And then it's the cosmonaut spacewalking suit vacuum test.
Do you want to give me a timestamp?
Not particularly, but if I have to, it's
I see what you're saying. You posted more than one video. So you agree that at 33 minutes after the hour, these are useless. These are no good. So we'll move up to the other one. So we're gonna go.
It's really a shame.
Russia here.
This is exactly what you asked for, so this is a shame that it's useless.
Well, we're gonna see. We're gonna see if this Russia propaganda film is really gonna drive this point home for you.
You're given evidence, and then you turn around and say it's just propaganda.
Yeah,
Why
no,
ask for the evidence?
Wait. Did you not
exist,
know?
now you're
Hey,
just
did
claiming
you
it's not
guys
real.
not know that the Soviet Union came out and admitted they showed tons of fake space propaganda? You guys didn't know that? It's been declassified that they admit they showed tons of fake space propaganda. You didn't know that?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Everything
guess
that
the
doesn't
drunk guy has
exist.
nothing to say now.
Everything that doesn't exist does exist. It just isn't real if it does exist.
No, I'm going to look at it right now. We're going to see how real this is. I've never seen it, so we're going to see. But you do you admit that the Soviet Union? Oh, the drunk guy's got another ad hominem and vague, stupid, non-substantive point. I bet.
Actually, I'm fucking teetotal, mate. I only drink coffee, so you're the one that's throwing the abuse. Same the last time we spoke, you said earlier, don't make it personal. You made it personal when you started fucking lying about me. Yeah?
How'd I lie about you?
But the thing is, you haven't even looked at the video yet, and you turned around and called it propaganda. Yeah?
No, I said, did you guys not know that the Soviet Union admitted? Watch. I bet you can't answer my question.
You've seen the video before you totally dismiss that shit.
I didn't. I said I have to look at it. I'm trying to load it. I have like 1 bar, but I bet you can't acknowledge what I'm saying. Did you not know that the Soviet Union has admitted they showed fake space propaganda films to their public? Yes or no?
Of course, everybody knows, and everybody knows the Americans did it as well because they had a competition. But that doesn't mean that actually everything that they'd done to get to space was completely fake.
Okay, so we know that they admitted they showed fake space propaganda films to their public, but we know for a fact this one's real automatically.
Dude, there's certain things that y'all should be able to see through, bro. Y'all common sense has to kick in. A fucking NBA basketball is fucking as 8 psi, bro. That's not even a 6 psi. If you want to use negative, okay, you try and squeeze a fucking NBA basketball. It's just a little bladder and a little leather covering, bro. Okay, and you can't squeeze it at all, bro. And it's only a 6-pound differential, bro. Y'all's common sense has to kick in somewhere about shit y'all should know is bullshit.
Going back to
If you're saying they tested these so long ago, how come they just canceled the fucking whole mission because they don't have a fucking suit good enough? I mean, use your common fucking sense somewhere. It's stupid, dude.
Going back to what you said, what's it, right? I never said the video was real and believable because I've not seen it, yeah? But my point was that you made the assumption that it was propaganda before you even looked at it, yeah? That's the difference. I never made a claim either way, whether it was real or fake, yeah?
That's not true, though. I just said I would be happy to look at it. I just have one bar. It's taking a long time to load. And I happen to know, I said, Kosho, is that the best we have? We have to go with the Soviet Union, with Russia, after Russia's been known to have lied about the space propaganda films and even admitted such. I never said anything about the video. I've never seen it. So try again.
So you're trying to say that you didn't sit here and say that it was propaganda. We just heard you 5 minutes ago say that the video was propaganda.
I said, so the best we have is a Russian propaganda film because they admitted that all their space films were propaganda.
Yeah. So Kosho gives you a video and you call it Russian propaganda before you've even looked at it. Yeah.
First of all, am I going to be able to look at it and know for sure that it's propaganda? Can you tell me what exactly can I do by looking at it to know if it's propaganda or not? Can you enlighten me?
The thing, my point is that you've already made up your mind that it is propaganda before you've even looked at it. Therefore, it doesn't matter what's in the video. You're not going to believe anything that's in the video because you've already made up your mind.
That's not true.
You have already made up your mind.
That's not true. If it's from individuals that can go actually verify the pressure that the system's actually in, and we can actually prove that's really the pressure, they show the measurements, they show the depressurization, it's consistent with how long it takes to actually depressurize that amount of area, and we can actually see the effects, and it can be tested independently, I wouldn't just dismiss it.
And dude, this guy's not going to answer any questions we ask, bro. He's gonna hand wave dismiss them, like whistle past the fucking graveyard, and then ask you some shit, lie and accuse you of lying. It's baffling, bro.
Yeah, don't you remember when James May got in that vacuum chamber?
That guy, bro.
Don't you remember when James May got in that vacuum chamber and they had a cup of water and a balloon and all those other things?
Yeah, and then the guys who were standing in there, as soon as he fell, they were there to almost catch him. What were them guys wearing? How were they in that fucking room, Kosho?
Yeah. How did the balloon just explode and the water start boiling? I think I heard somebody claim that it was on actually a kettle or something like that, but it wasn't on a kettle. It was obviously just sitting in the room.
Guys in there in any suit. I mean, you think they'd have been smart enough to cut that?
I don't dispute that you can have a suit that can try to maintain a pressure zone for a little bit as you depressurize an area. But to think that you can actually be in 10 to the negative 17 torr for long periods of time is preposterous. And NASA just now said that they have to push back the moon missions because the spacesuits are not ready to go past low Earth orbit. That's what NASA says. But you guys act like NASA had it figured out in the 60s and everything works perfect and we can trust Russia, who came out and said we sent nothing but propaganda to the public to lie to them about space. And any single video that confirms your bias.
Why would they fix something that worked flawlessly? Why would they fix anything if it worked flawlessly for fucking countless hours, days? Why would they fucking try and fix it?
Okay, look, what Kosho just posted, if you watch the video, you'll find out that this is not a vacuum. It only imitates a pressure zone around 90,000 feet, and there are two individuals in the room with them wearing gas masks. So how is this going to prove to me that you can go to 10 to the negative 17 vacuum of outer space when it only imitates not even an actual vacuum, and it only imitates 90,000 feet pressure? Can you enlighten me, please, Kosho?
In the entire video you're talking about?
That video right there are two people in the room with them wearing gas masks. Okay, in that video right there, they admit it's not a real vacuum. It's not an actual vacuum, and that it only imitates around 90,000 feet pressure.
Let me see. Hold on.
Yeah, so that's not going to help us out with claims over 250 miles away, much less 238,000 miles away.
Well, the ones with James May is it an actual vacuum? If that one wasn't a complete vacuum.
That's correct. So that video should just get that video should just get tossed out. It's
Well,
no
your
good at
claim
all.
was that they don't test it. I mean, they're testing them.
No. My claim is that they okay, I've made my claim very simple, okay? If you are actually responsible and you're about to send people to outer space and that's a real place that you can send people to, right? Since we can replicate 10 to the -6 tour on the Earth, we would immediately take astronauts in their suits and we would put them in there to see if they are efficient. Showing me a not real vacuum with 90,000 feet of pressure is literally irrelevant to what I'm saying.
Okay, I see
And
here.
any honest Glober would be like, yeah, of course you should go to the strongest vacuum you can make on the Earth to test the suits, because it would be irresponsible to throw people out in outer space with 10 to the -17 tour and just hope it works out.
Well, you can try to speak for what Honest Glober would say, but what Honest Glober is telling you is that it's clear that I can't be the one who teaches this. I mean, it's just be something you got to realize for yourself. But 10 to the -1, which is the pressure in this vacuum. So it's 10 to the -1 millimeters of mercury, which is the 10 to the -1 torr. And 10 to the -6 and 10 to the -17. These differences from 200 torr are basically the same. There's not more than 199 millimeters of mercury different between either of these pressures.
Okay,
so there's
so
not
this
any,
guy
there's
right
not any
here.
sort of miraculous expanding that's going to happen.
Okay, so James May in this video right here, where James May is in this chamber, you're saying it would be exactly the same as if we put him in the 10 to the -6 torr vacuum on the Earth. It would be exactly the same.
I think he's in a 10 to the -6 vacuum chamber there. I'm talking about the Russian one. The Russian chamber, I found out it was 10 to the -1.
Okay, James May's not in 10 to the -6. It's not even a vacuum. It's admittedly not a vacuum. They have two people in the same room with gas masks on.
Yeah, how did the water was boiling and the balloon blew up?
Okay, so you're saying that this is
what about their blood?
They admit it's not a vacuum, and you're saying it's the same as 10 to the -6 torr.
Well, it might be 10 to the -1 as well then, if there's the people in there. But that's what I'm saying. 10 to -1 and 10 to -6 and 10 to -17. These are all just numbers that are slightly less. They're slightly more than 0, and those differences from 200 are just about the same.
So why do we even need to have the suits then if you can just stand in there with the gas mask on?
You can't. I mean, in space, you can't.
Oh, okay. So obviously this isn't proving anything if you're just sitting in there with the gas mask on, is it, Coach?
Excuse me. I noticed.
I'm trying to
I noticed something else about this video.
What a gas mask is.
If you don't mind, I'd like to point out something that seems like pretty ridiculous, and that's that I only watched a few minutes in. I'm at like 1 minute and 36 seconds, and around 1 minute and 30 seconds, you can see that this guy in the spacesuit in the vacuum turns his head, and the helmet his head is in turns independently from the rest of the suit, which is something that they say they can't do. It's one of the big flaws, right, of a spacesuit, that you can't actually turn your head. You're locked into the field of view that the lens of the helmet provides, and that they can't develop a spacesuit where the helmet turns independently of the rest of the suit. But in this video, the suit the guy's wearing, his head does turn independently of the rest of the suit, with the helmet going along with it. So, I mean,
probably a different spacesuit.
It's just a more advanced spacesuit that still isn't being applied on the ISS, on spacewalks.
Yeah, you just answered the question that someone asked earlier. If somebody was already had a spacesuit that works perfectly fine in space, why would you create a new one? Right? Well, if one of the problems was that they couldn't turn their heads, then maybe they designed a spacesuit where they could turn their heads.
No, there's no maybe. There's no maybe we can make up stories, because that's not what they claim they're fixing. That's not even close to what they claim they're fixing. You just made that up.
Hold on. Again, what is your problem with me, mate? Right? Listen to what I said, right? I never claimed that that's exactly what they done, right? I said maybe that was one of the reasons for the new spacesuit. I don't know.
I just informed you that's not what they said.
But you, like the little fucking dick that you are, jumps down my throat and starts saying that I make fucking claims, you lying little prick. Fuck off.
Dude, I just informed you. I just simply informed you that's not even what they claim that they're doing.
I don't believe a word you say. You're a lying little prick. Fuck off.
Okay,
video
so we
says it
don't
was
need
uploaded
Glovers to just
12 years
grasp at
ago.
straws and make up excuses every time that they run into a wall and turn into government defense attorneys. This BB Studios video is also propaganda. It says the edge of space. 90,000 feet is like 15 miles up. That's not the edge of space. This is propaganda. There are two people in the room wearing gas masks. This is not even, admittedly, not even a real vacuum, according to the very video itself. So this is literally non sequitur to the request.
Also, if this is simulating a vacuum, then it's really no big deal, like as comparing it to the vacuum of space, right? Is it a valid simulation or isn't it? I mean, if they have a suit that can allow someone to survive in a vacuum where the head can turn, and this was uploaded 12 years ago, then they shouldn't be claiming that's still an issue that they're still suffering from nowadays with the current design of spacesuits. It's like, how are we going to do it? We don't even see how it's even possible to have a spacesuit to survive in a vacuum where the head can turn. It's such a big problem. Well, in this video, they achieved it 12 years ago. I mean, it doesn't even make any sense. It seems like such a big mistake. Maybe a mistake
Right.
made on. I take it to a different level where I think they're like almost winking at you, like ha ha ha. You see the clues. Like I think they're messing with you in this video. It's like propaganda for you, but it's also a little wink wink to the other side at the same time.
Yeah, so Kosher, you see the point, right? You just said there's no difference in the vacuums. He just destroyed your argument. He destroyed your argument by saying if there's no difference, then 12 years ago they have a suit that you can turn your head. There's obviously a difference, magnitudes of difference. And no, magnitude isn't nothing and minimal. A magnitude of difference isn't minimal. That's the opposite of magnitude. I think this is an epic argument for open-minded people, not for anti-flat earther zealots, but for like open-minded people, because any logical person would be like, wow, I've never thought of that. It would be insane for them to put people out in space with 10 to the negative 17 torr without testing the spacesuits on the strongest vacuum we have on the Earth. In fact, we have videos where the guy's tongue starts boiling. That actually happened when they tried to test the vacuum, the suits in the vacuum, the dude's tongue started boiling, and all your body fluids would start boiling. And we're supposed to believe that they just winged it and then threw them out in 10 to the negative 17 torr. Oh, it worked perfectly. That's so ridiculous. And I'm sorry I got kind of worked up, but I hate that I try to bring arguments that are at least we can have some middle ground here. Like, yeah, that's kind of crazy. I guess they felt like you could at least said something like the attorneys of the government. They could have said, oh, well, maybe they were just feeling like they had to rush it to beat the Russians. And so they were Russian. And so they just had to throw them out there and hope it worked. But no, to just act like it's just perfectly normal and makes perfect sense to throw the people out there without testing it, and that there's no difference in 10 to the negative 1 and 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum is just dishonest, bro. It's insane. You can't go to space. You can't go to space. There is no such thing as a spacesuit that's going to let you float around in a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. That isn't reality. That is fake. So you guys want to show us all the cartoons in the world, tell us all the stories in the world. You can't even get past step 1, which is having a suit that would keep you alive.
Yeah, I just took a screen recording of oh my god, it says explicit content cannot be posted on Discord. What the fuck? It won't even let me post this GIF of just like 2 seconds of the guy turning his head in the spacesuit. I mean, I don't even know what's going on there. Discord's got some weird censorship rules, I suppose.
Yo, how does an honest person not be like, yeah, this is really weird? It's really weird that we don't have spacesuits and that the moon missions just got pushed back again by NASA because they said they don't have spacesuits that'll work yet.
That's what was from the Gemini mission. How do you know what honesty is, Richard?
Gemini.
Yeah,
mentioned,
don't
but
address my point. Just try to have some other personal exchange with me.
I told you he won't answer questions, bro. He'll call you a liar and all this shit, and he'll lie on you and not answer one fucking question.
That's because
Any one of us
Witsit
has.
did lie about me. Yeah.
What did I
The
say?
last
Okay,
time
if
me
I
and
lied
Witsit
about you, please
spoke,
tell me what I
right?
said. That was a lie, and I'll take it back.
The last time we spoke, right? You said that I had been in here for 3 or 4 days in a row talking shit, when actually I hadn't even been on any Discord channel for weeks. Yeah.
Okay. I don't remember saying
Right?
that,
So
but if
yeah,
I did,
you
I don't.
lied. Yeah.
I
You
don't.
and everybody in the server heard you lying about it. And then
Okay,
when
I
I
don't.
pulled you up on it, one of your little buddies muted me instantly.
Okay, so I don't remember saying that, but I'm pretty sure I didn't. But let's just pretend
Yeah,
I
you
did say that. Let's just pretend I did say that when I don't even know your name still to this very moment. I literally don't even know your screen name. I can't imagine me ever making claims about where you've been. Maybe I said 3 to 4 hours, not days. But either way, if I misspoke about how long you've been in Discord, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie about you if that happened. Can we move on now?
Right, okay.
Okay. So they don't have a spacesuit that can send you to outer space, and NASA agrees.
Fucking hilarious. I
It's,
honestly thank
but
you guys for your work. This fucking it's so incriminating just stacking up the evidence.
But
Yes.
all I'm going to say is, right, from my point of view, right, now I'm not saying that this is what NASA is exactly doing, right? This is just my personal point of view, right? Is that they want to change the design of the spacesuits for better functionality for when the astronauts go to do whatever it is they're going to do, right? And like any advancement in technology, just like, I mean, my favorite sport is Formula One. So what they do before they put the car on the track, it goes through a multitude of tests, and that tells them what the car's going to do when it goes on the track. Yeah. And it's the same with the spacesuit. They put the spacesuit through a multitude of tests, and that'll tell them what the suit's going to do when it does get up there. So it doesn't actually have to go there for them to get the results of what it will do when it's there, if you see what I mean.
Okay. NASA's Artemis moon mission has been pushed back to 2025 because of difficulties in producing lunar suits for the astronauts.
Yeah. That's because the results of all the tests that they've been doing don't match what they need the results to be.
Bro, we had materials back in 1969 that were flawless, bro.
Ridiculous.
What are you talking
It's
about?
ridiculous. It's so
Right.
funny.
This is what I'm saying, right? Back then, right, the spacesuits were fine for what they were doing, but now that spacesuits are not practically functional for what
Weren't they
want the
playing golf
astronauts
on
to
the
do.
moon and driving around
Bro,
on
they
a
were
buggy? Like, weren't they
falling
playing
around like
fucking golf? Weren't they
they
playing
were
golf?
falling down like
I
bumbling idiots,
distinctly
hitting
remember them
themselves with
playing
hammers.
fucking golf on the moon, bro. I distinctly remember a video of someone playing golf on the fucking moon, dude. That's
Crawling on the
fucking
ground and
ridiculous, dude. They
fucking
were
hitting
playing
yourself in
golf
the
on
leg
the
with a hammer.
fucking moon. Think about that.
Yeah, it's all ridiculous. And then the official story is that they snuck the golf clubs on the spacecraft without them knowing. Wow. Seems like a really legit mission there. They snuck golf clubs on the spacecraft without NASA noticing.
I just don't think it matters what anybody says. You're just gonna say
No, that's how we feel, bro. That's how we feel, bro.
know?
If you seen, I feel like they're showing you different footage because no real person can watch these bumbling fucking idiots fucking bouncing around like fucking dumbasses, fucking falling down and freaking hitting themselves in the foot with a fucking hammer I mean, dude, this is fucking garbage, bro. If they did go, that ain't it. That's not real. The shit they showed us is a fucking insult. It's an insult to a grown man. And fucking, they might, if they did go, I'll say maybe they went. But what they're showing us is garbage, unless you're seeing something different than me, bro.
Hey, Brian, don't get me wrong. I went through the not believing the moon landings phase myself because, I mean, one of the biggest things for me at the time was when he puts the flag on the moon and the flag's flapping. And it's like, well, you know, why would the flag move if he's on the moon? Yeah.
Well, what about the shadows coming from multiple different directions requiring different angle light sources?
I don't need any of that, bro. All you gotta do is see the footage, see that thing trying to dock with the fucking whatever. It's like, dude, they're telling us this is real. Like, they're seriously, this is supposed to be real. And watching them trying to bend down to pick something up, and watching one of them's leg get snatched back. It's like, dude, oh god, dude, it's insulting, man. Like I said, if we pressed them hard enough, we might get some real footage if they did go, or if we pressed them. And they tried to admit they didn't go. They said that even the president came out, you know, we can't leave low Earth orbit, and then NASA came out with their technicians saying, you know, we're working on shit to get people through this dangerous region of space. And then y'all try to say, well, it's because of the circuitry. Well, but it's not stopping your fucking probes that are going fucking right by the sun, is it? It's just one bullshit excuse after another. They try to admit, and even Buzz tried to admit that we didn't go, saying, well, because we didn't go there. You know, they're doing everything they can to fucking let us know. NASA, all the astronauts are saying, you know, we can't get people past low Earth orbit. But no, the anti-flat earthers fucking won't let it go. We'll never get disclosure as long as y'all are defending this shit. They can't even fucking admit it. Y'all won't let them.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. That is the most obviously fake thing ever, bro. Again, though, like you can look at a million different parts of it, whether it be that they still can't go back, they destroy the technology, it's a painful process to build it back, they can't get past low Earth orbit now. The person that said they couldn't get to low Earth orbit or even communicate within their own buildings hung a lemon on the module, then mysteriously blew up right after that. Then they replaced him and magically happened to get all the way to the moon successfully, first attempt, the very next year. On the very 8th year, just like JFK predicted, but they killed him before it ended, like, or that the flag was waving, or that you could hear sounds on the moon with no atmosphere, or that they were obviously in no way floating like they should to be 1/6 the weight, because supposedly there's 1/6 gravity.
They threw their life supports before they took off. They threw their life supports out the door. Like, oh my god, dude.
Everything about it. Then the shadows come from different directions, meaning there would have to be light sources from different directions. And then they fall, and then they get jerked up like they're just defying physics, like they're clearly on harnesses.
What about what about those mountains in the background? Like, I don't know, I forget what it's called. When you move, the background should move like at a different rate. Yeah, the parallax of the mountains in the background, bro. Look into that shit. That alone, you understand. Once you understand that, you understand those no mountains there. It's a fucking board. It's not. There's no mountains, dude. Bro. It's a board. Yeah, it's a fucking. I don't even need to do the math. Yeah, it's a board or something. A paint. It's like, yeah. Just look into the fucking parallax of those mountains. That's it.
Dude, then they showed where they shot the moon. They showed the fucking cart that fucking rode, and if you zoom in on something, it takes forever to fucking pan over fucking 2 degrees, dude. If you got a camera, you know that. They zoomed in, fucking they got a roller coaster fucking car right there, fucking next to a big giant fucking artist rendition of a moon, and fucking then you look at the footage and it's exactly like that, dude. It's like they even show you how they did it. It's like, dude, it's all there. They fucking, like I said, there's a long span of time they tried to admit it, but the anti-flat earthers won't let them fucking admit it. They won't let them admit it. They fucking defending them.
Ask you this, right? Let me ask you this. Let's just say, for talking's sake, right, that the American government comes out and says, right, okay, we were in fierce competition with Russia with the space race, and to claim victory, we faked the moon landings. What difference in the world is that going to make now?
Y'all quit defending them. We could get disclosure on a lot more stuff, man. They start to show us some of the stuff. They're never going to tell us everything, but we can get disclosure on what they really have, you know, some real shit, dude. If we put a little pressure on them, you know, we ain't got to be violent about it. We ain't got to fucking rock the world. But man, look, y'all fucking, we understand. You know, it was a Cold War. Buzz told us, you know, he told us before he died. Neil Armstrong tried to tell us, you know, he told the gifted class that, you know, there's good discoveries to be made if you get past truths protect. Look, they admitted it. We understand, man. They were doing what they thought was right. They lived with it. It burdened them. We forgive them, man. You know, now let's see, what do we got going on? What's real, you know? You got to give us the latest shit, but fuck, we could probably see some of the capsules, some of the fucking shit up there. I mean, dude, who knows? They probably got fucking little cities, like if Picard went up there in the early 1900s in a capsule. Imagine how many capsules, attached capsules and shit they have floating up there. You can't see up there. So even if they have a whatever space station shit, you know they got some badass shit up there floating around. You know, they're the biggest purchaser of helium, man, in the world. They purchased more than everybody put together. They got some badass shit up there, no doubt about it. But we'll
90%
never
of the
find out.
world's helium. I just don't even understand how people still believe in the moon landing. Honestly, like I just gotta kind of tap out. And you're saying like if they came out and admitted that they faked it, what would that matter? Well, that means they lied about it for 5 decades, bro. Why would you still believe the other stories they've said if they lied to you about the moon landing for 5 decades?
I mean, it's not the fact that, I mean, these are all digging at NASA, right? But NASA's not the only, there's 72 space agencies on this planet, right? And 12 of them have the ability to send objects into space, right?
Only one of them said they went to the moon, bro. As far as I'm concerned, there's no other space agencies. If all they could do is get up fucking 20 miles or 60, 70 miles, whatever, low Earth orbit, whatever, however how you want to call it, that's not a space agency, bro. That's a high altitude agency. Okay? There's only one fucking saying they went to the moon.
The Russians have said they've been to the moon, so is the Chinese, and so is Israel.
Have you seen the video? Okay, first of all, Israel claimed that they crashed into the moon, that they couldn't even land on it. China's video looks like a 5-year-old messed with TikTok for 5 minutes and then made it. Here's another video of something supposedly landing on the moon. It's so incredibly dumb and fake that it's ridiculous if someone wants to try to believe it. And obviously, the world's governments seem to work together in all kinds of ways. We can just talk about the Antarctic Treaty. So what? Look at the video I just posted at 14 minutes after the hour, and please try to tell me that that looks legit. Have you ever seen the Chinese one? The Chinese one looks ridiculous from like 2020. It looks ridiculous. So the other space agencies don't help you. And like he said, only one claimed to have people land on the moon. And they did it flawlessly, and now that no one in the world can do it again.
Yeah, and the same people who claimed it can't even fucking do shit. And admittingly, can't see stars up there. You know, fucking can't fucking go past low Earth orbit, whatever the fuck that is. You know, we see when we send up balloons, bro. They never showed us the shit. We had to see it through fucking amateur balloons. It turns black. There's no more fucking air past about 20 miles, really about 18 miles. It turns black. There's no air left. And
Dude, and they also they lost.
There's a lid. My point is there's a lid up there. My point, there's a lid up there, not much higher than that.
Yeah, they lost or destroyed all the evidence. So it's like your girlfriend, you see her Snapchatting her ex, and then she said she's going to her mom's for the weekend, but she doesn't answer the phone. She turns her location off. You can't get a hold of her. Someone else tells you she's actually with a dude at the club. She went home with him. But then you go back and you're like, let me see your Snapchat. And she gives it to you, her phone to you, and she deleted the Snapchat. She's like, see, there's nothing to see. Would you just believe the story she told you? They lost all the evidence or destroyed it.
Not to mention, they said they use the stars to fucking triangulate where they're going. How are they going to do that when they don't ever change angles for millions? Well, the stars, billions of miles, they don't change angles because they're light years away. How would they know where the fuck they're going if it's the same angle here in fucking Florida? The only reason we could tell where we're going is because we're a different angle to people in Florida. I'm a different angle to somebody that's in California. So we could tell. If you're out in free space, you don't know your fucking angles, and the stars can't tell you your angle because they're all parallel. It's all parallel light. They're going to look the same no matter no matter how far to the side you go. You could never go far enough to change the angle. So you're not going to have an orientation, period. It's crazy, man.
Have you guys ever seen the decline in people that believe in a creator after the moon mission? So here's a
No.
chart. Here's a chart. Well, I mean, this is just a piece. This is a side note, but if you see, look at the chart. Percentage of Americans with no religious identity, and look where the chart starts to go up. 1969 starts going up and up and up and up and up. So this is where they supposedly really verified the space religion. Religion is holding us back. Religion's holding us back. It creates things like flat earthers, even though I'm self-rejecting and don't realize that heliocentrism is a religious belief presented to me by Jesuit priests. A majority of the craters on the moon are named after Jesuit priests. It's literally from the most religiously corrupt institution in the history of mankind. That's where my entire worldview comes from. But I hate religion and atheism for the win. What a great point. And why does NASA name all of their missions and all of their spacecrafts and stuff? Why do they name them after different religions and religious deities? All named after religious deities.
Because they're easier to remember.
Thank you for that. You know, space disproves the Bible.
Yeah.
How does space prove the Bible?
Disproves.
Disproves the Bible.
Yeah.
Because in the Bible they talk about we live under a firmament, and we live on a immovable flat surface. And this space idea is the opposite. It's a spinning space ball in an endless vacuum.
Yep. And it says there's water. There's
completely
heavenly
opposite our
water.
teachings.
Heavenly water above us, not a vacuum.
The wind itself disproves the firmament, right? And
what?
The oceans prove that the Earth is moving.
Oh my gosh. The wind disproves the firmament.
Wind. I can make wind in a jar just by heating up one side of the jar, bro. You can literally make wind in a fucking jar. Why would you say something so crazy, bro? You're doing like the simplest arguments, man. It's like, fuck, dude. I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's hard to fucking reply to shit like that.
Let me expand on what I said, right? Now, we've been able to track and map the winds for a very long time. You can switch the TV on now, go to a weather channel, and they will tell you what directions the winds are blowing, how fast they're going to be blowing, everything. Yeah? Now,
real science,
right?
bro. That's actual science.
Let me finish, right? Now, if there was a dome or a firmament or some kind of container, whichever you want to call it, surely we would be able to point at some part of the planet or the Earth or whatever you want to call it and say, right, this is the wind and this is where it's hitting the dome and this is the direction it's going to go afterwards. This is the speed that it's going to increase to or decrease to. Yeah?
Yeah, that's what we do, right? And they got a thing like that. Oh, they call it the dome ionosphere, where they try and shoot lasers and they hit a barrier. They're calling a sodium layer. What the fuck is sodium doing up at 55 miles, bro? It's a ceiling, bro, or 70 miles, whatever. It's a ceiling. The laser can't get past it, not because there's sodium up there, bro. There's no sodium up there. It's a fucking ceiling. And they're saying signals bounce off of fucking some layer. Bro, there's
Dude,
no
the
video.
military even says that they use the firmament to determine the brightness of the sky. They have a brightness of the firmament methodology that was proven accurate in the 30s. This is a military declassified document. They use the firmament to determine the brightness of the sky.
What military is that?
It was a Russian scientist, and it's declassified to the U.S. military.
Because I'm ex-military, and I've never heard that.
Okay, so maybe you could read it then. So they actually have a brightness methodology utilizing the firmament that was proven accurate. That's what the declassified document says. So that's weird. And how does wind not work on a flat Earth? That's insane to me. Have you not ever seen the wind currents on a flat surface?
I mean, you don't have to go up to determine where the wind hits the firmament. Yeah, surely, I live in the north of Scotland, right? So surely, at some point, right, somebody should be saying to the fishermen, right, when you go here, be careful because the wind's going to hit the firmament over there and it's going to combine with another wind that's coming in from another direction. And when it hits the firmament, both winds are going to combine and come your direction, and it's going to be 3 times as strong as what the two of them were individually.
What?
Or
Where's the firmament? Where's the firmament?
Telling people in aircraft that this is what's going to happen. But
where's the firmament?
It's never said. This is never pointed out. It's never been measured. It's never been found.
Where's
wind has never been found.
Bro, you just said they use the fucking brightness to measure, and they use it to measure the brightness. They're relative, man. It's in classified documents. Just because you ain't seen them, he just explained it to you, bro. You act like you didn't even hear what he said, and then he asked you, "Where is the firmament?"
Yeah, right, you're saying it should hit the firmament. So where is the firmament?
People that pilot boats and planes would need this information, but yet it's all classified and nobody's allowed to have it.
They wouldn't need the information unless you were right beside the firmament. So where is it at? And also, even if you were right beside it, your claim makes no sense. But because the wind currents are way stronger than that. I'm about to actually drop the wind currents mapped on a flat surface that work perfectly. There they are.
It looked like shit on a fucking globe. But look, and let's talk about what NASA's claim. That's what we're trying to speak against. Like, how come all the astronauts on Apollo said they couldn't see stars? They couldn't. Even the motherfucker who didn't land on the surface and was constantly going around the moon, seeing dark side half the time, dark side half the time, light side half the time, dark, just doing nothing at all, bro. If you're just sitting in a fucking little box for fucking 3 days doing nothing at all. You'd be able to do is stargaze, and he didn't remember seeing any stars at all, bro. Right? So don't whistle past that, bro. That's very important.
I'm just going to answer that. Right?
If you're sitting in a box, I know, but wait, real quick. Picture yourself in a box with nothing to do at all except look out a window. So for 3 days, you did nothing but look out a window and didn't see any stars at all. That's insanity, bro. If free to defend that, go ahead, try.
But you do know when they landed on the moon, they were on the bright side of the moon. Yeah. So saying that, they should be able to see the stars is like saying that I should be able, the sun's came up now, I can't see the stars.
I just said the guy who fucking stayed in who didn't land on the moon, Edward, or what's his name? Fucking, not Buzz Aldrin, not Neil Armstrong, but, God dang, I'm brain farting, dude, because it doesn't even matter. The guy who stayed in the fucking capsule. In other words, he just sat in a box for 3 days while they played golf and did their other shit. And, they didn't play golf in Apollo 11. But anyway, all he had to do, twiddle his thumbs and look out the window. So he was in the dark for half of every orbit, bro. So half of his time was spent on the dark side of the moon, bro. And he didn't remember seeing any stars. Christopher Collins, he said, I didn't remember seeing any. So he didn't see any stars. When Neil was talking about on the way to space and fucking in Sicily and on the dark bright side, well, the guy who was in the dark part, half of the mission, twiddling his thumbs for 3 days, had nothing to do but look out the window, didn't see any fucking stars. So what about that guy?
That's because he was not on the dark side of the moon.
Bro, he orbited around from in between Earth and the fucking, he couldn't even see the Earth half the time. He couldn't see the sun half the time. Then he could see them both half the time. He was orbiting. He's seen the dark side of the moon, bro. Yes, he was in the dark side of the moon. You think he was just orbiting like a circle up in the bright part?
You just debunked yourself there by saying he's seen the dark side of the moon. Right? You do realize that if he is looking at the dark side of the moon, that means that he is facing the sun. So the sun is coming towards him for him to be able to see the dark side of the moon. For him to be able to... Well,
so you think if he's in the moon's shadow for half of the time he's up there with nothing to do. Your brain is trying to think of excuses, bro. But if he's orbiting the moon and fucking in the shadow, okay, that means the sun is blocked. Where else could you be up there if not in the fucking shadow of a fucking giant fucking satellite we call the moon, or y'all call the fucking satellite the moon? If you couldn't see the stars from behind the fucking moon, where could you ever see stars at?
This is my point. For him to be able to see the stars while he's in the shadow of the moon, he would have had to have turned the capsule round and faced the other way.
Do you think the windows only look? Do you think there's only one window?
You just said that 5 minutes ago. He's in a box with only one window. I did not say that,
bro. You're mind fucking yourself out of fucking picturing a guy looking out windows. That's all he had to do.
You said to me, imagine myself in a box with only one window to look out.
I didn't say one window. No, I said with nothing to do but look out windows. Okay, how could they triangulate stars if they could only see, if they only had one window, bro? Come on, man. You got to put two and two together sometimes. Don't let your brain fuck yourself out of hearing questions legitimate. Your brain is mind fucking itself, bro. I said, if you're just sitting in a box with nothing to do but look out windows, okay, and you're fucking in the shadow of the fucking moon for fucking half of 3 days, or even a third of 3 days, the best thing to do would be to stargaze, bro. You're out in space. You're in the heavens. Let's stargaze. Well, he didn't remember seeing any planets, moons, nothing. And they say it's a black void up there, bro. There's no stars up there. I mean, fucking, I believe they fucking were up there fucking at high altitudes. You know, I believe that if nothing else, they went higher than fucking went. Picard, you know. That's why I'm trying to find out what they really did do, man. I mean, they described the shit pretty good. The fact it's a black void. Look up there. The sun ain't that bright when you get out of the atmosphere. Middle of the daytime, the sun is not that fucking bright, dude. I don't see how they. And if you couldn't see the stars in the shadow of the moon, bro, then you're not going to see stars any fucking where because they're not up there. The way I see it is what you see is what you get. And when people started launching balloons up there, amateur balloons, and filming it, showing the shit turn black up there, and us seeing that black void, if you think about it, it is eerie. Because you look up, dude, you see the sun, you see a little speck, the moon, off in the distance, and nothing else, man. It's eerie. It's just a fucking literal black void. There's no universe out there.
Is he going to respond to that or just stay quiet? Does he understand that there's a nighttime on the moon, and that when he went into nighttime, couldn't see stars? It's a pretty simple concept. I can't believe we're still talking about this.
The exposure?
Yeah, he all of a sudden went quiet.
Are we talking about exposure?
I explained it, right? If he is facing the dark side of the moon, right, then he is not facing towards the only thing he is going to see is the moon, right?
They had 360-degree vision, bro. They can see every direction, bro.
On the orbiter? Do you know how many windows are on the orbiter?
No, I don't.
Do you think it's more than one?
I honestly don't know.
Well, you're told that there's 3. Okay, you're told that they could fucking triangulate. They got there by triangulating using stars. You think they could do that out of one window, stuck looking in one position? Come on, man.
What does anybody mean by dark side of the moon? Just the side the Earth doesn't see?
Yes.
The side that the sun isn't shining on.
Well, wait a second. The sun shines on, I mean, at different times, all sides of the moon.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so if you're circling around it, you're gonna get time where you're not seeing the sun, right?
It's like
right, but then those would be the times you'd be looking towards the sun, right?
Nighttime on the moon.
If you were on the dark side of the moon, you'd be looking towards the sun.
Okay,
it's hard
good.
to
Good. So what stops us from seeing the sun in the daytime here on Earth? stops us from seeing the
stars around the sun?
What stops us from seeing the stars here on Earth in the daytime?
Do you normally see?
Because the sun's so bright.
The sun's brighter.
Yeah, but what about where there's no atmosphere, where it's not bright? Then why can't we see them? Because I'm told the moon doesn't have an atmosphere to be so bright. Okay?
Yeah. Also, do you guys realize that there is also a daytime and nighttime, like on Earth, but also on the moon, right? You do realize that the moon has a daytime and nighttime? You do realize that, right?
But I mean, there's not quite as much Rayleigh
I think some of
scattering.
us didn't realize that. I think that's the point.
Well, no, I think that he's making the point that there's not enough. There's not the Rayleigh scattering and the, you know what I mean, the actual daytime feel of it. The sky is lit up.
The point is if you're orbiting around it, you're going to enter onto the other side of said spherical object experiencing nighttime. At which point,
right,
should be the most opportune and optimal time to view and stargaze. And he said he saw.
Right.
So you tell me how that computes.
They're mind fucking themselves. Their own brain is mind fucking them, and they're thinking that something's wrong with us. And there's an answer, even if they don't have it. There's got to be an answer.
They don't have the exposure set properly, so it's set for daytime exposure, and moonlight exposure, and then when you try to see a little star, it doesn't get picked up by the camera.
What's the window exposure on the fucking dark side of the moon? What's the window exposure? You think the stars would be fucking so bright?
Dark side of the moon. You mean the other side of the moon, the non-Earth facing side of the moon? Because there's no dark side of the moon. That's
right.
That's weird.
So if there's no dark side of the moon, then they should have been able to see the stars anywhere that they're not in atmosphere. So it'd be the same as being dark, right? We could look, even when the sun is fucking down, okay, as soon as the sun gets kind of, as soon as the sun is dim enough, okay, and our atmosphere ain't lit up so bright, we start seeing stars and shit, okay? So that should be a continual phenomenon in space. But we've seen altitude footage, even if you believe the 62-mile amateur rocket launches, that they show you actual space up there, dude. And it was another case of y'all not believing your own eyes, bro. It's a black void, just like some of the motherfuckers describe. It's a black void up there. The air runs out at about, 18 miles? The blue turns into black, and it's a void. Okay? You're seeing is believing, bro.
Need the atmosphere, so the Rayleigh scattering is no longer lighting up your area like that glow. But you still see the stars and stuff. I don't understand why you're taking some words that they said, trying to describe the lack of Rayleigh scattering.
The main question was, could you see the stars?
You're interrupting every single thought I can ever verbalize.
This was his first question, bro. The first question men asked the fucking astronauts. They landed. Bro, I'm not yelling, bro. I'm saying that was the very first question asked to him was, could you see stars? That was what we wanted to know. What did the stars look like? That's what we wanted to know. And they didn't see any. The guy who never left the capsule didn't remember seeing any. All the guy had to do the whole trip was twiddle his thumbs and look out the windows.
Make up my mind already. Are these Freemasons liars, or are they telling you the truth?
I'm just asking, bro. This is your story.
I'm asking you. When do you choose to believe it? Like, you're really putting a lot of eggs in that.
Here's what I choose, bro. I choose to use your own story against you and what I could see. So when I see these amateur balloons go up and show exactly what they described, if these balloons or the 62-mile rocket that was amateur shows exactly what they described, then something's going on, and we're never going to get disclosure as long as
you're describing. That's what you're inferring.
Why are you defending them, dude?
They're not describing that they're in a black place with no stars, unless they're flat earthers. They're not doing that.
So answer the question. Why did he say, I don't remember seeing any? The guy who never left the capsule, bro. 3 days in a box.
He's standing on the moon.
No, the guy who never left never went to the moon. The guy who was stuck in orbit, okay? Collins, right? Said, I don't remember seeing any.
That doesn't mean he didn't see any.
What if he was stuck in the orbit side where it was dark time on the moon, hence the sun wasn't out?
Really? It doesn't mean he didn't see any or that there weren't any. It just means he was either busy or doesn't remember.
You realize he can't give an inch, bro.
So two simple answers could be really simple, but you're just taking it and running with it. He could have been super busy doing other stuff, and it
They
just
all
might not have had the
described it. All
opportunity.
three Apollo missions described the same thing: a black fucking void. Bro, your mind is brain fucking yourself, bro. Your brain is mind fucking yourself. I mean, I don't know why.
Figure it out for me and then tell me what my brain is doing.
Here's a better analogy, right? Me and my friend, right? Hold on. Me and my friend had a lap dance, right? Beautiful woman, nice titties, fine ass, right? And then afterwards, my friend said, "What colour were her eyes?" And I said, "I don't remember looking at her eyes." But does that mean her eyes weren't in her head? Because I don't remember seeing them.
What if you're stuck in a box? What if you're stuck in a box and the only thing outside that box was a fucking fine ass naked bitch? That's the only thing. And for 3 days, that's all you had to do was look out the window and see that fine naked bitch. That's all you had to do. The only thing you could do, and you had to navigate following the fucking bitch's titties. You had to fucking triangulate using her titties. But you don't remember seeing them titties? How the fuck did you triangulate using them titties if you never even remember? If you don't remember seeing any
but you
titties?
didn't triangulate using her eyes, and we asked her what you asked. What you were asked was what color were her eyes. For in other words, there's a lot of shit to do, man.
Y'all real people.
I think you're putting a lot of energy into this, and you know what? I'm going to leave you alone for it.
You got to check that I'm not a trim.
No way
you got to check that I'm not a robot box to fucking search shit. I got to ask you, are you a real person? Are you a robot? Do you check that box? I don't think you're even a real person.
Are you smoking a fucking crystal meth pipe right now?
No, you can't be a real person, bro, to defend the fucking person who went up there, bro. You hear me? Maybe the guy didn't remember. That was his response. You can't be a real person, bro. Then his defense is saying that I have a fucking crystal meth pipe or something. That's your defense?
No, your agitated state though, dude. It's like, and you're interrupting every time you ask me a question, and you don't like where you know my answer is going. You start talking. It doesn't matter. And that's just disrespectful, dude.
I apologize for that, man, but it's weird, dude. It's like, I don't know, it's weird. It's like if you catch me in something, I'm gonna be a humble man. If something is, especially if you bring up a fucking witness from what you're trying to explain and say, look, see, I'm gonna have to say I was wrong. Yeah, well, fuck, I guess I was wrong. I stand corrected. Some way of admitting.
Why don't you say that then? Because it's pretty simple. It's pretty simply obvious that this man could have been distracted and may not remember that particular part. It wasn't maybe even something that he was even shown. It wasn't something that was even there for him. He might have been looking at the moon the whole time.
So why are you making excuses and just not
accepting
what he said?
No, I'm not. I'm saying there's so many different possibilities that are feasible that you're just sticking to this one thing because it fits your bias. And I think that's where the irrationalism. I'm thinking that
the guy wasn't even the one who was answering the question.
At least I can say you could be right. That could be right. Like what you're saying is there's no way. I'm absolutely right. See, you're doing the very opposite of you say that someone else could be doing.
And this is why I interrupt you, because you never fucking shut up, bro. You never shut up, bro.
Stop.
I've been gone for 2 hours. I just came back and you're still talking.
I'm just saying, I just sat there for a fucking minute listening to you fucking flap your fucking hot air. I'm talking about the guy. The guy who wasn't even asked a question, bro. See? The guy wasn't even asked a question. He just responded from the side. And you're saying he didn't remember? Dude, are you that fucking stupid? I doubt it.
See, I would knock your fucking teeth out of your head talking to me like that in real life, man.
Where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at?
Sacramento, bitch.
Come on, just breathe a little bit.
I'm at your life favors gym. You walk away from it. I need you anytime you want.
Let's all just breathe a little bit.
All right, everyone stop. That's ridiculous.
Deep breath.
Dude. Just stop. Everyone calm down. Sorry, I got caught up with this troll. Who's this troll Faded? This guy's such a troll, bro.
Mr. Grimm, I'm happy this didn't go this way yesterday, man.
Can I just say quickly? Can I just say thanks very much for your apology earlier?
Yeah, no problem.
Witsit, this guy Faded is completely dishonest. I've caught him lying multiple times to me. I don't think you should waste your time talking to him in the text chat, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm disengaging. He's a clown.
The thing with Brian is we're not saying that the guy didn't say that he can't remember, because I know the astronaut said he can't remember seeing the stars. But what we're saying is maybe he was so busy controlling the capsule, doing calculations, doing other work, that he didn't really bother to have a look at the stars. Therefore, he doesn't remember.
A guy who works for NASA, who's an astronomer his whole life, from childhood, probably gazed into the stars, and the first person to ever orbit the moon didn't look out the window. Are you absolutely out of your mind? Do you hear yourself?
No, he said he forgot.
Is he coming muffled?
Again, I didn't say he didn't look out the window. I didn't say he never seen the stars. Maybe he did, but because he was so distracted with other things,
for 3
he
days,
doesn't remember. It's my lap dance analogy all over again. Maybe I did see the girl's eyes, but because I was concentrating so much on her titties, I don't remember looking in her eyes.
You don't
And maybe if you had a little more time and weren't put on the spot, you could later recall that you had seen her eyes.
Or what if the lights were off and you couldn't see
Right? Like
because
the
the
man
lights
who
were off?
wasn't. Was he asked again later? Like, do you now remember if you saw the stars or not? Because I mean,
They all described it as a black void, not just him. All of them from every mission. Every guy I heard asked a question described it as a black void, champ.
It's also it's not about
a black void sprinkled with.
not about the color of her eyes. It's about whether she had eyes at all.
Fuzzy, you're not coming through. You're coming through very muffled.
Yeah, you're very low, man.
I mean, my point is, of course, the woman had eyes, yeah, but it's just I don't remember seeing them.
She might have had a red dress on though, with some tattoos.
But you guys know that everything that exists is electrostatic, and every other story about gravity is just made up and tries to hijack the phenomenon of the attractive force that holds all matter together, called electrostatic. And the reason they had to come up with a new story is because that couldn't make gigantic planetary objects move around each other in a vacuum at vast distances and speeds.
How does our consciousness relate to this?
Your consciousness is also, well, your perception of consciousness itself is nothing more than electricity. So,
that's something to think about.
yeah, literally everything is electric.
Your mom's
neural pathways are electric. Yeah, my mom's also electric.
I was gonna say, yeah, my mom is.
The guy just came in the room for a second and then dipped out. Mr. Faded, the dishonest one.
Yeah, just like he's just doing that for attention though. So I'm gonna just disengage. Stupid.
Dude, it's crazy to see how he harasses you. You're like, okay, I'm done debating, and then he keeps tagging you like, oh, so I win. But it's like, no, dude, you're just dishonest. Hey, there you are, dishonest guy. What's up?
Yeah, it's pointless. Yeah. Like whenever what's that really stupid astronaut's name? Don Pettit. So, the guy's like, the sidereal lights. That guy, he supposedly showed an experiment where you can show how water bubbles will orbit to show how orbits work. And of course, he had to use like a little plastic needle and rub it on wool cloth to get electrostatic charge built up. And then he drops the water droplets around it. And they're obviously in a vomit comet. And then the water starts to orbit around it. Because the only actual mechanism we can manipulate to create that is like an electrostatic charge. And even with that, what you see is over time, the bubbles get closer and closer and crash into the needle. But my bigger point is that to even try to demonstrate the phenomena, they have to use electrostatic. It's so funny, bro. But it doesn't work in the solar system and beyond because it's not strong enough to make the planets go around each other. So I literally came up with something that can't be proven or isolated or tested or ever seen, just conceptual, to try to say why planets move around each other. And this is one of the
you know they showed the best ones. Like,
check this out.
college science,
It's
you know they
definitely
showed the
strong
best
enough.
ones,
You
right?
know what? Hold on a second, Blaine. God damn it. It's definitely strong enough, but it's not strong enough in an unionized gas like the atmosphere of the Vomit Comet. But if they were in an ionized plasma, it would definitely be strong enough. It's an absolute that because there's no breakdown necessary. It's an perfect conductor like a superconductor plasma. Freely the electrons move.
Do you think
Y'all get used
electrostatics
to
could operate through
debating
that
Grim
vast of a distance because there's
Yeah,
plasma?
definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Oh man,
That's what
that's
we're trying to.
Grim's argument's the next mainstream. We need to get used to debating Grim because he's the up and coming mainstream is going to be, which is a little better. But Austin, I was going to say, and you know, all the times they tried to get that thing to orbit. Real quick. All the times they tried to get that water to orbit, you know, they showed the best one out of all his tries, you know, and it just barely made it around a few times. But yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, but they're in a vomit comet,
I'm sorry, guys.
obviously.
Winston Bostwick did the experiment in the 1800s, and it was a galaxy in a solar system in a jar. It's called, and when he just kept the electric current going, and like cyclical clockwork, these objects orbited each other in a plasma. You guys
but
gotta
not
look
over
at
the
that stuff.
vast,
This is
not over the vast distances they claim, though. That's my point.
Plasma physics is a scalable physics, 10 to the 39th order, which means what you can do the size of an atom, you can do 10,000 times bigger than galaxies.
Electrostatics is not a scalar force, though.
No, because it's not just simple electrostatics. You're dealing with Merklovin currents and plasma, and the plasma is a perfect conductor of electricity. You're not talking about electrostatics in a breakdown atmosphere. We're talking about higher, levels of electrical conduity. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Like,
what's the density of this plasma?
well, depending on the charge, the electrons, the flow, the density of the plasma can be as dense as stars. It can condense matter together into moons and planets and shit. It's in the
Okay, that would
Z
require space be extremely dense, then, right?
No, it would require for a magnetic field to be extremely strong and ionized material to get drawn into the magnetic field, into the ionization process of the plasmoid.
So can you replicate this in a vacuum?
Yeah, they do. They do. They make these. They're called plasmoids, and they do it in the vacuum in a laboratory environment. And they've been doing it for a long time. But the mainstream people don't pick it up. They just marginalize it, ignore it, and they know this is the truth. That's why they're doing it like that. They're doing it
Well,
super.
why don't they pick it up? There's obviously going to be an intrinsic contradiction if they don't pick it up.
Because I would imagine, to speculate, there's a lot of interest in keeping the public unwitting about particular technologies. So maybe they just can't, we can't advance, or we can't be manipulated in certain ways. Like, look at all the money that goes into this gravitational waves in the CERN and the, you know what I mean, the dark matter and dark, fucking energy research. This is billions and billions of dollars in time and jobs that are made, and all of that shit. None of it's real. You know what I mean? So if it can all be replaced simply by laboratory experiments that other people can actually do as well, instead of just an elite select few people can say, yes, this is the rules. I see what happens. I'm the only one who can tell you. That kind of bullshit is like what they want. It's about building that kind of structure to where we have to rely on them for our information, and taking it away from the simple and putting into some overly complex nonsense that isn't even real, so that they can keep feeding us bullshit, and we'll keep on funding them.
Okay, so how strong would this electricity have to be able to create some type of orbit centered on a sun 93 million miles from us?
Well, the electric force is 1,000 billion times stronger than the gravitational force. So it would just have to be basically present and covering the surface of the
Right. So
Earth.
you admit that you mean that
How
they would have to
proving?
throw out all claims about space travel immediately because you would have to be aware of that type of electric presence.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's one of my things that I used to talk about. I mean, I don't know, 6 to 8, I don't know, 10 years ago. Shit, time flies on YouTube, bro. But I
Do
didn't
you
think
believe it's
rockets worked in
possible?
space. I didn't think rockets
Sorry.
worked in space conventionally the way that they say that they did. You know, because of the Joule-Thomson effect and the kinetic theory of gas expansion in a vacuum and things like that. That really interested me. So I thought that maybe they were using some sort of electrovitic type of propulsion. You know, some sort of a like maybe a magnetic sail of some sort. You know what I mean? Like because I thought that it was interesting that the Echo 1, one of their first satellites, was a big tin or metal, aluminum, some shit, sphere, right? And the spheres behave in particular ways in electric fields where they can find equilibrium and stay in between two electric fields. So if they knew that there were two voltage potential differences in a certain layer in the atmosphere, they could ride this thing along it in that way where it wasn't really in the orbit that they said it was, like in space going 24,000 miles an hour per se or whatever to escape gravity, blah 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 blah, that it was actually trapped in between two electric fucking fields and riding along the light river of current that in the electric fields, and it could really pick up speed that way too. So I mean, I don't really know, but I've always been curious about that. So
But I
there's
mean,
a pretty
there can be a high density plasma in the outer space in the heliocentric model. They have to be
well,
super super low
high
density.
density, what we would call high density, you can still pass right through it. It's just got an electron density, high voltage. It's not a bunch of pressure. There is some added pressure to it because certain plasmoids can retain their own internal pressure, and ionization processes where they separate ionized and unionized material inside of the plasmoid. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but for the actual medium itself to be plasma, right, it would have to be pretty dense. Like it could. They claim that there's like plasma of hydrogen and helium, right? From my understanding, they claim there is like plasma of hydrogen and helium in the heliocentric model, but that's super low density. And so I don't know how you could ever maintain the orbits at these distances with that low of density. You'd have to have like a much, much more dense plasma background, like to even get started.
Okay, that's what yeah. So you're imagining a homogeneous system, right? Like it's not like that. There are actual connected currents. They call them magnetic ropes. They just recently discovered them, and they think that they're just magnetic ropes. But we know that magnetic ropes don't exist. There's no laboratory in the world that's ever made just a magnetic rope. It has to have its causative electric circuit. It's causative electric current that goes through it that causes the magnetic rope. So what they're not telling you is there's an electric current. It's a dense Birkeland current, and that is what lights up the aurora. There's all kinds of plasma tubes that go from some college person found this, and they obviously they knew this was there, but this college person just oh, interesting, there's these plasma tubes that go from the northern hemisphere across the equator and down back to the ground on the southern hemisphere, and they chains all the way across the whole entire globe, like electric circuitry.
So you're claiming that the sun is effectively the source of the electric current that creates orbits?
In a sense, yeah. It's the current that actually feeds the sun that is the source of the sun's current that then transforms into the system that we see locally as Earth and shit. So it's
The
a
current's
bigger
just omnipresent in space with the plasma as the carrier.
Yeah.
Which would have
Plasma
to
is a
be super
perfect
dense.
conductor of electricity.
It'd have to be
Yeah.
crazy dense though. So like the planetary size and the distances, that means that there would be a crazy viscosity and density to the medium It'd have to be decently homogeneous. The idea of it not being doesn't really make sense.
Listen, you know a neon tube, right? And you light up the neon tube and it's lit up and all of that, right? Well, that's not super dense, but when you turn it on and you pass the current through it, right? We call it dense because it has a lot of electrons. So it's holding a lot. Now its electron density is the plasma density. Do you know what I'm saying? It's inverse. It's like you can know that one when you know the other.
Sure, I mean, I understand what you're saying, that effectively, like, the electricity would result in attraction, but it would be like, it would have to be like a homogeneous background. I don't see another viable framework. I don't see how you could claim there's something called magnetic ropes or anything like that. I don't even know what that means.
Well, it's like this. It's like this. You know those balls at Spencer with the plasma filaments that go to the edge of the glass and put your hand on them? Okay. When you look at those with a magnometer, all you see is magnetic ropes. Now you know what I'm talking about. That's what they're looking at.
Yeah, but this is my
They
point,
don't have to
though.
glow.
Like, there's a
They don't have
background there.
Well, yeah, there's a background, just like there's a background here. But those filaments are formed from that same material. You know, just like the ether forms all matter. Those filaments that's, you know what I mean? So from those that homogeneous material, those once a current starts to move, it's no longer homogeneous. It starts to
You said
wrap
it's scalable though, bro. And look, if
And
it's
it's scalable.
scalable, the filaments only shoot off about 5-6 times the fucking orb in the middle. You know, you're talking, if the sun's 93 million miles away, you're talking about something that, I don't know. I just do you think there's a chance that that it is plasma works up there, but it's just up above us, you know, thousands of miles instead of millions, in a vortex around it? You think that's possible at all?
Yeah, I think that he's on the right path, but what you just said is more like what it is. Like, you're probably on the right path with the mechanism, but there's just an overall homogeneous, like, medium, and based on its viscosity and density itself, it's basically the carrier, and there's like a crazy field of energy, and it would need like a central source, and it clearly isn't the sun. It would be the central point of the movement itself, which would be around Polaris. It would actually be right inside of Polaris.
I'd say this, like every reaction since I've been doing, working amateur chemistry, whatever, just making batteries and all that, every reaction period, it seems like just about releases hydrogen. It's like you can make hydrogen. I never realized just how many different ways you can literally make hydrogen. So it's constantly escaping and it's going
Well, that's
up,
why some people think
and a lot of it probably
hydrogen-
mixes in, but it's constantly being fed, just by the functions here on Earth and shit reacting, just breaking down. And it seems like, so it's a constant source of hydrogen up there, I would say.
And I mean, if you take a vacuum, you're gonna create some type of plasma. You're gonna have to have an external introduction of electricity. So where's that coming from in space?
What's coming from further than we can see. We don't know that. We don't need to know exactly where it's coming from if we can't see that far. We just know that it's coming from further than we can see. It's coming.
I bet if we measure a hydrogen balloon, I bet it's got more lift.
Brian, let me explain myself real quick. Sorry, I know we're excited. This is a good conversation. The images of what do they call it? The cosmic web, right? Where where you can see what they say, or all the galaxies and all this stuff, which is counter to their narrative. They don't really like trying to explain that to you because they're like, well, I don't know why they're all in this filamentary structures, right? They all look like like
cosmic web.
Yeah, all the fucking galaxies and all the quasars and everything, they're all lined up in these channels, these tubes, these plasma tubes, these Spencer ball filaments, right? Scalable, and they look just like that. But what they also just recently noticed is there's red shift and blue shift at the top and bottom of a cylindrical tube, one of the long ones, right? That shows rotation. So that in of itself is plasma coming from an outside source, and showing that it's coming from so far we don't even, it's just like we're just in the middle of the brain, and these are neurons, and we can't.
That makes perfect sense.
A few inches away from us, basically, in comparison, to the brain.
All that makes perfect sense with like a geocentric stationary Earth with a much more dense, like a density and viscosity of the medium itself, and then there has to be a source of a field of energy. Like I certainly agree with you that to explain the movement of the sky, just like Tesla said, is a futile pursuit without acknowledging a field of energy. That's just hyperlogical. Actually, I think everyone's just like drooling from the mouth and need to wear helmets when they go outside if they can't understand that. But
I know.
like
Yeah,
outside
I
of
agree
that,
with
I
you.
mean, for me, I think that clearly the source would be the central part of the sky of movement, like central part of movement, which would be inside of Polaris, like not the star, quote unquote, which is I don't even think that anyone knows what a star is, but it's the actual area inside that slight movement that Polaris makes would have to be the source of the field of energy. And I just don't see how within the paradigm of their distances it could ever work. You would have to create a much more dense medium with viscosity, and then everything would then become much more local. And of course, red and blue shift works perfectly fine within that. All of our observations of red and blue shift work perfectly fine. The filament structure that you're talking about works perfectly fine within that. And then everything just comes together quite perfectly. But you would have to have, like, in my opinion, a homogeneous density with viscosity, and then like a central source of the field of energy. And I don't think they'll ever absorb that. So I think they would update their model to something like what you're saying if they could. I just think they can't. They'd have to acknowledge the Earth's geocentric, the sky moves over top of it or around it. I mean, that's outside of the Earth being flat or a globe.
So many technologies, like they'd have to disclose, like technology would actually go somewhere they wouldn't be the only ones with it. Because they'd have to update gravity, because it would no longer be gravity. It'd be a fucking universal force that everybody knows about, electrostatics. So we'd have anti-gravity, which I know they have that shit, dude. They have fucking forms of it, probably multiple forms of it, knowing that gravity is electrostatic or electric, whatever. And it's, so then everybody
The
would start
Germans
having
had it
energy and all that shit. I agree, man.
Germans had it in the 30s, dude. It's like not even. I think it existed like thousands of years ago. I don't even think it's complicated. So I mean, I guess you could say, why don't you do it?
Yeah,
I would die.
it could be not as complicated as you think. There's a lot of tips and tricks to certain things, especially when you're building something that, like, once you know it, it's super easy to apply, but like without knowing it, it's nearly impossible. Or certain tools, like you try to fucking do something with your hand, it's nearly impossible. But you have a power tool, it's done in seconds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and like this is the problem. They'd have to kick the can down the road and still say we don't know where the external source of electricity is or what it is. And so that wouldn't really help them. And honestly, just acknowledging like an external coherent source of electricity that causes all motion, like really, really highlights the need for design. So it's like that doesn't really help them. I think that Grimm is a lot more accurate than people give him credit for with the mechanism, but the source is being overlooked and the can's getting kicked down the road.
Yeah, but he defends NASA. He defends NASA with his life sometimes.
Well, I think I because at least the
The humans are dead. I hope one is dead.
What's it?
The robot really bad.
You got to re-sign in or something.
No, just wait a second. It'll flash back. The humans are dead.
The fact you even have all these ideas, I take back the robot comment. The fact I compare the robots to people who I ask like any ideas. I literally ask that question to some people and they can't give me one idea that they've thought of. It's like sad, like fuck, dude, you can't think of one
That's
idea
why I got
you
offended.
thought of on your own. That's weird, dude. Ain't that weird?
That's all I do. Try to break down the standard narrative, dude. I mean, I still believe in some certain things, but I don't want to fight you about it. I'd rather, keep the spirit of finding out new things alive. You know what I mean?
Some people just only accept what they read. They're told it's impossible. It's impossible. Some people, if they tell them it's impossible and the numbers don't lie, it's impossible. No point. Some people defend the government, defend fucking NASA, they have no ideas of their own. They have no thoughts of their own.
Because there's some things that plasma doesn't know about math. It does. That's what Hannes Alfvén said. He said He's a plasma dude, physicist, and he goes, "Now we have all this elegant math and these beautiful theories. If we could just teach them to the plasma, that'd be great." For in other words, that shit just has a mind of its own and doesn't always, make sense. And sometimes you can't wrap up math around it.
The sky has to be thousands of times more dense than the air, man.
No, it just has to be ionized. That's the difference. When you ionize the gas in the air, it becomes movable by magnetic fields. And when you move it just a little bit, it induces a current. That current then induces more magnetic field. So it's a whirlwind of
There's got to be gas
craziness.
there to be ionized to begin with, though. But I agree. But there's got to be something to be
It doesn't
ionized.
take a lot to ionize a gas when there's very little gas in a low pressure environment.
Well, there's
right?
some truth to what you're saying there, yeah. But like what I think basically is possible is they're giving you a half truth, telling you it's a vacuum. It's just less impedance of the thousands of times more dense background medium. So I think there's a middle ground here where, like, yeah, I mean, what we call mediums is not necessarily what the sky is, but it's like unimpeded. Potentially just ether. I don't know, but in a more like tangible, substantive, interactive action. I don't know if that
Right.
makes sense.
Yeah, I think if you got more familiar with how plasma works, you would have your answer.
Grim?
Because what now? Say that again. I was.
Ain't there a byproduct of plasma? Like, ain't water the only byproduct of plasma or something?
Oh no, there's all types of different gases that can be plasmas. So different gases can recombinate into all the different elements. There's in the sapphire experiment, this transmutation of elements goes on.
Yeah, I've seen that. They replicated a lot of the fucking sun's fucking fusion, didn't they?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, with very little heat compared to what they're, you know what I mean? They say it's happening in the nuclear
sorry to interrupt, but I don't want to forget this, Grim. I really don't want to forget this. It's about what you're saying. I just looked this up the other day, and I was looking up the world record fucking for the fusion reactors, and they were trying to say like they got up to like 70%, but that was an inaccurate number, and that was the latest, and that's 70% back out of what was put in. They've not even reached the fucking 0 point. And they didn't even count the thunderbolts in the record. They've already fucking reached the 0 point and just a tiny bit over. And I'm like, why didn't they count Sapphire in that fucking for the reactors who've already reached better percentages than anybody on the list that they showed? It's crazy. Like they don't even exist.
Yep. Exactly. I mean, and these guys do exist. I mean, they're legit motherfuckers. They're not just like some old, vacuum cleaner salesman and shit. These dudes, they built a million, couple $1 million contraption there.
Let me tell you something else they built.
Yeah.
They built fucking I got my hands on old 30-watt solar panel, bro. I just had ordered them 2 different types of like a Renogy, not a Renogy, but a cheaper one, a knockoff. I mean, that was name brand, but it wasn't. But I bought a monocrystalline and the other kind, one of each 100-watt panels. The fucking 30-watt panel I got, it's a Thunderbolt panel where they sold a bunch, not the 100-volt ones, but watt ones, but the old 30 fucking watt, just single panel output fucking just as much as the fucking 100-watt panels from 2 different companies, the monocrystalline and the poly or whatever the other one is. That shows you they know what the fuck they're doing, bro. I could show you if it was daytime.
Yeah, it's underrated and the other ones are overrated. It's funny.
I couldn't believe it, bro, because it actually outdid their 100-watt. I mean, even Thunderbolt's own 100-watt, which is like 425 watts kind of bridged in, but it's sold as a 100-watt kit. But I couldn't believe it. The 30-watt outdid all of them, including their own updated one. Like they were like, "Fuck that! They ain't gonna spend all this extra money putting out this better shit than everybody else is." So they just made the same thing for cheaper, and just to be a little bit better than everybody else. But they were way the fuck better than everybody else. And I'll show y'all one day in the daytime. I'll put it on screen and show you.
Cool.
There can't even be a substantive background unless the Earth's not moving, though. I mean, it all comes down to a field of energy has to have a central point, and you can't just say, "Oh, it's like way out there somewhere." Who knows? I think that how could they ever not acknowledge that the Earth has to be stationary to have the substantive background in the first place? That's what I don't understand. I mean, I guess I get the point that they kind of try to avoid acknowledging the background by invoking plasma, which is a background effectively, but then they claim it's not homogeneous, and 0 point energy kind of tie in with the idea of this like background that's not a background. But all their problems are solved once they acknowledge a homogeneous, substantive, viscous background medium, and that requires it to be stationary. And that's why they can't politically do that. I would be blown away if they haven't actually considered it, though,
Dude, they leave
in
plasma
private,
and
because
electric
that's the only
connections.
viable way.
What's it? They leave plasma and electric connections and densities and all of that out of all of their shit, dude. When it comes to orbits and all of this stuff, so they're not trying to lead you to believe that that's what it is. That's just the data that's been coming back that we're catching. We're going, hey man, look at this data that you're not paying attention to, NASA. You know, look at this data that you're marginalizing and sweeping under the rug, dude. You know, you're not even writing an article about it. I mean, you sat in 200 million electron volts and you only recorded 5% of it, and you built a bunch of theories off after that saying that there's absolutely no electric charge on the moon of Enceladus worth even considering having anything to do with the what they called cryo volcano. Are you fucking cryo volcanoes? I mean, like, what, frozen lava? What is this? Like, what kind of with you know what I mean? Like steam popping out of the hole in the ground. Right, but when you look at what it really is, you can repeat it.
They say I don't care.
Yeah, they repeat that shit in a laboratory, man. They show you what those little cryovolcanoes really are, just electric discharges.
Yes, but I'm saying I don't care what NASA says about that. I'm saying even if you look at like the electric universe guys, they seem to skip over this primary part that I'm talking about, which is a viscous, substantive, homogeneous background that would be
Wait it, man.
required
Wait,
in
bro, you're
order for the Earth
roboting.
to be
Hey,
stationary.
sorry to cut you off. You're roboting like crazy, bro. You should just drop and rejoin real quick. Unless it's just me.
I didn't want to interrupt. Yeah, I couldn't understand what word, brother.
The time before that, he was roboting a little bit, but I could still kind of make out what he's saying. And then the time before that, when you said he was roboting, I couldn't hear nothing. Then he came in good, and then it was absolute fucking total roboting. So that's the only time I say something is if I can't make out not one word, nobody else says something, because I expect people to tell me, or I'll just keep going on and on, fucking.
I hate sometimes you can't even tell them because they can't hear you either when they're roboting, you know. So it's hard. I just like wait as long as I can. I'm getting some
He was
eyes.
supposed to fix all this shit, dude. It's got worse, hadn't it?
I don't know.
We need 6G, man. 6G, and I'll be satisfied. Maybe
Dude,
7G.
I'm really absolutely concerned about the 1 millimeter waves.
No, I need a tower in my bedroom, dude.
God, if it was up to my wife, she just doesn't care, man. She'd have a tower in her bedroom. Her bedroom. Everything's hers.
I was about to say, dude. Her bedroom shit. You probably how old are you? I mean, like decade wise, 30s, 40s. You might have your own
40.
bedroom, man.
No. It's just that it's all decorated like for her, and it's our bedroom, but I don't do the decorating, so I get what I get. That's what I get. It sure doesn't look like a bachelor room. Bad.
As long as there's a workbench, mate, it's all good.
I know. That's where I'm at right now.
What, in the bedroom on the workbench? He's talking about a good bed.
Well, we got that too. Good workbench. And a nice man cave. All right, fellas. Good chatting with you. I gotta head out.
Later.
Take it easy.
If Witsit comes back, let him know I said later. Thanks.
So I was looking at the old shit. I was like wondering why did they fucking not declassify, but decommission or whatever the Blackbirds and shit. And them things could do, or they did do, fucking like right at Mach 3 or something. It was like 20, almost 2,200 miles per hour, and at 90,000 feet. 90,000 feet, man. That's fucking like not even half a psi, and that's the record for non-rocket engines in a plane, or just jet engines. If them good jet engine like that can fly off thrust with less than half a psi, I think like 0.3 psi. They make it sound like the difference between that and zero. They make it sound like ain't hardly nothing. It's just barely anything. So you got a plane with in a almost vacuum, to compared to the ground, fucking flying that fast because it's still a little bit air pressure enough for their thrusters to work, their the jet engines, and but hardly no resistance, and they could go over 2,000 miles per hour. So that's about what I think the rockets are doing. They're going up a little higher than that, but I don't think that the pressure ever gets much lower than about 0.1, 0.2, 0.1. I've seen it fluctuating in the balloons up there. I think it got down to 0.1, but I would think it would maintain that just based on temperature, all the way up to wherever the cutoff point is. When we get these arguments with these guys, they like, I don't think they're picturing the infinite vacuum that I'm picturing in my head when they say the giant vacuum out of space. They talk about these big giant areas of vacuum, man. It's just like, and there's this little gradient here, little old Earth, man. It just doesn't sit right. It's counterintuitive. It just, and then I tried it myself to make a gradient in PVC pipe in containment and not vertical. Anybody could make a gradient in containment, just putting a pipe, sticking it up in the air higher and higher. I did it all laying on the ground and got a little pressure differential just with hot water, not even boiling, at one end of the 70-foot run of PVC, and then ice water at the other end, like the last 10 feet of a 70-foot run, both ends of the PVC pipe, and I had them capped off with balloons, 2 upspouts at the end with balloons loose, already blown up and stretched out balloons on each. And one end, the last 10 foot, was in hot water, almost boiling, pretty hot. The other end in ice water, and I had them sit in a gutter, basically, with plastic liner in the old roof gutter, the storm gutter on your house. And so I had about 50 feet, just regular, that went up. It went out away from me and bent back around. So I had the 2 upspouts pretty close to each other. had it all in a big tight U. So most of the fucking pipe was sitting in nothing. But like I said, the last 10 feet, one was in hot, one was in cold, and I was able to get the balloon. Maybe I should have put some air in there previous to that, but I didn't. But it was enough to bubble up the one balloon, and then when I squeezed it on the hot side, on the hot water side, and when I squeezed it, the air would rush to the other side of the limp balloon on the ice water side. And it would make the balloon jump, just that burst of pressure, but then it would come right back to the hot water side. Like I did it like 3 times where I squeezed that little bubble of air pressure, and from the balloon, and it would make the cold side that was limp again. It'd make it jump from squeezing the air pressure from the one balloon, and so I just showed. I wasn't trying to measure it. I was just trying to show that just temperature alone, no raising height, just sitting on the ground, just temperature alone, nothing extreme. Hot water, cold water. It was fucking cause a pressure gradient. So that's what my point is. When they try and use a pressure gradient to explain reality, I'm like, no, we can. Once again, we could demonstrate a gradient just from temperature alone on the ground and pipes and containment. I did it just because we've been asking them for examples or for demonstrations, and they don't offer it. So I offered them a demonstration on our claim, and it wasn't that hard. I should have put a little more effort into it and made a significant gradient, but it was enough to see the gradient anyway, just in a little bit of pipe over 70 feet. So that kind of, to me, the ball's in their court to show us something. We've showed them a gradient inside containment. Obviously, pressure can be inside containment. Now show us how it works. Show us a vacuum without containment. Or show us pressure next to a vacuum without a barrier. Show us something. Show us fucking something. Don't just point outside. Their idea of pointing outside, saying, "Look, we see it outside." Or one guy said, "Look on Mars. There's a great." I'm like, no, you can't just point outside and say, "Look, there's a fucking pressure gradient without a container." Our claim is that there is a fucking container. So that just, if they ask me, I'd just say, "Look, you want to see a gradient with a container? Look outside." That's the same as me doing that. If the thing you're trying to prove you're using as your proof, that's the fucking definition of illogical. Yeah, the thing I'm trying to prove, I'm pointing to as proof. That's almost all their claims. They used the model to prove the model. It's like everything, all the way from PNS waves to fucking, they'll use the distance the fucking waves get there. They'll say that, well, the waves travel faster through denser mediums, and they'll just the area between that is denser fucking crust, and adjust their speeds on with the fucking density. Same thing with refraction. Use refraction to get the numbers they need to a certain extent, and they try and use their model to prove speeds. Like one guy said, Coach earlier said, using airplanes, using a certain map to show flight times and shit. I'm said, well, I'd rather see the actual flight times from actual flights, not just the fucking projection, because whatever map you use, that's just going to tell you how fast you're going to satisfy that map. And I think that's what they're using to get speeds is they're using the distances traveled on their model. So if they know that they traveled 3,200 miles and they know how much time it took, then fucking they know the speed. But if it was a different, crossing these oceans, if it was a different distance, it would be a different speed. So we're just getting the speeds based on the distance their model told them, when it could be different, within reason anyway. But they'll try and use them same flights and the same speeds and all that to prove their model when they're using their model to prove their model. Same thing with GPS. Like, so you're saying you have these satellites up there, and what if the satellites are level with each other? If they're level with each other and the ground's level, and so them satellites, the first thing I learned looking into it is they're told where they are. The DOD has the main station, and it inputs and it tells the satellites where they are. So if the satellite is told that the satellite next to it's curved around a ball, and the one on the other side of it's curved on around, when in reality they're level with each other, it'd be the same thing. They'd be kind of, in my opinion, they're like using their model to prove their model, using GPS to prove. So I was trying to explain to them earlier on Blue Marble Science Channel that if you have, if I had a big table, like 100 feet by 100 feet, a flat table, and I give curvature considerations to the table, then if I went to lay out a flat line on that table, I would have to use them measurements. I'd have to use the curvature measurements that how I modeled the table to get the flat line. I couldn't do it any other way. If that's how I modeled the table as having curvature, then to get any distances, I would have to use the way I modeled the table to get any accurate fucking distances or straight line for that matter. So, so that's another example of them using their model to prove their model. It's it sounds good on its face, but you look into it, man, it's not really proof of flat or globe.
Definitely, mate. Definitely. You can't trust the globers. I've been saying that for many years. Looks like this Johnny B bloke wants to talk. Great tag.
Well, if Johnny B talks, I'll listen.
Hey, Brian.
Oh, mate.
Okay, I'm talking now. Hey, Brian.
Oh, Johnny B. All right, I got you. I recognize this Johnny B. I'm sorry for not recognizing the name.
Yeah, now you recognize me. It's shameful. Take me out. Okay, maybe I'm like I am, but I'm one of you, anyways. Yeah, I've listened to you, Brian, many times. I always
Ditto, brother. Where you been?
Everybody recognize you. Everybody knows you, Brian. You're big in the community.
I'm not shy.
Yeah, you are. No, but I was thinking about it. Okay, of course, it's a long time now. We have to do something about it. It's getting tiresome, you know. We have to do something about it. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about we are not doing a real process.
Yeah, but Johnny, man, I gotta say it's kind of in the apple tart now, man. It's kind of, for lack of better description, it's kind of like it's in the apple tart. Like when you ask kids nowadays or something, or you see other people talking to kids, like at universities and other things, like they don't just laugh. You know, some of them do. You can tell the staunch. You're still gonna have a certain group of them, but you know, if you mention this shit 10, 15 years ago, if you mentioned flat Earth or you know, or stationary Earth, you get laughed at by by freaking middle school kids. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah, okay.
and now you'll get some of them speaking up like, no, man, I've heard looked into that. You know, it's not. It's so just on its face. It's kind of spreading around through the ether or whatever you want to call it, man.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
not a dumb question anymore. It's not quite a dumbest question. You know?
I understand what you're saying. There is progress. There is there. I want more. Yes, but you're telling me there is, and people know it's getting bigger. It's but just because I wanted to go faster, and I have been in it so many years. Of course, I'm getting tired. You know what I mean? But there's other people that is taking over. I don't have to do everything.
Trust me, you'll feed off their energy too, man. Just I've hit a couple spurts at the same time, man, where I get exhausted from the shit, but you get new energy from listening to different people and everything, and you have your ups and downs. But I tell you what, man, nothing changes overnight. I've noticed that. But I think this skepticism is healthy. Without this, man, then you see what we get. So just general skepticism in general is necessary in society, man, to cut out the bullshit, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a skepticism. It's just might get tired of everything, and after your long time, you know all the fucking bullshit also, and you're tired if the people that is long in like I'm not taking down anybody, but Flutter's Dave, he's not doing any fucking progress just now. He was not good in some.
Hey, who was that, Johnny?
David Weiss. He's not going so good. He's not doing good. I don't think so.
I don't know, man. He brought up some good points in that debate. I know what you call it's fucking tactics. Dave's tactics were fucking, where people are going to be like, oh, he killed him, just with his insults and all that. But still, through thick and thin, Weiss brought up some damn good points, man. And he might have on the spot, he might have screwed the pooch on a couple opportunities, but he did bring up some really, really strong points, man. And you never know, man. But I don't know, man. You can't. It sounds. Do you have somebody close by you wearing down at you, man? Like, you got nearby family or friends wearing down at you, Johnny?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I love David Weiss. Don't take me wrong. I'm just. I hope nobody's listening to us from the other side so much. I'm just saying that he's a lost in the other land, and so he's not taking the focus on the reality, what this is about. He was talking about layers, also people that can talk against him. It was
yeah, man. I wish he'd have let me. I wish he should have put me in for a last minute fill in, dude. Because I'm used to.
You know what I'm talking about? The lawyer.
I'm used to debating 4 or 5 people, man. I'm used to like 1 against 5, dude. I'd have made Professor Dave look like a fucking idiot.
He was not doing good there. It was, I mean, he's like a lost in the other land and talking about that. That is not that we have to focus on. Nobody should talk about fantasy or talking about they and they and they. Just talk about the reality. Talk about what it is about. Talk about how it cannot function with sextant and how baseline. Talk about science. Talk about the distance. Talk about how the sun, how it goes around. Talk about the reality that you can point out. Don't talk about something that it can be. It might be. No, not might be.
Yeah, but he had a couple of strong points, man. He had a couple of strong points when he's talking about the sun, how fucking how in the wintertime like how in the summertime early in the morning, dude, it's fucking, you feel it burning your fucking face, dude, right when it comes up. And in the wintertime, when it's at its highest, dude, you can, you can't get enough of it, dude. And angle, if it's just the angle, then I mean, I think he did a good job with that. Yeah, I agree though. He could have, but Professor Dave kept bringing it back to the fucking stars. That's what they do, man. But he ain't the tip of the spear either, man. So he did his best, and he ain't used to debating like me and you. We've heard it all. We've heard all the good excuses, the bad ones, the fucking explanations, the good and the bad, and we're used to. He ain't tip of the spear, but yeah, he could have done better. I wish they'd let me fucking debate.
I'm just saying because he is talking with everybody, and he has so much can reach to so many. Why can he not focus more about the specific of
Plus,
his
he wasn't able to
reality?
screen share, man.
We are talking about measurement and reality that nobody can say anything against. No, he always talk about something. The other land of fantasy or so on. Why is
Yeah, he got led. He got led pretty good a few times, but they crippled him, man, when he wasn't able to. He always brings some good visuals, and they crippled him, man, when he wasn't able to screen share, man. And yeah, Professor Dave was leading him, and some of the not stronger arguments, but like I said, he made a few good points, man. If there was people watching, they'd have had to. He brought up a couple good head scratchers, man. If nothing else, man.
Afternoon, all. Afternoon.
Afternoon. How are you doing, man?
Oh.
What's up?
Howdy. Now, Johnny, did you say we should be talking about sextants? Did you say that, Johnny? Did you say that? No, we should not be talking about sextants, Johnny. Not at all. Not at all.
Why not?
Why would you?
Because it's tell everything because of circular equal altitude and take you. Do you know a circular equal altitude? A 3 circular equal altitude is thousands of miles of flatness that you can measure.
Oh, I tell you what, Johnny. There's no point having a sextant argument if you're going to be using their almanac and their map. No point. Sextant doesn't prove anything one way or the other. All it is
okay, then you don't know what you're talking about because if you don't understand the circular equal altitude, then why are you talking?
What's to do?
Johnny's got a point, man. Johnny's got a point because if you're using their formulas and all that to get a circle of equal altitude, you have to use the cosine, and that requires a fucking co-altitude, which means that they draw a line above. They make basically a square. So they make a line above the bottom baseline, and it's got to be parallel to get that math. So that's something I've recently started bringing up. Like nobody's really explained that. How you get a parallel fucking co-altitude line? And
if you're using, hold on, Brian.
No.
Hold on, Johnny, hold on. Brian, if you're using their almanac and their map and all that sort of stuff, trying to use it, it's not going to go anywhere. The argument, it's just an argument that goes round and round in circles. All it basically does.
No. It's about triangulation.
Hold on. And that's all it does. It just creates a triangle. It just creates a triangle, and you can create a triangle, Johnny, on a globe, right, or a horizontal plane. You can create them on either surface quite easily.
No. You're not listening to me. Not circular equal altitude. Do you know what equal altitude is? It's equal on the 360 degrees equal altitude. You can never get that on a globe. That's impossible.
Why is that? Tell me why.
Why? Because
this is how they do it, Johnny. They move their measurement down to the center of the Earth to fucking to project a fucking angle that from a spot they're not even measuring it from. Yeah, you're right. It wouldn't work from the surface of a globe. But they, like I said, they transfer the shit down to the center of the Earth and then do the math. And that they try to use that to explain the co-altitude. But I ain't completely sold on it.
No, it's more simple than that. It's because of circular equal altitude that you can make. If you use sextant, you can make 3 circle. If you aim to the star and you move and you aim again and do it again, then you can do 3 movement and make triangulation of circular equal altitude, and that is over thousands of miles of flat Earth.
I'd like to bring up another point, man.
That is a proof. That's a proof for flat Earth. You can never do that if you are living on a spherical Earth.
Well, if you transfer your measurements, you can make it work, though, if you go down to the middle. But yeah, I see what you're saying. But I got another point. Like, why don't they ever use the fucking, they're literally using the fucking 360-degree circle starting at the prime meridian, basically, is a 0. And it's all circles around a central point of Polaris. Even the stars south of the equator, they're using the circle around Polaris and shit, man. It's like, you know, if they wanted to prove to me that the globe works, they'd have to show me the equations from fucking in the azimuths around Australis or whatever the fuck they call the black hole in the south.
Brian,
Yeah.
you're right about that. You can make a circle with the North Star, absolutely, with Polaris. It's very, very easy because Polaris is always on the same spot all the time. It's not moving. Oh, if it's moving, it's just a little bit. You cannot measure it. It's so small movement of the Polaris, and it's very, very easy if you take time lapse also. You can see exactly how the measurement of the circle is and where the point is, where everything is from Polaris. That is the circle of the flat Earth around it. It's just like a spiel. It's just like it tells you how big and how everything is going around the flat Earth. It is in a circle, just like the sun, just like the moon, just like the stars, just like.
I think originally the azimuthal AE map was. I think originally that was what was used for celestial navigation, and they fucking look at the original AE or the Gleasons had that arm on it, and it was like a minute hand, and it spun in a circle, and you see where they broke one of them off and left just half of another one that ended at 33, and they're pointing at that. But that's what them arms were. They were for celestial navigation and shit, man. And like I said, it's all based around it. It's hard to say that it's based on a globe. You can do some of the math to get to do your lineups. You know, to do if you invert the circle, turn the circle up after you get your measurement, and stand the circle up, and use the radius to get some accurate fucking predictions. But as far as the almanac though.
Therefore, you can navigate. You can navigate because of the star, and you use the sextant. Therefore, I was talking about the sextant.
It's like a cycle, man. They just have the cycle of the sun, the moon, the planet, and then the fucking, and then the the cycle of Aries. I mean, of the shit compared to Aries, which is basically the equator. They break it down into 4 quadrants. Like go ahead.
The trick is, Brian, though, you've got to be able to rejig their little magic book and their coordinate system, right? That's where it falls short, in my opinion.
Yeah, the current system is the sextant in the beginning. If you want to talk about how the current system is working today and GPS is just a low run system is the coordinate system that we are using. That is the same system that is for GPS today. It's just enhanced low run. It's called E-low run today.
I challenge anybody to go in the fucking almanac and tell me the GP of any planet of any I mean, if they've got it broke down, if it's a globe model, then they should know right where Mars is at instead of just giving us fucking angles and stuff like that. I think they should have a column for the moon, the sun. They might have it for the sun, the moon by now, but like for the planets, for maybe some of the stars, and tell us the GP. Where is Mars at on Earth? Don't give us the fucking the angles to shit. Tell me the fucking exactly where it's overhead on your perfect globe. They don't. It's a cycle, man. It's in to get your stars. They just give you a fucking the one to base angles off of fucking Aries, and you have to calculate.
Brian,
it's been long enough where they should be able to have some stars, some key stars, and their GP where they're fucking overhead at, and you can't find that, man. That's
Brian. I have to say, first of all, you were talking about angle. Nobody can take any angle without a flat baseline. You cannot never take angle if you don't have a flat baseline. Therefore, it cannot fit on a circular Earth. We cannot take any fucking angle.
I agree, but they got to work around. Like I said, they got to work around for that. They drop it down to the center and make a flat plane. They use the center of the Earth as a flat plane. So they take that angle you measure on the surface and drop it down to the center, and they slice the globe. So in essence they're using a flat plane at whatever angle the center of the Earth is facing at that particular measurement. So yeah, ultimately they're still using a flat plane, even if it at the center of the Earth. But that's their out on that, Johnny.
For navigation.
They admit they use straight lines. They admit that they use straight lines. So they're not saying that they use curved lines to get that angle at all.
You need 90 degrees up to the TP. If you don't get the 90 degrees to TP, you never get the right angle. That's it. It's over.
But they're not saying they use curved lines to get any angles.
I'm just saying, we don't have to talk about it anymore. You need a flat baseline to get.
Yeah, he's saying every angle. Johnny's saying that every angle they subtract from 90. That's how they start every fucking measurement. Every measurement you make, you subtract from 90, and it's like, yeah. So even though they've transferred their measurement down to the fucking center flat line, it's like it wouldn't work on the surface without that. I think that's what he's saying, but I see what he's saying. It's a good point, but they got fucking outs for all that shit. They got to me excuses, man. But they will claim the model.
There are no excuses. There's no excuses. It's just what it is. You need that to be able to navigate. And I'm a captain. I know what I'm talking about. You cannot navigate if you don't get the 90 degrees.
Let me ask you something, Johnny. So don't you think it's a little bit presumptuous to fucking to take the measurement you make and move it 4,000 miles away to a flat center? Make basically a flat plane at the center of Earth, and measure it at the point in the middle from somewhere you didn't even measure it from. It's a little presumptuous, to say the least, don't you think?
I think the maths, Brian, work perfectly for them. Right? You can make maths do anything that you want it to do. Right? You just have to know how to do it. And you do have to presume a lot of things, but they can make the maths fit any shape that they want it to fit. There's not a shape. It could be a pyramid. It could be whatever shape you want it. You can make the maths fit anything.
No.
That's the trick. That is
it's
the
not,
trick.
No. It's not relevant. It's not relevant. Relevant is no. If you use the sextant, you need to get absolutely straight lines. Nothing else. It's very, very simple. It's just like a triangle. One baseline, straight line up 90 degrees up to the sun. Take the sun down to no degrees. There you have it. And then you can go into the almanac and see in the time you are. You have to take the time also, absolutely time in the same time as you're taking the sun down in degrees. Then you take the time. Then you can go to the almanac and you can know exactly where you are in the time. And
What's
and
it been
the
plotted
and the
onto,
position.
Johnny? What's it been plotted onto, and what is the almanac? Right, these things, right, these tools of reference that they use, right, are spherical references, and they're plotting them onto a.
There is no spherical references.
Hold on. They're plotting them onto a map that is a flattened out spherical representation. That's what they're
Yeah, but
doing.
no, it isn't. It's just you think it is. No, it isn't. It's just very
No,
simple.
that's what they do. That's what they do, Johnny. That's what
No,
they
it's
do.
no. Nobody's doing it. They are doing. They are using flat map, but the explanation is they're taking it from the middle of the earth and taking the flat earth from the middle of the earth. But nobody's doing that in reality. That's just the explanation. But nobody's doing that in reality.
I think I've debunked their parallel fucking light too, man. I'm on track of nobody quite understands exactly what I'm saying. It's so fucking simple, really. But I'm gonna do an animation to explain what I'm trying to explain with words in my next video. Not tomorrow or nothing, but coming up soon. And I think I've got their fucking their parallel light, their 93 million mile sun. I think I've got it whooped. I think.
Yeah, okay. I will not make it too difficult for you, but I'm absolutely pointing out if you guys understand what I'm saying, what it's about, it is a killer. Nobody can say anything against it, but people don't understand it. But anyways,
It was all reverse engineered from a flat surface, man. I'll give them that. You know, it's all reverse engineered from angles. You know, flat angles basically. But it is a fucking. They will claim it though as global fucking readings. They will claim that all day.
You need a flat baseline to use sextant. You cannot use sextant without flat baseline.
They call it a tangent.
And therefore, we are on a flat baseline. We are on a flat earth, and the water, the sailor, they have a flat water. All water is flat. It's absolutely horizontal. So,
are you a qualified ship's captain, Johnny?
Yes, I was a long time ago.
There you go. You learn something new every day. Good on you, man. Yeah.
I was very, very young. I was a captain, very, very young. I was 20. I don't remember 23, 4, 5 years. Not 5 years, and I was a very, very successful captain on a fishing ship.
Oh, okay. Yep.
And I was also just on a vessel ship, a big container ship, and but I was not captain there. I was just sailor.
Gilligan.
Yeah, Gilligan.
Yeah, it's true.
But you heard Zanuck on Zanuck's. He fucking even said, "Yeah, we start with a fucking flat baseline." He just calls it a tangent. But I don't know.
Yeah, I'm telling you the truth, guys. It's not. I never say believe me, but I have to say believe me because you cannot use sextant without flat baseline. And the flat baseline is the earth, the sea you are taking. You are taking the sun down on the flat baseline. You are triangling the sun down to the horizon. Apparent horizontal, of course. And you cannot do it if you are not have a flat baseline. If you take it down and you are over the sea level, then you have to be make correction. Correction is a deep level. Deep. You have to make correction to the sea level after you are in the almanac and making all corrections and on the chart and so on. Then you make all the corrections that you have to do. How high you are from the sea level and so on and so on. Then you can prick in where you are and how long time and everything from one point to other point, how far you are. And if you do it very, very well, just about meters. But if you don't care about all correction, maybe 1 or 2 miles away. Of course, we cannot forget the sun is going around overhead in the north. But you can never talk about that because you have never been so close to the North Pole like I have been. I have seen the sun go around me because I have been so close to the North Pole. Over my head, I can see the sun go. Take a circle over. I can see the fucking whole circle. It never go down like there's no sunset. No. We know that there's no fucking sunset. It's just about where the sun is going away. The circle of the sun is getting bigger. If the sun circle gets bigger, it's go away from you. And there's also give you explanation of season or something. Everything can be explained. Everything. You're right, guys.
What's up, Vanu? You're Irish, Celtic, Aussie, you.
Yeah, mate, that's how it goes.
What you been up to today?
I've been drinking
Exciting?
all day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's drinking Guinness. Yeah, chilling.
So you're up for a feisty night then, by the sounds of it, getting yourself prepared.
Yeah, exactly, mate.
uh, what are you on the east coast? Are you, Vanu, or you?
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
south of Sydney.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Been pretty much there all your life, have you? Or
Yeah, I grew up in Sydney.
Yep.
Moved down here like 8 years ago in the Southern Islands.
Mhm.
So it's good being out in the country away from the city.
Yeah. Yeah, mate. I lived in, well, not right in the heart of Sydney, but anyway, close enough to Sydney for a bit over 12 months, and that place is just a rat hole.
Yeah,
Hazy.
definitely.
I absolutely hate it, and it's hard to navigate around. It's not easy to navigate. There's so many one-way streets. You can't turn bloody right anywhere. It's insane. Hate it.
Yeah, fuck that shit. It's alright for the nightlife though, if you're into that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, or down around King's Cross or the Rocks, those sorts of areas. Yeah, there's some really good nightlife around there.
I think
Yeah.
I think back in the day it was good. I don't know how long ago you were there. I don't
Oh,
think
I'm
King's
talking.
Cross pops off these days anymore, yeah.
No. Oh,
I
well,
heard
I'm
it was
talking.
heaps good.
Yeah, I'm talking 30 years ago,
Yeah, exactly.
thereabouts.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
yeah.
It
Not like
was
that
good.
these
Yeah.
days.
Oh, okay. A bit of a hellhole, is it? Really?
Oh yeah, it's completely different to what apparently it was. Yeah.
Okay. Well, like many things, they kind of change, but yeah, obviously, King's Cross had everything. Didn't matter what flavour you were into. King's Cross had it all for you. Yeah, it was good.
The good old days.
Back in the day, mate. Back in the day. Yeah, but things just change and they just evolve a little bit, don't they? So it is.
Yeah, what can you do? Oh, well, I'm going AFK for a bit.
All right, man.
So I fully reckon I found a tiger in the bush around here last year. So I live in this area and there's like it's full of it's like restricted area. You know, you get a like massive fine allegedly if you caught going in there. It's like Sydney water area and there's like that is a long span of land and I live right on the edge of it. Anyway, I was in there one time by this waterfall and I was out in the bush searching for certain mushrooms. But anyway, I saw these eyes glaring in the distance. And it was like no other animal you'd seen. Like this was a full-on cat. I couldn't see it properly, but it was staring at me like a feline does, right? This huge animal. I just fucking spit out of that bush, I tell you. This is no wombat, it's not a kangaroo, mate. There's something I hold to me today that I saw a fucking tiger in that bush.
So could it have been a feral cat? Because I've seen some feral cats of giant sizes back when I was on the farm and what, you know, pretty big cats.
And they're out during the
Yeah,
day. Like if this looked like the size of, you know, like the eyes looks, you know, bigger and more further apart, sort of thing. This was a big animal.
Oh, there's been alleged sightings of tigers, panthers.
Yeah, exactly, mate. I'm telling you, I saw some shit.
For decades. Oh, yeah. Look, I'm not denying that you saw something at all. You know, I'm definitely not denying that.
I don't even know what it was.
You know, could they survive here in Australia? Well, probably because they don't have too many natural predators here themselves.
Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, there's
But
foxes. There's
yeah, well,
foxes.
what's a fox going to do to a tiger
Exactly.
at the end of the day? Like nothing. You know, maybe a pack of
A lot of food.
dingoes. Maybe a pack of dingoes
Yeah.
could do something.
I forgot they even exist. They're not around here. Yeah. Do you have dingoes? Where are you at, mate?
I'm in South Australia, South
Oh,
Australia,
that's cool.
right down the bottom. Yeah. But when
it's
I was
pretty
back in
full on down there,
Victoria,
right?
there was oh yeah, it's cool. Where I am, man, I'm in the middle of nowhere, to be quite honest with you. No people, no nothing, which is cool. Just the way I like it.
Yeah, South Australia, mate. You haven't got dingoes? What's been going on down there? That's my question.
No. I'm sure in northern South Australia there are plenty, but I haven't seen any around this area, like down south. Like I said, I'm right on the coast where I am. Don't see too many, but
Yeah, well, they say the tigers or the panthers broke out of the circuses in Sydney. There was a fair few that broke away into the
yeah,
bush.
like I heard that. Yeah, I heard that was one of the stories attributed to them possibly being here, but yeah, like who knows? Like I said, these stories have been going around for decades. These stories. Now I don't know what's the lifespan of a tiger or a panther. I've got no idea, to be honest with you.
Like 30 years, I'd say. It'd be a while, mate.
Yeah, well,
But there's things out in these bushes, I reckon. Like there's long spans of just land that humans can't go into. You know, how would they be able to spot a panther or a tiger? Like they'd be smart and they'd be in the bush, right? And they would hide from
Yeah.
things. And no one's taking photos of
Like I
the
said,
bush because it's so dense.
yeah. Like I said, I heard these rumors decades ago. Now, a tiger has a lifespan of 8 to 10 years, apparently. A jaguar is 12 to 15, and a leopard is 12 to 17. So, just going on that alone, unless they had a mate and they could breed, right? They'd be dead now, and they wouldn't be alive.
Yeah, true that. I mean, the funny thing is, what about Tasmania? Like they had the Tasmanian tiger, and
Yeah.
they still have that little rat devil thing.
Tasmanian devil.
They would have had. That would have been in the the main continent, right? It's amazing that they're trapped on that little island down there.
Yeah,
Because they're
and like
interesting
they
animals,
say,
right?
yeah, they say those are now extinct, but people report sightings
The Tasmanian tiger.
of those. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now that is something I can get on board with, right? Because it's quite possible that the Tasmanian tiger, there are a few left out in the wilderness of Tasmania, and some of the wilderness in Tasmania is pretty inhospitable too, pretty hard to get to. So having a few of them survive and being occasionally sighted, I'm all over that. That's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, that catch is worth bloody billions, mate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the sightings of tigers and panthers here in mainland Australia, yeah, I can't quite get on board with that. Only because of their lifespan. But no, like I said, I heard these rumors decades ago. And if we go with the general consensus of what the lifespan of a tiger or a panther is, they would have well and truly died. And unless they had a mate, they wouldn't have been able to continue anything on.
It was the bunyip or something.
The bunyip. It's pretty quiet in here tonight. What's going on?
Yeah, my fucking grandfather reports seeing a UFO out in the bush back in the 60s.
Oh, really? There you go. Cool.
You know, he's a pretty like straightforward guy. He's not into that crazy shit, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And he like he said it as if it was real. Like there was this big disc on the side of the road, apparently with lights all around it.
Yeah.
Apparently they all just him and his mates just like didn't say anything about it, but they were like, "Well, what the fuck was that?" You know. But it was
Yeah.
like just dead silent. It was one of those moments.
Well, see, UFOs and stuff, I'm on board with that sort of stuff anyway, because what is it really like? It's just something that's unidentified. Like you see something that's bizarre that you've never seen yourself. So, doesn't really have an explanation to what mainstream things we're being told about, planes or any sort of aircraft. Yeah. Outer ponders coming to visit us occasionally.
I reckon they're coming from Antarctica. deep
Well,
inside.
over in that general direction, I would go with that.
Both the poles. There's something going on at the poles, mate.
Mm. Yeah, well, they are very heavily protected, aren't they? You know, with who can and can't go there. So, or what sort of permissions you need to even get there, and how it's regulated.
Apparently, it's fully illegal to fly over the South Pole. Can't fly over Antarctica.
Is it illegal, or is it that you just can't get the permits to do so?
Yeah, exactly. And then the people running the permits won't let you go down there.
Yeah.
For
Look, we had someone in the channel 3 or 4 weeks ago who's actually lived in Antarctica for, I think, in total about 6 months thereabouts. Did 2 stints in Antarctica, but I think in total was about 6 months. And anyway, obviously the question was asked, could you move around and kind of do what you want? And his first reaction was, well, yeah, okay, then give us the details of that movement. Well, you got to spend 3 weeks filling out all the paperwork, putting in all your plans, your supplies, your rescue contingencies, all these sorts of things, exactly where you are going to be at any particular time and on what days and things like that. So it's not really freedom of movement whatsoever. And he only travelled, I think, from the base. From the base, it was about 250 kilometres. Might have been a little bit further. I'm going to say 250 kilometres from the base, where he was camping for that period of time. So, it's not as though you can just walk outside your cabin and jump on a skidoo and just go wherever you want to go. People need to know everything.
well, that's the thing. Humans can be around the shore of Antarctica, but how far into it can you go?
Mm.
And the alleged pole, they have a stick for it, and people chill there. And there's a months of sun, months of darkness sort of thing.
Yeah.
So obviously, that has something to do with the positioning of the
What did he say about the? I'm sorry, man. What did he say about the 24-hour sun? I cut out. You cut out.
Yeah, the sun goes for like months on end, I'm pretty sure, in Antarctica, and also months of
If I think I remember the guy. It
But,
sounded like he was in fucking in the Arctic. The way he was describing it, more in the Antarctic, man. Didn't he say like something about polar bears or something, man?
the guy in Antarctica, yeah, man, polar bears. No, but I have a question. Have they proven like the compass going around in circles at the absolute pole, right? The compass would glitch out, wouldn't it?
I think you have to have a special kind of compass at Antarctica.
Yeah, just a normal compass. Like if you were to walk around Antarctica, would it point to the alleged pole? I don't think it does.
There's so much fucking conflicting information, man. It drives me nuts, man. I mean that's one of the. I mean I've heard people from Antarctica, like that fucking plumber dude who said that it's fucking you get a late sun and shit like that, but there was never any 24-hour sun, never. And then I've heard people say they were down there and did witness it. It's like every video they show is crap. The one from the base itself, I mean, that's kind of the most one I would look at with any kind of anything credible would
just
be the one at McMurdo, the 24-hour one, and it never once over a period of a few years it never showed a 24-hour sun, and Jaren even called the motherfuckers and or emailed, and they responded and shit, and saying that it turns off to at dark, it turns off to save fucking computer space, and so it never one time it ran for 24 hours a day except for at dark for a few years worth in high speed, and it never showed a 24-hour sun, not even once. So
it goes down to the horizon, like to a distance, but it doesn't exactly go over it. Like it does the same sort of up and down shrinking sort of nonsense. Like changes shape, the sun, but there are areas where it doesn't fully go over the horizon, and that happens for months on end, and then there's months of darkness on end. So,
but I
doesn't
got a
give
clip.
you
Admiral Byrd, I put it in one of my videos where they said that the 9 months he hunkered down for the 9 months of sunless winter in deep Antarctica. Fucking, I forgot the exact quote, but it was the one thing I remember specifically that caught my attention was the 9 sunless. That's it. The 9 sunless months of the fucking treacherous Antarctic winter, and I put that in my video because like that was a government film, and I was thinking, maybe there could be spots in Antarctica if it's what I think it is, at way deep in Antarctica where the sun would only reach for a few months. That would explain the
apparently there's
fucking
another
crazy
sun
cold
deep
temperatures.
there. That's what Admiral Byrd wrote in his diary. There's like, the it comes out of the North Pole, the aurora borealis sort of lights. So that's what the sun is deep within the poles. You got this energy-like system of lights. Yeah, Admiral Byrd saw a woolly mammoth in Antarctica. What else did he see? City. Spoke to aliens.
No, I'm talking about the fucking
They
one
weren't
of the guys who
aliens,
was on one of these channels. One of the guys who was on one of these channels said something about a polar bear, and I was like, "What?"
Yeah, bro, there's polar bears. I
He
bet
went
he said that in Antarctica.
wait. You saying there's polar bears in Antarctica?
Well, that's what this guy said. No, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what a dude said. I was like, "Fucking."
It was woolly mammoth.
I never heard that. I never heard that anywhere else. So I just thought that one particular guy was full of shit. But who knows? But and I also heard reports of birds migrating north. Fucking like not even flat Earth. This wasn't even flat Earth accounts. They're talking about birds migrating north for the fucking winter at the North Pole. Like, why would they be migrating north for the winter? Fucking, toward the North Pole. That's weird.
But the guy never said that though, and I don't think Banso said he said that.
No, I never said that. No, not at all. Not at all. No, that was Paul.
Yeah, it was Paul.
Yeah, well, that's the
Just
question.
doesn't make sense to me, man.
What do we know?
If you have a continuous sun for 24 hours a day, I don't care even if it's low on the horizon. If it's 24 fucking hours a day for 6 months, bro, you got to have a fucking fair, some fair climate, man. You got to have a lot of ice melt, man. There's just no way. When Big Red pokes his head up over the horizon around here, you feel it, man. Even in the winter, it ain't so much. You don't feel it as much. But if it was 24 hours a day, I mean, even low on the horizon, man, that would heat shit up, man. In my opinion, it could never.
Yeah,
it'd have
with
to.
the
I don't know.
sun, why is it so cold at the poles? That's the question.
I don't think
Clearly, something going on there.
Good with it being cold, man. I'm just thinking, it should match the north a little bit, because shit grows fucking all the way up to the North Pole, pretty much. It slacks off, but there's seasonal shit. There's trees pretty close to up there. There's a lot of animal life. I ain't exactly sure what, but and then down there ain't shit, dude. There ain't shit down south. What you call it? Said he couldn't even find anything enough to make a toothpick out of.
There's the Antarctic ice walls, and they just look like these crazy 100-meter high balls of ice. I don't think it's like that at the North Pole, is it?
No. And I think there's an Antarctica that's not part of the wall, like that's out beyond the wall, like what they show toward the tip of South America and toward Australia. I think that there's some like basically fake Antarctica or extrusions of the ice wall. So there probably is a east and a west Antarctica maybe, and then beyond the ice wall, like there's parts that stick out and shit. But I think ultimately you're going to encounter a fucking wall all the way around, and I don't think that's what they show us. You go on a cruise or something, you're going to go to one of them limbs. For lack of better words, I don't know, just my thoughts, but I could be
So do
proven
you
wrong.
believe in the flat Earth model? You believe that the Antarctic wall goes around, like, what is that, 10 times the size of any other continent?
I believe.
Well, I don't necessarily think it has to be that big. It doesn't have to be that big.
Exactly. I think the flat Earth model can be applied, but
But
the poles
24-hour light,
still the same size sort of thing.
light at Antarctica, I'm all on board with that. I've got no problems
Yeah.
with 24-hour light.
I do.
Well,
oh, you mean like just light, but not sunlight?
yeah, exactly right. Like
Yeah, yeah.
24-hour light, I can see how that happens because Brian, before the sunrise and after the sunset, you have light in the sky. Without actually seeing the sun. So to have 24-hour light itself, yep, I have no problems whatsoever with accepting that.
I don't have a problem with that because even looking at that flight track, that high speed track from JFK to Moscow, like it was dark, so the sun should have been like over California. It was going dark anyway. The sun should have been like over on a globe, like over California and arcing around that way, circling under our feet, so to speak. Even if it's at a little angle or whatever, still it should have been somewhat under our feet. But when that plane took off, JFK, the sun came into view over the north and followed it pretty much the whole way there, and you've seen that daylight off in the distance. So Antarctica, is the highest continent. If it's 2 miles in fucking elevation, once you get to the plateau or whatever. So yeah, I could see where even being higher, plus if there's a dome, whether it be physical or whether it be atmospheric, it could wrap around. Yeah, I could maybe buy like the light. But as far as if there's a sun you could see for 24 hours in the sky that circle around, that's going to give me a major problem if I ever had absolute proof of that. But every video I've seen, I've debunked. There might be one or two that I haven't looked at that kind of look suspect. But once I've already seen so much fake shit and the military base showing their shit not giving a 24-hour sun, then it's hard for me to take them serious, once I've seen so many attempts at fakes, man.
Nate's just put one in the chat, a 24-hour VR. Well, actually, it only says endless summer sunlight. It doesn't say 24-hour sun. It just says sunlight.
Yeah, for 24 hours summer sunlight. But I mean, obviously that light is coming from the sun, so I don't know. And Brian, it's yeah, hang on, PSN. and Brian, it's VR, so you can literally move the camera around and follow the sun.
Well, that's funny that Scott Base shows it, but McMurdo showed 3 years of fucking time lapse with no 24-hour sun. That's funny.
Okay, but now that I've shown you this, like,
Probably
what do you have to
depends
say
who you
about
are.
that?
I gotta look at it. I gotta look at it.
Time lapses, man.
Okay,
Where
take
is
the time.
Time
Take the time.
lapses of the.
It's
done
the last
last
thing
week.
posted live stream text one. I literally tagged you, bro.
Well, what's your explanation on fucking on McMurdo and the time lapse, the 3-year fucking running camera without the 24-hour sun?
I haven't seen that footage before, so I can't really talk to it.
Okay, I'll post it. Hold on.
Whoa! First,
Why do we have
watch
a
what I
problem?
posted before you
Yeah, I
post what
will. I
yours
will.
is.
But while I watch that, I want you to watch what I post. I'll watch it, but let me post this so we
Brian,
can.
mate,
All right,
why is there a problem if the
all right. So
sun
first,
is
watch
going
mine. Watch
24 hours?
mine first.
If I see the sun do a circle, and they could prove that, that's one of the main things that fucking. That's one of the
Well,
main
that's the
things
thing.
that
It goes down to the horizon, but it doesn't fully go over. But it just goes in
No,
circles.
dude. There's none of that, dude. If they're at the bay, if they're right there by the pole, then it should be pretty close to 23 degrees. At the peak, all the way around. If they're at the pole, and you could pretty much tell where they're at by what the sun would do, how much it dipped down. You could, if we're on a globe, you could tell the latitude
I
if
reckon you
it
can
dipped
probably,
down and how high
apparently,
it
you can
got up.
still
But
experience it without it being a globe, though. Like,
I
there's other
haven't seen
models
one
that
yet. I
doesn't.
can't debunk. I ain't seen one yet without problems, to be honest.
Well, watch this one. Yeah, come on, Brian, watch it. Like I don't know
I
why
ain't
you're not
watching.
watching.
I ain't watching it. Fingers and ears. No, I'm just kidding, dude.
But there you go.
Mate, it's like a toroidal
Nate's,
field, man. And you
Nate's
got
just miffed. He's miffed because 70% of the evidence out there is flat Earth evidence, and it hates it. It eats him up. I can tell he's had a very restless night. These things were
well, it's
pointed
definitely
out.
flat. We know this, but you apply flat to the idea of consciousness and the idea of singularity and the one, right? Like, you can't apply flat to objectivity. So clearly, we got. That's why people preach the globe, because there's not really any evidence for an objective flat Earth.
Really?
But to us, it's always flat. For our, point of, that's just how energy works with the brain and how perception works. And I reckon the main idea of flat is as high up as you go, the horizon's always flat. Like, we're not seeing a curve, mate. You send a balloon as high up as it goes, you're not seeing a curve. You'll see a
So
horizon, but that's just a vanishing point.
Is your biggest evidence the horizon? Is that yours?
Well, as for disproving the globe, that main one, like, you can tangibly observe, right? Like, I'm big into consciousness and how it all works, right?
Yeah.
And you can explain everything that the globe is used as proof just by the nature of reality. Looking into actual esoteric definition and understandings of it. One has to be able to have the ability to do that, right? And to dissect their reality with their own mind and not just eat the shit that we're given.
What do you think about that, Nate? The horizon.
About what Vanu said?
Yeah, about the horizon being his number one piece of evidence for a
Globe is a cylinder, Earth is.
horizontal baseline and everything above that.
They think it goes over the edge. That's just the way light bends. Like, we see this as, even with the ocean, you're not really going to have flat land because there's always a mountain or some shit.
Yeah.
With an ocean, water bulges, light bends. We know what refraction is. This is observable. It doesn't necessarily work the same way as water does.
Yeah, the word flat does come with a astigmatism attached to it, doesn't it? Really?
Yeah, definitely. But most flat earthers know what they're talking about. If you're going to identify and go all the way, only certain people who know what they're talking about to a certain extent go that far. Like, there's not many true flat earthers, if you know what I mean. Most trolls are globers because it's just the baseline.
Yeah, a lot of people try to remove themselves from that term. They don't even like being called a flat earther. Really.
Well, I've never met a stupid flat earther, to be honest with you. Like, that we all we all understand the same thing and identify with these lessons and understandings. Like, no one's believing like those photos of the flat Earth in space with the the rocks hanging out of it, sort of thing. Like, it comes with a whole idea of understanding. You know, and we all agree that we don't have a fully functional model, but that's, no one claimed that.
Well, and see, and what's the model like, per se? Like, is this, is the model just a map, right? Or, is the model all encompassing? Are we including, the stars and the wandering stars and all this sort of thing? Like, what is the model? Like, what is the globe Earth model itself? We have a beach ball, right, that have some continents painted on it and, some water. Well, apart from that, they say this thing spins and then spins again and
Never been pictured
rotates.
either. What I'd say the model is, it's like a marble block that they've cut out for us. You got to be what they tell you to be. If you don't think in that way, then that's the model. And then it's also like the shape of the map, sort of thing. Like, that is I think that's what they're mainly referring to.
If you're going to be talking about models, we'll show a true scaled model representation of exactly what you're talking about. That includes everything, and if nothing else, the other wandering stars and the sun, all in scaled formation, showing what you say that it does, with eclipses and everything that is spoken about, tilts and you name it, this and that. Show a true scaled version of this, a working scale version. It shouldn't be that difficult, really. Plenty of computer animations of it. That's about it.
Well, they can't do it. They can't take photos of the Earth. They've said this.
I was reading this article last night. Nate might be interested in this, because with computer games, they are trying to invoke a a personal dome, right, to make things more realistic as far as a viewing standpoint is concerned. and they're trying to take all these into consideration, all these aspects of a personal dome, but the computer power needed to actually do this is off the scale, and they just can't do it. They just can't possibly do it. It's crazy. But yeah, the whole personal dome was the thing that kind of caught my eye when I googled it, because they were talking about it last night or the night before. I can't really remember now. Might have been a couple of nights ago. Anyway, I just typed in Google personal atmospheric dome, and
That's definitely real.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, you
Celestial
type that in.
sphere, it's like a snow globe.
Yeah, but you type it into Google, right, and all you'll get is anti-flat Earth sites.
Oh, definitely.
Right?
You got to go on DuckDuckGo, man.
For pages and pages, and I was on like page 12 or 13 of Google before I actually came across this article that I read.
Yeah.
Now a lot of the jargon was computer jargon and stuff that kind of really did go over my head, but the fact that they were trying to reproduce a personal atmospheric dome for computer simulation and games and stuff,
Exactly,
and VR
mate.
and whatnot, that was the interesting thing that caught my eye. Not exactly how they're doing it and all that sort of stuff, but the fact that they're even considering, and they think that they have to try and replicate a personal atmospheric dome to make things more realistic. To me, that just says wonders about how they
That's
actually
exactly
think
what it
they are
is.
seeing things. Yep.
Computer
Yep.
games work the same way that reality does, and quantum mechanics proves this. It works with binary, and the way consciousness works. It's a vibration or a potential piece of information until you look at it. So say in a video game, you pan the camera and the monitor shows the pixels. The pixels they're still there behind you, and it's still working in a multiplayer system with someone else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it doesn't actually exist as observed until you
No.
pan the camera, right?
Yep.
And that's exactly what quantum mechanics proves about our waking reality. So there's always the point of view, and that's why exactly right, we have these atmosphere, like this snow globe firmament, sort of, for ourselves. And there's no objective flat Earth, but it's always going to be flat for the conscious receiver. Well, the flat part, you can take with a grain of salt, but everything else is basically proven by quantum mechanics. So, and that's breaking science, right? They don't really teach quantum mechanics at university, I don't think, these days, because you got to be
They
a bloody
do.
professor.
They do. Stop lying, Vinu. They do.
All right, sure. I was just making a take. Thank you for correcting. They do in what term and what under what degree?
What you mean? It's a whole curriculum.
Yeah.
I
So you got
didn't
to
take
study
it.
what exactly if you wanted to learn?
You can study quantum computing, quantum cryptography,
quantum
quantum mechanics, quantum field theory,
There you go.
quantum decoherence theory. A lot of
Yeah.
quantum mechanics stuff.
Sure, you can. I'm sure you can choose a course, but I don't think they're not teaching it at school. That's for sure. We can say that they're not teaching in quantum mechanics in high
Like
school.
in grade school, of course not.
But
So
university.
99.9% of people aren't going to learn about it.
Yeah, but in college, right, in your VCE years, because my boys take higher maths and physics, and they touch on the quantum stuff. Like they give them an introduction to it. Now, if you want to further that, now you're going to university where you specialize. But in normal college, no, it's not. It's not a class set aside where you can pick. Geography, quantum mechanics, like the quantum mechanics or quantum anything, isn't in a college form. But definitely you do get an introduction when you take the higher levels of maths and physics. To see if you do have an interest in it, and then you can further follow that if you want to go to university. Might be a little bit different in America. They may offer it in college, but it's just
I
an
think that
introduction.
Well, I
It's
think the
just an
problem is. I think the problem is the way that they give you the information. They give it to you in a way that you think of it as like maths or something you approach unconsciously, sort of, and you're solving problems, or you're not consciously being aware of the lessons being taught. I don't think that's not the way that they give you the information, which is how quantum mechanics should be approached, right? It's proven infinite dimensions. It's proven everything. If you can apply that idea to how simulations work in our phones, mate, we are already the Borg, mate. We're half machine already.
We'll see that conversation that you're talking about now sounds something more between you and Nate, not you and me, because I've got no idea about that sort of stuff. But Nate knows a lot more about this sort of stuff than what I do, and how
Do
it
I
should
think so?
not. Sorry, buddy.
Do I? You know about this stuff as well. Come on.
Oh, look, no. When we're talking about I just get. The only thing I know about is the law of water, my friend, as we discussed
Lord.
last week. The law of water. You
That's
love
just
that, don't you? You love it.
Bezos law of water. Yeah, no, that's the best thing I've ever heard.
Let's
Well,
go
the
with
law of
folks.
water is that it's always level, right? And the
No.
moon apparently moves the water,
No,
like with
no.
the tides and that.
Yeah, well, that wasn't the law of water last night. Definitely not.
Yeah. But no, what you said about how they teach quantum mechanics, that's not what it is. But yeah,
I'm
that's
sure
what you
you
should
get
tell
a
them.
course for it, but like I said, they don't give you the information properly. I don't think people think about it
What do you
properly.
mean? What do you mean they don't give information properly?
I feel like they're feeding the information in a way that it shouldn't be approached with. You know, you got to understand quantum mechanics from a almost philosophical level.
Why? No, that's not scientific.
Wrong. Define scientific. Again, that's my point.
I mean, why do you want quantum mechanics taught as an art, as a
Because it's the
philosophy?
nature of reality, right? So when are you going to separate the things? You know what I mean? Like it needs to be taught with true understanding in relation to the mind and imagination and
And what is
dreams
what is the
combined.
true understanding? Do you have the true understanding of quantum mechanics?
Well, of course, I think it's the answer to flat Earth.
Of course you have it. All right, tell us what is the true understanding of quantum mechanics?
Well, that's when souls and consciousness come into play, because that's the defining factor, no? That's clearly what quantum mechanics teaches us, is that there's an eternal separate body that creates the illusion of our seeming
Like
reality. And it
like
explains why
what
we are separate.
equation, what interpretation tells you that?
All of it combined, man. What do you want me to put in
Oh
for?
shit! Yo, just hang
You
on.
got to look into it, mate. You got to look into quantum mechanics. He doesn't know what he's talking about, mate.
Nate does know a fair bit when it comes to quantum mechanics. I think it's a bit
Yeah, there's
unfair
a
to
few
say
select experiments
to
that,
say that
like
he
I said,
doesn't know what
prove exactly what you were talking about earlier.
to say Nate doesn't know what he's talking about when we're talking.
Yeah, I'm taking the piece.
Maybe the mainstream understanding of quantum things. Yeah, Nate's pretty.
Yeah, Nate wants you to repeat something. Nate wants you to repeat something that he's heard that's been approved of by others. That's
Well,
what I
exactly. He's a
think.
Glober. That's why I'm giving him a hard time.
Yeah, it's the accepted understanding, isn't it, Jerry?
Yeah, it can't be approved unless someone else approved it first, but that's not what life is about.
No, not at all. Yeah, you have to have your own. Well, you've got to be able to think, think for yourself and come to your own conclusions about whatever. Just like we were talking about before, Jerry, when we were talking about the sextants, like if you shouldn't be scared to ever give your opinion on something if it goes against the grain or what appears to be the common consensus. Just give it, then discuss it. You're not going to advance at all. Don't. That's for sure. I'm going to use one of your lines, Jerry. We'll just bend the sextant whichever way we can, and we'll make the sextant work. Don't worry about the
That's
mind
it.
waves. Yeah, we'll just bend the sextant itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys noticed how Brian left to watch that video, never came back? I think he's a Globy now.
Well, to be fair, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning over there. Come on.
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock in the morning for all of us, man. So
Well, for normal people, it's only 6 o'clock at night for normal.
Yeah, 6:30, mate.
oh, it is normal
But
people.
yeah,
Very funny.
but yeah, we have established that Nate is a parrot for the mainstream narrative,
Oops.
and won't go against the narrative ever. But
What?
I feel there is chinks in his armor. There's a couple of chinks that are beginning to reveal themselves.
I don't know, man. I think you guys are way closer to becoming globe earthers than I am to becoming a flat earther.
Really?
Really?
Okay.
Especially you and Jerry.
Me and Jerry. Oh, okay. Then.
Says the guy who comes every day to a flat Earth forum. Yeah.
Yeah, because I have friends here. Come on, you're one of my friends, aren't you, George?
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I appreciate the sentiment, and I feel the same.
Yeah, we homies, man.
Interact with someone.
You my
we need to
N-word,
interact with
right?
someone. I mean, if there was no ballers in the channel, I would offer
Are you
myself
my
to become a
N-word,
baller
George?
just for the entertainment.
You would become a baller just for the entertainment?
Yeah, if there's no ballers in the room, I could be a baller for 5 minutes, or 10 minutes, or half an hour, just for a laugh. Why not?
All right, do it.
It's
Do it.
silly.
Actually,
George,
actually,
mate,
what
how you
I'm-
doing,
let's
brother?
do that.
It's silly
Please
to be a
do it,
baller.
George.
I mean, it's just to say
Please
nonsense,
do
you
it,
know.
do it. Yeah, but don't
Like
you
me
want
to
to
do
be
it?
a baller for like
Would you like
5
me to do
minutes,
it?
and then then go against Bass on Vanu and Jerry?
Let's try it. Let's try it. You want to try it for 5 minutes?
George, mate, how
Yeah,
you doing?
You'll be the flat earther, I'll be the baller.
No, I don't know how to be a flat earther.
Oh, come on,
It's
man. You can do it.
So
You know the
okay,
flat
so
earther
I could just
represent you.
all right. I'll just pretend and make up stuff. That's what flat earth
So,
does, man.
yeah, you pretend to be the flat earther. I pretend to be the baller. Yeah, and you're gonna ask me flat earth questions. For example, ask me
Okay.
about the black swan, for example.
Okay. Explain the black swan on a globe, George. You disgusting, dirty glober.
No.
I'm
Explain the black
being a
swan.
flat earther.
I mean,
What do you mean?
a swan is an animal. What do you mean explain swans? You need to explain the argument, the molest
Okay,
of
explain.
the black swan. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm the
explain.
baller after
You
all. I'm not going
dirty,
to tell you your
stupid
argument,
glober.
no?
You dirty, stupid glober. Explain how a black swan works on the globe. Dirty, stupid glober. I'm trying to be the best
Explain
flat
how
earther I can.
a black. Hold on a second. Your question is explain how a black swan works on a globe.
See? Stupid Glober straw manning. Stop straw manning me, Glober. Can you please explain how the black swan works on your imaginary sphere? You dirty, stupid Glober.
Flat earthers in the room. You guys think that he's explaining
Listen to
himself
this dirty,
properly?
stupid Glober. How can we see too far in the black swan image when, according to the
That's
curve?
not the argument, man. He's not representing the argument properly.
All right, what is the argument then, dirty, stupid Glober?
Your argument as a flat earther is this one. If the world is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, any distance to the horizon can be no more than 1.2 times 1.2 miles times the observer height in feet. Yeah. On the observation of the black swan, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. So it's beyond the geometry of a sphere 3959 miles. So not only the Earth cannot be a sphere, the horizon is not the leading edge of a sphere. It's not physical. That should be your argument. Can you repeat it back to me then, so I can address that?
I would say, therefore, you can't use the horizon as a proof of glob.
Yeah, but he needs to say it to me, though.
What Jerry said. What Jerry said. I told you, George, I'm not good at doing this. I don't know how to just make a.
Because you never had the good old psilocybin subchronosa. Toast
Yes, I have.
special.
I've taken mushrooms. What do you mean, bro? I've taken drugs before you were alive.
Sorry? Do I know you, mate? What are you saying that word for? It's called medicine.
Because you were trying to talk about mushrooms and whatnot. I've been on mushrooms, bro.
It's ancient medicine. Yeah, you need to have it in a
Ancient
ritual-like
medicine.
state. Yeah, you need to be in a ritual-like state. You need a druid. You need to do chants and dance around a fire. If you're not doing the right, if you're not approaching it correctly, then you're not going to get anything out of it, aren't you?
He doesn't understand the argument, and he cannot understand the argument.
I don't understand the argument from the fighter's perspective. I will admit that.
No. You cannot recite back, whatever it is.
Yeah, the flat earth side of the argument.
Can you
I do
recite
not
back?
know.
Repeat after me. Let's see if you can do it. If the Earth
Repeat
is a
after you.
sphere,
If the Earth is a sphere,
with a radius of 3959 miles,
with the radius of 3959 miles,
any distance to the horizon,
and distance to the horizon,
any distance to the horizon,
any distance to the horizon,
can be no more
than
1.2 miles away.
Than 1.2 miles away.
Yeah, times the observer height in feet.
Times the observer's height in feet.
Yeah. So on the Max 1 image, we have an observer at 1 foot elevation. The horizon is beyond the platform, beyond 10 miles away.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen him confirm that it's 1 foot in elevation, but because I'm a flat earther, I believe it to be so. Even though I haven't confirmed it for myself. Go ahead.
But you can you repeat what was said up until here? This is the first part of the molestolens. There's a second part, isn't it?
Is there a second part? I don't know.
Yeah, of course. Can
Okay,
you
what's
recite
the
the
second
first part? We just went through the first part. Can you recite it all together, please?
All right. If the globe is a sphere with a certain dimension, then the horizon should be 1.2. The horizon should be no more than 1.2 miles times the height of the observer.
You see, because you say it can be any dimension. If it's any dimension, the
No,
horizon can
I
be
said
any.
with certain dimensions.
Okay,
I just forgot the numbers. I'm sorry.
If the Earth has a certain dimension, the horizon is going to
I
have
just
a
forgot the
certain
numbers.
distance. I mean, it's certain is not a distance. It's not a measurement, is it?
He just couldn't remember the figure, so he said,
Yeah, I'm sorry, Joe. I just forgot.
No, but there is no point to say it needs to be at this distance if you don't mention the first measurement, the radius that is meant to have.
Okay, but you know what the radius is. Like, you know what my position is if I'm a flat earther, George. Please just put on your globe earth hat and debunk me.
No.
No.
You want to be a global? So which one is your best? The argument that flat earthers have, you think, that you can represent it better? Go on. You're doing a very bad example.
Look flat. My local area that I see looks flat and stationary. That's the best flat earth evidence I can give you.
Yeah, of course, it's locally flat, isn't it? That's my.
And because it locally looks flat, I'm going to assume that the whole thing is flat.
No. It's just locally flat. Just because.
But because it's locally flat, I'm going to do what a flat earther does and assume the whole Earth is flat. I have no other reason to believe this curvature. Because my local reality looks flat and stationary.
Of course, I see curvature. I see the boats disappear and bottom up.
What?
What do you mean I don't see curvature? Yeah.
No, that's perspective, George. That's how perspective works.
No,
Perspective can make things disappear bottom up
The
into
best
the
for the
distance.
experiment.
And even if
The
something
best for the
passes my
experiment.
horizon, George, if I have a camera, I can zoom in and that bottom part comes back into focus. Now, I have no evidence for this. I have no footage for it, but I believe this to be true.
The camera, what does the camera? Sees through the waves. You can see through the curve.
Yeah, exactly. The camera can somehow magically see through the curve, see through the supposed hump of water. So even if even if a boat goes over that hump and it's being obstructed by that physical hump of water, my magic camera can zoom in and bring back the bottom of that boat back into view. I don't know how. I've never seen this happen. I don't have footage for it, but I believe this to be true.
Correct.
But I'll
This
tell you
happens
how.
on the flat Earth. How?
I'll tell you how. You see, when you guys say refraction, you don't know what you're talking about. It's the force of gravity. Yeah. You see, the center of mass on the sphere attracts everything down, even the light. You know, when you think you're looking straight, you're not, because gravity is pulling the light. Instead of going straight, it's curving around the oceans. That's why you can see down. And if you are in an area that is the gravity is strong enough, you can see your own ass.
Okay, explain how this is possible using bendy space-time. Because I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Or are you talking about Newtonian gravity, which Einstein, even though he didn't say it himself, I believe Einstein proved Newton to be wrong. I have no proof of this. Einstein didn't say this, but I believe this to be so.
Einstein proved Newton to be wrong. Oh, well, let's forget about that. I mean, after all, the kids still need to learn, and we still calculate. We use the 9.8 meters per second force down in our calculation. So we couldn't change our paradigm just because the flat earthers don't agree.
Straw man and appealing to authority fallacy and pre-assumption fallacy and
I have 300.
so many fallacies, man.
I have 300 researchers, scientists, to support my claim.
Appealing to authority. You aren't a free thinking, open-minded individual. You don't have three thoughts. You can't make stuff up and just think for yourself. You always have to appeal to authority, George.
Come on, I graduated, man. I have a bachelor in bullshit. I mean,
having a degree doesn't make you a scientist. You don't need to study for 7 years and become an expert in something to be taken seriously. And you know, for example, I don't need to study mechanics to know how to fix a car, right? I could just YouTube a video and then I can fix cars.
I'm sure you're a flat earther. You haven't graduated from school, I'm sure.
Whoa, ad hoc moderator, can someone mute this guy?
Are we doing good or not, guys? Is it funny or not?
How did I do, guys? Was I a good flat earther?
Rubbish. It was funny, but it was okay. It was okay.
You're as good at being a flat earther as you are at quantum mechanics.
What? I thought I was a pretty good flat earther. No more. I brought up the arguments you bring up.
No more blue with a hat.
I only bring up one argument, my law. That's the only one I bring up. You didn't even bring up that. Like, you would have been on a winner if you had to invoke my law.
I feel like I won though. George was just throwing ad homs and strawmans at me.
Yeah, of course. That's what the Globers do.
You do tend all the time, Nate, to have that feeling of victory. I have noticed.
Isn't that obvious?
Yeah.
After all, you have the consensus on his side, isn't it?
I'm a winner, Benso.
Oh, yeah.
I got 4,000 years of science behind me.
Apparently.
I don't know what you have. All you got is Bansaw's
No one
law.
believes in it. Yeah,
That's all.
4,000
That's
years.
all I need. That's all
All
anyone
you
needs.
need?
People knew it was
Look at
flat up until 100 years ago. Unironically.
That's not
look at
true.
the magnificent things that were built with Bansaw's law. Right, look at
Like
them.
what?
Oh,
Like what?
anything. Pyramids, aqueducts, you name it. These magnificent structures that were built with Bansaw's. Right?
Really?
Yeah.
I don't even think the other flat earthers believe
LIGO,
it.
even LIGO was built with Bansaw's law.
They
You
all believed
stretching
in
it,
flat
bro.
Earth.
You
I
stretching
missed
it,
that.
Andy.
I missed that. Can you say that again? Measured with what?
George, you haven't heard of Bansaw's law of water?
I don't understand the word. Maybe that's what it is.
Bansaw's law of water.
No.
You've never heard? Oh. Well, it's about to win Bansaw a Nobel Prize.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Nate's going to nominate me for it. There will be a ceremony, I'm sure. Right? And it's the only law that can't be debunked. The only one. The rest of them can be debunked.
I'm sure if it's regarding water, it is a natural law.
It is.
Oh, it is.
Even
I'm sure on that natural
Natural
law.
law.
I'm
It's
sure on
all
that
over
natural law for water would say that it would confirm to the container that is in.
We had lots of things in regards to pressure, resistance. We had to throw in force there, or Nate wanted to throw in force, so I kind of gave him force a little bit, even though technically it's not a force. But you know, pressure and resistance is what it's all about.
So you have a force that works like a pendulum, yeah, on the water, bringing the water this way and then back that way, and then back this way, and then back this way. Yeah, you need to have a water pendulum.
And see, and the beautiful thing about the law of water, it doesn't matter what form it's in, it always conforms to the same law, always, repeatably, observably, and measurably, doesn't it, Nate?
Apparently.
Apparently.
Got him. Yeah. Well, you told me, Bansaw.
Well, you tried your hardest yesterday to debunk it, but you failed miserably.
I feel I did. What? I feel I debunked it and
what?
Essie and Dyslow understood my debunk, and they had to
I know.
concede.
No, they far from conceded. Far from conceded. now you're just making things up.
Well, that's slow. It's easy to debunk anyway.
You're a
Dyslow's easy to debunk.
You're a
Yeah, ether. Yeah, ether is easy to debunk.
I'm not a scientist, Bansaw. Watch your tongue.
No, I said you're a pseudo truther when it comes to retelling a story. When it comes to retelling a story, pseudo truther.
You're just mad I'm exposing you.
Exposing me.
Yeah, bro. You and your fictitious law.
My fictitious law is the only law that will stand the test of time. Right? And we'll be able to measure this.
George. George, can I ask you a question?
You're already asking, but yeah, go on. Another question.
Can I ask you another question after this question? So, George, would you say that something is at rest when it has no net forces acting upon it, when all forces cancel out? Is that not Newton's first law?
Hold on a second. What are you talking about, man?
I'm just asking. Newton's first law: an object at rest remains at rest until a net force acts
Yeah.
upon it. Right.
I see what you're trying to do,
Right.
Nate. I'm all over you.
Destroy
See what you're trying to do,
Yeah.
mate.
electromagnetics.
And so
Proving it.
you're breaking up, or is it me?
Is it me? Am I breaking up? No, White's breaking up. Am I breaking up?
That's a true story though. Like there's no
Mic check. Mic check.
Mic check. Mic check. You're there, George. Am I there?
Hello.
Yep.
Can you
Right.
guys hear me?
Yeah.
What happened?
Everyone was. I thought everyone
correct
was
about the
roboting. I thought it was me, so I changed.
Yeah.
provider.
Everyone was
you're all
roboting. I think it
tripping
was Discord.
balls.
You as well, Vanu. Like you
Dude,
all
I'm
sounded
just
weird.
trying to tell you. You're correct about the net
Yeah.
force.
Yeah. This goes live, and
So-
now they start to interfere with it.
So, anywho, George, you agree with me that an object is only at rest if it has no net force of action.
No, I
upon
don't
it,
agree
right?
with that. I know that statement. I don't agree with that statement. No.
Okay, so when is an object at rest, according to you?
When
Since you
is
don't
an
agree
object
with,
at
with
rest?
Newton's first law of motion. Yeah. When is an object at
Well,
rest?
all the laws of motion of Newton were debunked by Einstein. No.
What? When did Einstein debunk Newton's laws of motion? What?
Yeah. The crown achievements of Newton were debunked
How come?
by
Hey,
Einstein.
does it seem counterintuitive? We should be able to take a helium balloon and spin it in a circle, like if we went fast enough, the mass of the balloon or
Brian,
whatever.
did you watch the video? Did you watch the video,
Yeah,
Brian?
I did, man. Dude,
And?
you posted me virtual reality down in a fucking crater or something, dude. What was that?
What? No, it's a real video.
Anyway,
It's just,
I posted
it was shot with
Noah
the
dot. I posted Noah.gov from Davis Station, bro, and shows the fucking it doesn't go all, the shadows don't go all the way around. It's just a whole couple months time lapse. Yeah, I mean, it's all I watched. All I needed to see was one. So I sent actual government webcams.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just going to
I
talk about
posted
the
it.
video.
It's right. It's just a
easy,
little.
man.
I just posted it about 3-4 minutes ago. It's Noah.gov from Davis Station. It's government webcams from Davis Station. So I don't.
Okay.
This ain't a YouTube video. This is fucking. Noah.
It discusses a flight someone took from Chile
No.
to
Before that, I posted that afterwards. It's right before that. And it doesn't have a picture either. It just says a link to Noah.gov and it saves you some time for searching for different stations webcams. But these are.
What does that have to do with the video I posted? I don't understand.
I'm just. You showed me. You posted virtual reality cam from in a
but it's a
crater
real
or something?
camera.
Like it's looking right at the bottom of a hill.
No, it's a real camera in Antarctica pointed up into the sky. It's just that it's like a 360-degree view, and it allows you to control what you see. So you can follow.
Yeah, but there's a hill blocking a big portion of that view. I can look up,
but you can
over the.
move the camera with your fingers and look up above.
I know,
the
but
hill
I
into
can't.
the clouds.
Can I walk up the hill with it?
Oh my god!
I understand what you're saying. You can turn it around, but still,
Brian?
there's a.
This is
you
the game
hear what I'm saying?
play. There was a hill in the way. Really?
Bro, am I fucking retarded? Let me go look again, dude.
I thought you were better than this. Really? There was a hill in the way?
Could you put that link in the live stream for us to check out?
All right, sure. Sure, man.
Please.
Yeah.
The VR one.
I can't believe Brian's doing this. There was a hill in the way. Oh my god.
We already went through this, I think, at least a month ago.
I know we did, but you guys didn't properly debunk it.
Oh.
You guys just came up with weird reasons. There were clouds in the way, even though you can see the sun shining within the clouds. No, but the clouds are in the way. Now Brian's trying to say no, but there's hills in the way. Like, come on,
I reckon I might have invoked CGI or something. I might have done that.
Okay, I just went and looked at it again, and look at the beginning. Look at the fucking picture on your screen. You don't even have to watch the video. There's a hill right there. I mean, I'm just saying you could turn around and see a different view, but you can't walk up that hill. Are you trying to tell me that's not a what do you call that? That's right in front of the camera. You don't call that a hill? What is there another name for it?
Oh, Nate. I feel sorry for you, Nate.
I need somebody to respond because like the picture before even clicking on the video, it looks like a hill in the front, and I mean, what am I missing here, man? Is it not a hill?
You can move the camera with your fingers so that you're looking above the hill into the sky where the sun is, Brian. Come on.
I can move up the hill for real, or can I angle over the? Can I angle? I'm just asking, dude. If I can't move it up the
You're
hill,
being
and
silly.
I've already
You're being
seen
silly. I've never seen you be like this before. You are
it. Dude,
being
shut
like
the
kosher
fuck up
right
and
now.
answer my question, bro. You're gonna just play
You're being like
games and.
kosher right now. You're literally doing what kosher does.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
All you gotta
Play it out.
do
Play it out to its
is
fullest,
scroll
bud.
up with your finger on your
All right,
screen,
I'll try
and
it.
the camera will move up.
Ryan.
So the camera will
be
move up the
angled.
fucking hill.
It'll be angled
I'll
towards
try.
the sky, and then you're
Brian, I
looking
Yeah,
at the
have a
okay.
sky.
question
If
for you.
it angles, I can angle it to where it's looking
What the
over the
fuck,
hill.
Brian?
I'm asking you,
What
will the
the fuck?
camera move physically from its position? Can I change angles, or can I change the position and the
You know
angles?
exactly what I mean, because if you do what I'm saying, you see
Come on,
what happens.
he has a 2-minute
Jesus.
Dude,
video
fuck
of a
it, I'm not playing games, bro. I'm not.
You are,
Never
bro.
mind.
You being
it has
so
a
silly,
2-minute
Brian.
video
Stop it.
of a 24-hour sun. Are you kidding me, man?
What?
Anyway, for anybody who wants to see a fucking government webcam, NOAA.gov, Davis Station. I posted a fucking link under his.
Have you? Let me see.
There's
I'll be
no
right back,
picture.
guys.
There's no picture. It just
I'm not
says
putting up with
fucking.
Brian's nonsense. I'll be right back.
It's gonna link them to fucking NOAA.gov, fucking Davis Station 24-hour webcam without a
Brian,
24-hour
where in the
setup.
US are you from, mate?
Florida.
It's hilarious. Now I know Floridans are fucking. I've heard they're legends.
Floridanians.
Apparently,
Some
I'm
people
playing
relate
games.
Aussies to Floridians, yeah.
Floridians. Floridians on the meridian.
You can't trust them.
No.
You can trust Brian though. Oh, you got Crocs down there. It's pretty crazy.
Alligators.
What's
they're everywhere.
What's the mosquito situation like in Florida? Is it out of control, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, you get used to them, man. But every now and then, dude, it's fucking like if you're in a certain spot and you hit a nest of them, you'll move. They'll get your attention. But other than that, they ain't that fucking bad.
Have you noticed a difference since Bill Gates released the ones that were supposedly gonna depopulate the mosquito population, even though it's probably got something in it
Man,
that's gonna do
to be honest, man, I mean, they're fucking with me now, but I don't pay them much attention, man.
Fuck them Aussies, man. Well, it depends on your blood type, actually.
I
I
think it
think
does.
if you're O negative, if you're rhesus negative, they like the taste of your blood. It's really sweet for them.
In Minnesota, the mosquitoes,
And
the
that's
state
like
bird.
British blood.
What you're gonna say, conspiracy Santa? What's
I
up,
said,
Crit?
yeah, here in Minnesota, the mosquito is the state bird.
Yeah, there's a lot of them up there.
You in Minnesota?
Yeah.
You ever been to like those that looks like an Indian burial site and like spent the night there?
Dude, they destroyed them. I'm not sure if you know about
Oh.
the Dakota War. There's nothing left. I mean, one of the biggest ones is in the middle of St. Paul. So pretty much, like 200,000 people spend their nights there.
Oh.
I'll never do that. Man.
There's a forced relocation after the Dakota War.
Mm.
If you look up the guy
You
who's
have
in charge, Sibley, he said erase them from the earth was his.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you can't call it anything other than genocide. And then you look
Hey,
at
did anybody hear B-Ball? Did anybody check out B-Ball's new Sun app application?
Ben, so what's so funny? Control yourself.
Sorry. Oh, I'm
What's so
sorry. I should
funny?
have been on mute. I was just having some banter with Druss in the chat. Sorry.
Yeah, all you need is images from space, man. So come on.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all you need.
Check this out, y'all. I think showing them. I got all these. They're all looking. I went on Jose's and Jose played my video with the two separate rotations where I showed the time lapse and how the moon follows the stars in its respected location. And then I went to in the video. I don't know for anybody who didn't see it real quick. I went to sun calc and showed that if the sun's in this position, this is what the stars are doing, and how it showed the arc and anarch. And I was saying that you could measure the actual shadows and measure the deviation. But since then, they're looking at different apps and shit, trying to look at sun calc. They probably never seen it, to be honest. But so people mentioned this other app. It's like sun calc, but it's a little bit different. And I went and checked it out, and it still shows the fucking same shadows doing the same shit. But but you could. It was a Mercator projection. With the wavy night and day, looks like a wave over the Earth, and you could move it back and forth. And it looked like, dude, the sun. There was a position, you line it up just right, and you had like half of Australia and half of South America in sunlight, and it's supposed to be representing a globe. And then you move the sun closer toward South America, and almost all of South America is it lit up before at the very end of it. The last part that's not lit up, you start seeing like New York and Maine getting light, but almost the whole continent's in daylight before.
Did you make a video almost.
I was gonna. I wanted to mention it first, man. Has anybody ever looked at that shit?
No.
It doesn't make much sense, man. I mean, thinking of a globe, most things do, but
so surprised. I'm so surprised.
I don't know. I'm trying to any clues to help with a map. I'm looking at flight times and all that, and there's
Right,
just an anomaly with time zones.
Post the link I should look at. To see what you're saying.
I'll put it together, man. I ain't doing it right this minute, but I'll put some of it together. I've been accumulating a little bit of this and that, and I'll put it together and make an anomaly video or something. But I'm really gathering it all to get a more accurate flat Earth map.
Right on.
And one with like multiple star trails, and it's not hard as one might think to map the multiple star trails, except it comes with a little bit of baggage. It comes with a little baggage, though.
My friend E1 doesn't think there's going to be like quadrupole or tripole. He thinks it's two poles. I don't know why.
Is he going to come in here, Dave? Are you going to be able to get him?
I'll talk to him again soon. Yeah, I'll talk to him again. We'll see if we can get him in here.
But when you go to SunCalc and you do a 12-hour time lapse of the sun, and it arcs it, I've joked around like the arc and the anarch, whatever, but it does really do like a tight circle, and they would say that to complete the circle you got to go down and back around. But who's to fucking say the sun has to do a circle anyway? I mean, is there some kind of rule making maps or the Tropic of Cancer? I was looking at facts on the equator, and one of the main facts is the exact equator around even the globe, whatever, is not known. Like the exact path. They know right where it is over land, but they don't have it all mapped out as right where it goes. They don't have it traced out. It's what they made it sound like. I mean, they said them words specifically.
He seemed to think that the North Star or Polaris was intrinsically connected to the movement of the sun, and he said that when the North Star took its like turn, like when it was going back the other way, it seemed like the sun turned a corner, like a sharp corner. He said.
It does, man, and you can see that in Africa. It's prevalent, I think, in a couple of places in Africa. Looking at the sunset, you could see right before it sets. You see it start to do some kind of jog. Is one thing I could say to back what you just set up.
That's
Yeah, no one says. Yeah, no one says it has to actually travel in a circle, Brian. But if you maybe just a little bit of logic, like if you look at star trails, they seem to have a circular path for number one, and for it to go in a circular motion, right, or some sort of circular motion, that would be the path of least resistance and require the least amount of energy to keep it in that that perpetual motion that we visualize every single day. Now,
And the sun's like 1 degree off, right? So the sun's 1 degree off. So
Now,
crazy.
Now, if you subscribe to the notion that the sun is getting higher and lower and makes a larger and smaller circle, there are going to be at times when it's not going to be quite circular, like the perfect circle, but it's going to be pretty damn close. Still the path of least resistance. That's just what I think in regards to the circular motion.
Hello.
Goodbye.
Hello.
Oh shit, I was muted. Whoever that is, are they roboting for y'all?
Yeah, somebody's roboting real, yeah.
Dave.
But I thought I was unmuted, man. But I was saying that the one map that I made, just the sketch with the multiple star trails, when I tried a few different things, and this was like the best looking one was the tropic. It started with the equator, and it's like a circular triangle. It's like a triangle, but with rounded edges, where when it hits right in between the farthest point in between the continents, it takes kind of like a sharp circular turn, and then it straightens out some. So when it comes right into view with each continent, it's a straight path, but then the Cancer is just barely concave, like a frown, just barely, and then it does the same circular turn out in the middle of the three turns in the oceans. And then Capricorn was a slight frown, like it's almost straight, but just a very, very slight fucking frown on its way over the continents, in and out of view, and then makes its round, sharp turn out in the middle of the oceans in between the continents. And the way I tried to draw it was like 3D, showing that it gets lower. So it comes up and down as it goes around, but when it's over Capricorn, it's like lower, and the apparent dome, whatever you want to call it, firmament, solid firmament, apparent dome, whatever you want to, I tried to map that out, draw it as 3D, but I'm gonna post it, man. It's just a little sketch. And the only thing about it is it basically have to be the same. The southern star trails that are on the outskirts would have to be the same. There's 3 of them, but they'd all be the same shit. They represent the same reflection, turning and perspective positions. But I'll post it, man. It's pretty interesting to me. It is.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, you can, but you are.
Hello.
Yeah, you're right, Dave.
All right. Well, this image I'm looking at now is almost a megabyte big. I don't know why it's so big, but it's gonna be badass. I guess if anyone wants to use it, it'll download on this bad boy. This is a camera shot, huh?
You,
Do you believe that?
You're breaking up. You're breaking up again.
Oh shit!
You may
Fuck.
want to pop out
Can you hear me?
and come back in. Try that. Try popping in.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, you're back.
All right. Yeah, you believe that image that's a picture taken with a camera, the one that he posted. That looks pretty touched up. To me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much like them all.
I would say Just seems like a guy that would have a critical eye, but I'm surprised he doesn't.
Yeah, he's another look. Yeah, look, he's one of those people that likes to get in the trenches and defend their point of view until the cows come home.
Yeah.
It's people like Druss, Nate, Jin. Like if you're in
What
war,
the fuck?
right? If you're in war, these are the people that you want by your side because they're just not going to give in. These are the sort of
Right.
people you want.
Even if they know you're full of shit, they'll back you.
Yeah. I was giving you a compliment, Nate. I was giving you a compliment. Take it for what it was.
Wow. I'm nothing like Jim.
No. Well, with your tenacity, you are.
I don't think I'm tenacious. I just think I have good, solid, consistent points that most people find very hard to break down.
Oh, they're very, very simple to break down with basic logic, but that's neither here nor there. You are very. I would want you in the trenches. Having said that,
That's what's up.
then we can.
We wouldn't want Dave in the trenches, right?
Hey, oh no, bloody hell! He's a person I want in the trenches and then jumping out of the trenches.
Smoking a blunt in the trenches while we go out there on the front line.
Yeah.
That Professor Dave.
I wouldn't trust Dave in a fruit fight. You know?
What? Oh, no! Comes out.
Did you say fruit fight? Did you say fruit fight or food fight?
A food fight, I think he said, right?
I was just thinking fruit fight. What is that? Some kind of gay homeless wrestling match or something?
You
never had a food fight before? Like
Yeah,
where you throw fruit over?
Like in the cafeteria where there's like an uprising against how bad the food is. It doesn't end
Oh,
well
that's a
though.
food
They just
fight.
lock you.
That's a food fight. That's a bit more dangerous.
All they did when I was in school, it happened one time, and the principal just came and locked the doors to the cafeteria, and all the students had to stay until the lunchroom was spotless. No one could leave. It was like I was like, this ain't much. You watch it in the movies, and it's like fun, and everyone has a good time, and
That's what it's like. This is the good hour around here. Like everyone's kind of like laid back, pretty chilled. Some people are, having their morning coffee. Others are, just kicking back for the night. But this is like the chill hour, the chill zone. And give it an hour and a half or 2 hours, it'll start to heaten up.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, just wait till Rocky and Essie wake up. Then it's all time to play.
Well, I'll be listening, but I got to go. Brian, are you still here? All right, never mind. I posted, if you're listening, Brian.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, yeah. I don't know if you were talking about triangles, and I forgot to tell you about E1's idea with the triangle that he has in that first picture I posted. The green
Yeah, I was looking at the map of Monday just now. I was zoned out on the map of Monday. Go ahead.
Check out the one I just posted, the first one. See that triangle? He's
Let
got
me
the
look at it
sun-
real quick.
He's got the sun's path, right?
Yep.
Right. You see the green triangle? Well, that's what he thinks. He thinks okay. So the bottom two corners of the triangle, right, are where Bermuda's Triangle is, and then the other one's called the Dragon's Triangle. It's over there off Japan, right?
Or the devil. I think
yeah, either way. But anyway, there's two of those that we know of. But he thinks there's a third one where the in that southern they're in that South Pacific Ocean area that we're not allowed to really know much about. He thinks there's a third one there, and that'd be huge if he's right about this, the way it fits with the sun's path. I don't know if it has anything to do with it, but it could be a clue for you, is all I'm saying.
Dude, I've been brainstorming about the switch. Like when it goes past Antarctica, man, it switches down to a whole different like a rotation, man. I was thinking about doing some analimas like at different times of day. Like doing 3 analimas and I'm like, I'm gonna do it, but it's like when am I gonna start? And I'm like, dude, just fucking start whenever, just get off your ass and do it. And that's what I'm about to do, man. Usually getting me talking about it makes me want to do it even more, but I want to do like analimas at like 10 in the morning, or I got to pick 3 times where it's visible all year round, so like 10, 12, and 2 or something, just to see if there's any difference. But do the analima, but something does happen right about the same time of year every year where the sun crosses after solstice or after equinox, whatever. It seems to make a pretty noticeable change, even if you're not paying much attention. It just seems to make a turn, a noticeable turn. And it's and there ain't really much ways to explain it except for kind of what that guy showed. But it still, to me, has to still kind of spin in the same direction, but a different path altogether as far as being connected. I don't know, like almost like an overlapping figure 8 or something.
It has to be something affecting it to stay in its cycle somehow, like nodes of some sort, like some kind of some kind of maybe trilateration, like maybe even these, like the Bermuda Triangle and the Dragon's Triangle and whatever the third one is. Maybe even that has something to do with it, like getting on its separate track, like a switch, like a train track switch.
Bro, like I'm not going Pac-Man without a fight, man. I'm just telling you, man.
I gotta hang up.
I'm not going Pac-Man map without a full honest effort.
I don't think he's going Pac-Man.
No, I don't either. But I'm just saying, like that if I wanted to just take the easy road, just go Pac-Man and fucking, there's no way to prove it wrong as far as shadows or. But it just doesn't sit right with me, man. It doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah, flat earthers should have like one of those bylaws, like never go Pac-Man.
Pac-Man just seems
never go full Pac-Man.
Yeah, well, if you don't like the arguments though, as far as the fucking, if you don't want to argue the flight routes and the sun pass, all this shit, just go Pac-Man. It's a fucking exact globe, but you just, it's kind of a cop out to me, kind of, man. I mean. If I could see their point of view, but like I said, I got to give an honest effort, man, to make a better map. I think it could be explained. I just think there's something that everybody's fucking missing, man.
I think you probably make a lot of money by selling your blood, whatever the effort is that people could get from transfusion of your blood. They would benefit. Think about that.
Yeah. Like talking is best I could do as far as sharing it, just sharing different ideas, man. It's the best time I like talking. It's when everybody's talking about ideas and stuff, man, because that's putting a lot of times it has to do with us putting our mind together, like getting somebody's idea and modifying it a little bit and a little bit of this and that, But I just feel like we're all missing something, man. There's fucking something, man.
Yeah,
and
I'll help as much as I can. I got some links I'm going to send you. I have to hang up, but I got some links I'm going to send you, Brian. It might help.
Yeah.
Do that.
Right.
Do that. Thank you.
Catch you later, mate. Yeah. to me, to invoke a model just for the sake of invoking them, I don't see the point myself.
Well, I could overlook the sun and all that and say, we don't know what the fuck that even is. It could be doing whatever. But as far as making a map for flight routes, I mean that at the very least, I want to make something like kind of like what Antonio Subrats did to match the flight times better than a globe. I just want something that works out, because the globe's got some anomalies, which I'm gonna be pointing out in a coming video. It ain't nothing major, but there's some fucking shit that's head scratchers. Like a 180-mile distance, 4 time zone change. Like that right there was definitely a head scratcher. How can you change 4 time zones in fucking a 2-hour drive? It's crazy, but it happens on the globe and some of the flight times. Like, how can it take me longer to get to fucking Ethiopia from Santiago than it does to get to Sydney? There's no way, but that's not the time projection, but actual fucking flights, and then to get to not Perth, but the other city over there in Australia, on that side, a little bit further south. Not Melbourne, not Perth, but I'm thinking
Adelaide or
no, it's a short name.
Sydney?
Not Sydney. The whole other side, opposite of Sydney.
Perth.
Darwin.
Perth.
No, not Perth. Keep going.
Darwin.
Alice
Nope.
Springs. Darwin.
Nope.
We're talking a major city because they're all.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like a name I hear a lot.
Well, you got Melbourne, you got Sydney, you got Brisbane, you got Darwin, you got Perth, you got Adelaide, you got Hobart, you got Canberra. These are all the capitals of Australia.
Okay. Well, it's over by Perth, but it's a little further south. Just a little lower than Perth, I thought.
Fremantle. So Fremantle is another major town of Perth. So that's south.
Let me look real quick, man, because just in case you already said it, I don't want to be the idiot to have you keep guessing after you already said it. Hold on.
Yeah, you're right, mate.
Yeah, right now is a good.
Go, Crit.
I'll say, yeah, right now is a good time because like the European like shills and stuff are on their lunch break, and the American ones haven't gotten up yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Nate's trying to find his water pistol, get warmed up for the day. I feel. Very funny.
I bring bazookas, Ben. So
bazookas. The only one that brings a bazooka is Jin, right? So he's the only one that brings a bazooka.
He's got a little lady hand pistol that he keeps in his purse. It's just got a loud nozzle. That's all. Shin's all bark and no bite.
Oh, it's definitely a lot of bark, that's for sure. I'll give you that one. Definitely.
Okay, Santiago to Sydney is 18 hours and 55 minutes plus connecting and plus connecting flight, and then let's see, that's pretty long, dude, because I've mapped it out on Google Earth, and it was just under 8,000 miles. It was like I think 7,900 miles, and so doing about 600. I just base it on 600 miles an hour, like 590, 610, somewhere in there. Should have been like 11 and a half hours, and it's showing 18 hours 55 minutes. But other than that, I want to say Santiago. Yeah, it was Perth. I'm sorry, it was Perth.
Perth
was yeah, from Santiago to Perth. I mean, wouldn't that be quicker? But I guess if you went the other way, it wouldn't. But it's 1 day and 3 hours plus a connected flight. Okay, so but it's saying the fastest, it said the fastest one-way time. It lined up with the 1 day and 3 hours, and then the Sydney was lined up with the 18 hours 55 minutes. But that's a pretty big. You're talking about an extra 900 miles, depending on which way you came. Maybe 15 if you want to be a fucking dickhead about mapping it. That you're only talking really practically about 3 or 4 extra hours if you're coming from from underneath. You ain't not necessarily even crossing Antarctica, but kind of toward Antarctica. It shouldn't be that much further, man. It's just not that much further on Google Earth. Going around Antarctica a little bit, I don't know, man. It just seemed like too long to begin with for the 18 hours and 55 minutes just to begin with for an 8,000 mile flight.
I know I know there's one flight that flat earthers always used to say was impossible on a
I'm at 7,000. Sorry, I don't know why I said 8. I'm at 7. Go ahead.
And they've never seen it, right? And they used to invoke it all the time. But there's a fellow in this server who's actually done that particular flight twice himself personally, non-stop, like without a stopover. I can't remember which
there's only
one
one.
it was.
I just posted the video with Max Egan, his flight, and he's on board with a compass. Max Egan was on the Santiago to Sydney, I think it was, and he's on the flight, and he records his compass during the flight, and it lines up with the AE map, the directions. I don't think he intended that when he was showing that shit live. He was showing it live, I think, or he filmed it live.
Hey Brian, you're jumping all over Jerry.
Oh man, I'm sorry, dude. I didn't even hear you, bro. Let me make sure I ain't got him muted.
That's all right, man.
I literally thought it was dead air.
Johannesburg. You'll never find one of those flights.
Right. Okay. Then. Yeah. I don't know which one it was, Jerry, but I know there's multiple flights that people invoke here, and it was over on Brandon's one day. They were just going hammer for tongs about the actual flight paths, and anyway, each to their own. Flat Earth Evangelist, you'll know him. He's in here a bit. One of those flights, he put up his hand and he says, yeah, no, he'd actually done it himself twice back in the day when he was traveling all around the world. But yeah, that flight that you just said, Jerry, look, yeah, no, I don't know about that.
How about this? Anchorage to fucking Moscow, 4,200 miles, okay? 20 hours and 30 minutes. That's fucking nuts, dude. And so I took a screenshot of on Google Earth of the distance, and it's not directly over the hours. No. If I did, made a mistake. 20 hours and 30 minutes for 4,200 miles. That's crazy, dude. And the Google Earth looks like about how it would map. The flight would map out on a globe or a flat Earth. It just kind of cuts next to the North Pole. It's 4,200 miles on Google Earth, and 20 hours is actual flight time, not a flight calculator. Actual flight time, 20 hour 30 minutes, man. That seemed like there's a fucking clue, and the clues would have to be Russia, parts of Russia or China. That they really are. They don't care if we have the information we want. That's where I expect to find the anomalies, and that's where I'm finding some big ones, dude. How can a 4,200 mile flight take 20 hours and 30 minutes, dude? What are they flying? Fucking a kite? I'm just saying. In 20 hours, 10 minutes, you should at least get fucking 11,000 miles. Or 10,000. How about that? if you're going under 500 miles an hour, which I think is ridiculous for anybody to claim any flight would do that slow over long distance anyway. But so I mean, what would the speed even have to be, man? 4,200 miles. Let's see. 4,000.
Yeah, it's like thing too, mid-air refueling and all kinds of crazy shit. I mean, the range there is like
So it's 492 miles. So I'm gonna divide that. Let's see. I mean hours. No, that can't be right.
how many miles is it saying it can go?
That would mean it's going 204 miles an hour if if Google Earth is right. If I did everything right, which ain't very complicated to
What's
circle
the distance?
fucking Moscow and circle Anchorage and look at the line in between. That means the plane would be flying fucking 204 miles an hour. That's not possible. But it's Anchorage to Moscow, so anybody can go on Google Earth and go on flight time or just wait for my video to come out where I show you all that information. But what other anomalies, man? See, we got some other shit here.
Well, not only too, how they keep posting the same stuff day in and day out, no change, nothing new under the sun. You're like, how about this? I would start believing globalists if they believe it first. Show me you believe it.
There's another one from Santiago to Ababa, which is Ethiopia. Is longer than the flight time to like I said, longer than the flight time to Sydney. It's 20 hours and 20 minutes. And I think it's I mapped it out. I think it was about, I forgot the miles of that. But it just seems like Australia is more antipodal on a globe than Africa. Africa's kind of like in between them. How the fuck could it take longer to get to Ethiopia, which is not an extreme? It is in the top right a little bit, but it's not like right on the coast or nothing. It's Ababa's pretty well inland, Ethiopia, in 20 hours, bro, and 20 hours and 20 minutes. So you're gonna spend an extra couple hours trying to get to Ethiopia than you are from Santiago to Sydney, which is almost antipodal. I don't know. Just another head scratcher.
Here, check this one out. So, B-Ball always posts this thing about the Chile to New Zealand, 6,010 miles, and it goes right over the ocean. No stops, no refueling. And if you look up the longest range aircraft in the world, is a C-5 that says up to 7,000 miles. Is its
No,
maximum.
they just came out with one, I think 2 years ago, a year and a half, 2 years ago. That's got some crazy range, bro. It's a 777. The newest one, I think. Or no, I actually think they're coming out with one right now. That maybe not. But anyway, it was like over 10,000, man. Like almost halfway around the globe. It could fly 350 passengers. It's a big boy, one of the big motherfucking Airbuses. But
yeah, I
but
got
that is pretty new though. That is pretty new.
Yeah, the 777 says 5,120 nautical miles.
You got to look for the long range Airbuses, man. Passenger buses.
Okay,
Look
I
that
got
up
it.
when you put.
Yeah, 7,305.
Really?
Yeah, well, it's more than the C5. So it would be the longest range aircraft in the world then, by about 300 something miles, depending on the nautical calculation there. But those things weren't in service, I guess. Or when did they come in service? Like, because they've been posting this for years. If this thing is brand new, they were posting about flights that weren't capable at the time. The Dreamliner. Yeah, there's 4 different versions of them. Okay. Yeah, so here, the one that's designed for the longest range, 7,565.
Did you see, Crit? Russia is going to be landing on the moon again in September, and they're going to be taking a little, I don't know, a little droney roboty thing there to take samples of the moon, la la la, all that kind of stuff. But what I found funny is where they said it was going to land was in, or was either in or next to a crater called Bogus Slavsky. So bogus. I've just found that so funny.